Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our Ego Takes the Stand. We are into episode 16, the Pamela Smart story. Hot for teacher is what we're calling it. So let's get over to it. That is not the right one. Just give me a moment. You know what? I don't think we ever did a players. All right. Nope, we didn't do a players. So let's just go straight over here. All right. So Pamela Smart. This trial took place in 1991. It is the first trial to be streamed from, let me get my, let's see. First trial to be streamed on Court TV. Court TV had just started, and this was the first trial to be streamed. Gavel to gavel, it created a national buzz, if you will. So Pamela Smart, known as the Maiden of Metal while she was a DJ in college. She was 22 years old. She was a media coordinator at Winnicott High School in New Hampshire when she was accused of manipulating her 15-year-old student and lover, Billy Flynn, into deleting her husband, Greg Smart, who was 24. Now, Billy, along with 3 teenage friends, carried out the murder, later testifying against Pamela in exchange for reduced sentences. So the other players involved are Pete Randall, he was 17. J.R. Ladman, he was 16. Junior, J.R. Junior. So Pete helped plan the murder. J.R. provided the gun and drove the getaway car. Raymond Fowler, he waited in the car during the murder. He wasn't physically present in the condo. Cecilia Pierce, she's 16. She was an intern, and Pamela, I guess, made her feel like she was like her best friend, right? So Pamela was only 22 years old, and these guys were, these kids, they're like 15, 16, 17 years old. So let's just give me a moment here. All right. Let's see. All right, before we get to openings, I just want to try and find a news report, which we'll have to go back way when. Or should we just go to opening statements? I guess we'll just go to opening statements. All right, well, let's just go to opening statements and we'll get the story then. All right, let's get to it. Opening statements from 1991, Pamela Smart in the spotlight today.
Gregory Smart came home from a late business meeting. He turned on the lights, he opened his front door, he turned on his lights, and he called for his dog. But his dog didn't respond that night. Instead, the response came from a 16-year-old boy named William Flynn, who jumped out from behind the door and grabbed Greg. A second boy named Patrick Randall helped pull Greg into the condo and shut the door behind him and then turned out the lights. Once the two had Greg inside, they ordered him to his knees. Greg pleaded with them not to hurt them, and he asked them what they wanted. But they said, "Shut up, shut up." After they had him on his knees, Patrick Randall held Greg by the hair with a knife in front of his throat. Bill Flynn stood off to his side with a gun in his jacket, and they robbed him. But ladies and gentlemen, robbery was not the motive that night. was. After they robbed him, Bill Flynn tapped his jacket pocket and looked to Patrick Randall. And Patrick Randall nodded yes. Bill Flynn took a .38 caliber revolver from his inside jacket pocket, pulled the hammer back, pointed it at his kneeling victim, and fired one fatal shot into the head of Gregory Smart. Gregory Smart, the man that was killed that night, was the defendant's husband. William Flynn, the 16-year-old boy who pulled the trigger, was the defendant's lover. And ladies and gentlemen, it was that woman who initiated, orchestrated, and directed William Flynn to kill her husband. Now, how did it happen that the defendant convinced William Flynn to kill Gregory Smart on May 1st? Well, this case really begins back in the fall of 1989. The defendant lived in Derry with her husband. He was 24 years old. His name was Gregory Smart. He was an insurance salesman for Metropolitan Life Insurance. They had been married just since the prior May. Greg worked at Metropolitan. He followed in the footsteps of his dad. The defendant was the media director at the School Administrative Unit, or SAU 21. Her office building was located across the parking lot from Winnicott High School. William Flynn was a sophomore at Winnicott High. When he met the defendant, he was 15 years old. She was 22. In the fall of every year, Winnicott High offers a 3-day drug prevention self-awareness program called Project Self-Esteem. Bill participated as a freshman, and then as a sophomore, they asked him to come back and be a student facilitator. The defendant volunteered to be a lead adult facilitator, and their relationship began innocently enough. The defendant showed him pictures of her with Eddie Van Halen, who's the lead guitarist in a rock group named Van Halen, and that was Bill's favorite group. She drove a car that bore the license plate Halen, and even her dog was named Haley. Now, Bill was immediately attracted to this 22-year-old woman who seemed to have such similar interests as his. And so he started visiting her at her office, sometimes alone, sometimes he'd go with other students. A lot of times when he went, another student named Cecilia Pierce, a 15-year-old girl, would also be there. Cecilia also met the defendant as a student intern, as a student facilitator, and after that she became the defendant's student intern at the media center. She went over 2 periods each day and worked with the defendant, and they became very, very close friends. At some point in the late fall, early winter, the defendant decided she wanted to enter an orange juice video commercial contest. She asked Bill and Cecilia and a couple other friends to help her. And so every day, Bill and Cecilia began to work on this video with the defendant, sometimes during school periods, sometimes after school, and on the weekends. And that went along. Sometime in February, the defendant revealed her attraction to Bill. She said to him, "Do you ever think of me when I'm not around? Because I think of you all the time." And she began immediately to characterize her relationship with Gregory Smart as a lousy one. They didn't get along, he didn't treat her well, and she even went so far to show Bill bruises that supposedly Greg had caused her. She said she didn't know what to do about Greg. At first, Bill couldn't believe it. He didn't believe she was serious. He didn't know what to think. He was confused and a little thrilled that this woman that he had come to admire and like so much and working with her would actually be interested in him. But the next day, she reiterated it, and Bill began to take it seriously. But it seemed so simple to Bill. Why didn't she just get a divorce? Things were so bad. If Greg treated her poorly, if she didn't love him, why didn't she just divorce him? But the defendant responded that Greg would never leave her alone. She'd lose her dog, she'd lose her condo, she'd lose all her furniture. From there, Bill's entanglement with the defendant quickly progressed, both emotionally and physically. Not only will you hear about this involvement directly from Bill, but close friends and associates will tell you about seeing them together. And Cecilia Pierce will tell you about them being together at the Derry condominium when Greg was away. But in addition, you'll hear about love letters she sent to him. And you'll even have an opportunity to hold one of those letters and read it. One that escaped Bill's attempts to destroy all his links to his lover prior to his arrest. But most of all, you'll listen to the defendant's own tape on the own voice on a tape, expressing one of her greatest fears, that the police might find one of those notes. She says she acknowledges the affair, and she says if she has to, she'll admit the affair, but not her involvement in the homicide. And you'll learn that as Bill's attachment to the defendant grew and grew, she convinced him to murder her husband. At first she said that he had to find someone to do it for her. Henry repeatedly told her that he didn't know anybody who could do such a thing. She said, well, then you have to do it yourself. One weekend when Greg was away, the defendant had Bill stay over. And on the way home, as she was returning him to his mother's house in Seabrook, she said to him that they could no longer see each other anymore, that Greg was getting suspicious of her work life. That was the first time the defendant had sexual intercourse with Bill. He was a virgin, a boy, way over his head in this relationship. On the way home, she was unequivocal. She said that the only solution was to kill Gregory Smart. And on that ride, Bill began to cry too, because he knew that he would no longer be able to have her in his life if he didn't kill her husband. And if there had been any question in his mind before, he knew she was serious about this ultimatum. After that, the defendant began to plan with Bill in earnest. If he said, we can't do this, it's not going to work, I don't have a gun, I don't have a car, she'd get angry. She said, ask your friends for help. So he turned to his two closest friends, Vance Ladman and Patrick Randall. At first they said he was nuts, crazy. You never get away with it, you get caught. They kept talking about it and talking about it, so they finally understood that he was serious. And Bill told the defendant, nobody's going to do this for nothing. So she said, well, they could have anything in the condo. They could take anything, the VCR, the stereo. And when Bill promised his friends $1,000 for their assistance, she said, all right, she'd pay, but not $1,000. She'd only pay $500. And as he talked it over with his friends, the defendant talked it over with Cecilia Pierce on a daily basis. He's her confidant. Well, this was the defendant's plan. She told Bill to bring black clothes to change into behind the shopping closet that was adjacent to her condominium, so that they wouldn't be seen as they went from the shopping plaza across the field to her unit. She told Bill to park in the front of the plaza, not the back, because the police patrolled every hour. She told Bill she'd leave the bulkhead open in the back door so that he could enter freely. She told Bill to go inside and ransack it so it looked like a burglary had taken place. She told Bill to wear gloves so that they wouldn't leave fingerprints in the condo. She told Bill to put Haley in the basement so that he could get with the bark. She told Bill not to turn the lights on because it would scare Gregory Smart away. She told Bill to hide in the closet at the bottom of the stairs so that when Greg hung up his coat, as she knew he did every night, Bill could jump out in. And ladies and gentlemen, she told Bill to murder her husband. Now, this wasn't a passing idea or thought. The defendant tried to put her plan into action on 2 prior occasions. She said to Bill once she had a meeting and that Greg would be home late. She instructed him to find a gun in a car, and she said that was the night that he had to do it. But Bill didn't take her seriously enough, so he didn't do anything. Instead, when that night came, he called her, and he said he couldn't kill Greg that night because he couldn't find a car. And Bill will tell you that the defendant flipped out and started yelling at him. She said that he wouldn't do it and they couldn't see each other anymore. And Bill began to cry. And when he hung up the phone, he believed that night that they were over. But the next day, the defendant said everything was okay because she had another meeting and he had another opportunity to kill for her. Well, this next time, Bill got a little closer. He asked an older Seabrook friend named Raymond Fowler to help him. Fowler, enticed by the stuff that he could take from the apartment and by the money, agreed to go along. But they had the same two old problems: no gun and no car. They searched to no avail for a gun, and finally the two decided that they would stab Greg instead. And the defendant came through with the car. She promised she would leave the keys in her car while she was in her office building attending that meeting. So a few weeks before May 1st, William Fowler, Patrick Randall, Dan Slaviny, Patrick Randall, William Flynn, and Danny Blake went to the Newington Mall. They were driven there by a kid named Chris Goslin. They were going to buy concert tickets. And on the way back, Raymond Fowler and William Flynn were dropped off at Smart's car. And only Bill will tell you about this, but the other boys that were in the car will corroborate it. And as planned, the defendant left her keys in the car, and on the car stereo, she left a tape set to play a Van Halen song, the song that she had played for Bill the first time that they had sex. It sings Black and Blue. So with Fowler driving, they stopped to pick up a bag with black clothes and 2 pairs of sneakers. They stopped at Freedom Drug to buy latex gloves, and then they headed to Gary. But Bill got cold feet. Didn't think he could go through with it. So he directed Fowler to take a wrong turn. And when they finally arrived at the condominium, Greg was already home, so they couldn't carry out the plan. Bill called the defendant from the shopping plaza near the condo. And she said, hurry back, because she was hiding in her office, and she was afraid she would be seen. When the 2 boys returned to Winnicott to her office building, she asked to see the gun. And when Raymond Fowler showed her the knife, she got upset. She said stabbing was too messy. And after they dropped Raymond Fowler off, she turned her anger and her disappointment to Bill. She said that he never intended to kill her husband, that he had intentionally gotten lost on the way, and that if he wasn't going to do it, then they couldn't see each other anymore. And Bill got upset. And he assured her that he would do it, that it was an error, and that he had gotten lost because he had never gone up to the condominium in the dark, even though she had shown him the way. He said, why would I have gone up there in the first place if I wasn't serious? And you'll hear from Cecilia and Bill that the defendant, prior to this, had driven them around the area and had actually provided Bill with written directions of how to get to the condo. But not only Bill will tell you about the disappointment that the defendant expressed, Cecilia Pierce will tell you that she was angry and annoyed at Bill's failure. And the defendant told both Cecilia and Bill that Bill had one last opportunity to kill Gregory Smart. Her last meeting was on May 1st, 1990. After the failed attempt, Bill knew that he had to do it. And it was understood that Patrick Randall and Dan Slattery would help him. Dan Slattery arranged to borrow his grandmother's car, and he also got his father's gun, a Charter Arms 38 revolver. The defendant gave Bill money to buy bullets for that gun, and it was decided that Patrick and Bill would go into the condominium on the night of the murder. But otherwise, the plan was the same plan. It was her plan. On May 1st, the boys were all set to go. But there was just a little glitch. The defendant got a little closer to the action than she had planned. Nancy's grandmother couldn't bring the car to Seabrook, so they needed a ride to Haverhill to pick it up. So Bill called the defendant, the only adult, the only one who owned their car. That was the first opportunity when the April that Patrick had to discuss the plan with the defendant. He said he wanted to go over it one more time. She said she would leave the back door and the bulkhead open, not to turn the lights on and not to put her dog. She said in the car ride that she left some jewelry in a box upstairs that they could take. And she questioned how she should react when she came home and she found her husband dead on the floor. Should she scream? Should she run door to door to the neighbors for help? And when she was asked by Pete if she would mind seeing a lot of blood, because he would rather stab Greg than shoot him because it was quieter, she said no. She didn't want blood on her furniture. It was too messy. But Bill assured her that he'd shoot him, and at some point he showed her the gun. After they returned to Seabrook from Haverhill with JR is the nickname for Vance Latamy's car, the defendant left. The three boys went to Bill's house to get the duffel bag with the black clothes, the sneakers, and the latex gloves, and they picked up Raymond Fowler at Ralph Welch's house. From there, it went exactly as the defendant had planned. The boys arrived at the shopping plaza, and they waited till dark. Bill and Patrick changed behind the plaza. They entered the condo by the bulkhead door, and they went in and they ransacked it. And they waited and waited for Gregory Smart to come home. And when he did, they grabbed him, they pulled him inside, they got him on his knees, and while Patrick held him by the hair with a knife in front of him, Bill Flynn shot him once in the head. And then they fled, and Vance and Raymond picked him up behind the shopping mall, and they all returned to Seabrook. For the defendant's participation in the premeditated and deliberate murder of her husband, she is charged with the crime of accomplice to first-degree murder. We will prove that the defendant, with the purpose of facilitating and promoting the first-degree murder of her husband, Gregory Smart, she aided Bill in the planning and commission of the murder, and that William Flynn purposely caused the death of Gregory Smart by shooting him in the head. She's also charged with conspiracy to commit murder. We will prove that the defendant, with the purpose that the murder of her husband be committed, she agreed with William Flynn to cause the murder to be committed. And in furtherance of that conspiracy, at least one overt act was taken by one of the co-conspirators that were listed in the indictment that was read to you by the clerk of courts yesterday. Now, after the murder, you'll hear about the cover-up and the defendant's attempts to ensure that she wasn't found out. She collected the $140,000 in insurance money that was available due to the death of her husband. As the police investigation progressed, she kept her co-conspirators, accomplices informed through Bill. There were no apparent suspects. And she continued her illicit affair with her juvenile lover, all as she had planned. But in June, almost a month and a half after the death of her husband, something happened that the defendant didn't plan for. Raymond Fowler began to talk. And Ralph Welch, a boy who lived with the Latamys, heard, and he confronted his two very good friends, Vance Latamy and Patrick Randall. And they told him what they had done on May 1st. Ralph, devastated by what he had heard, went to the Latamy parents. And Mr. Latamy went and retrieved his .38 caliber revolver from his drawer of the bureau where his son had returned it. And he and his wife, despite the apparent involvement of their own son, brought the gun down to the Seabrook Police Department for a ballistics test. And the defendant's perfect murder began to unravel. Within 2 days, William Flynn, Vance Latamy, and Patrick Randall turned themselves in and were arrested by the police. Each of the boys were charged with first-degree murder after their arrest. In January of 1991, they decided to admit their involvement in the homicide, and they pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. All three have agreed to tell all that they know about the killing of Gregory Smart. And they'll tell you. In exchange, we allowed them to plead guilty to second-degree murder, and someday we will recommend that they receive a lesser sentence than they would have had they been convicted of first-degree murder, the greater offense. But these agreements are conditioned on them truthfully testifying. And if they do not truthfully testify, then we have the right to charge them and try them for first-degree murder. The police, at this point, they had spoken with Cecilia Pierce once before, early on. They questioned her again. The defendant told Cecilia to lie about her involvement in the murder of her husband, and she told Cecilia to lie about her affair with William Flynn. She instructed Cecilia on how to beat a polygraph test, although she said, encouraged her not to take it. She said if her mother forced her to, she told her how she could beat it. And she manipulated and lied to her. She told her that she would get in trouble too because she knew about the murder plan before it took place. On June 14th, after twice denying any knowledge of the homicide, Cecilia Pierce would keep her secrets no longer. She told her mother first, and then she told the police about the defendant's involvement in the homicide of her husband, and her involvement in the planning and the cover-up. And during the trial, she'll tell you. For her actions with Cecilia Pierce, the defendant is charged with witness tampering. We will prove that the defendant, knowing that an official proceeding, an investigation into the death of her husband was pending, she purposely attempted to induce Cecilia Pierce to withhold information and provide false evidence to the police. And those are the three charges. Well, after Cecilia Pierce told the police all she knew, and after she cooperated and she wore a body wire to tape conversations between she and the defendant about the homicide, and after the defendant was arrested for first-degree murder, you'll hear that the press just went wild in this case. And you'll hear that Cecilia Pierce was deluged with requests for interviews and appearances from the media. None of her own doing. And she did 2 network programs. And eventually she entered into an agreement with a production company to tell them what she knew for money. And someday maybe they might make a movie of this someday. But all of that happened after Cecilia Pierce came forward and before she ever imagined or anyone else that this case would get the kind of attention it did on us. But you won't just have to rely on Cecilia Pierce to know the contents of those secret conversations. Secrets she kept from her friends and family. Because when Cecilia wore that body wire, there was a tape recorder that preserved them all. You'll hear the tapes. Listen carefully to them. Listen to the defendant's tone of voice. Listen to the sound of it. We'll play them completely for you. Now, as you can well imagine, surveillance tapes aren't recorded under the best of acoustic circumstances. But if you listen carefully, you will hear the defendant admit that nothing was going wrong with her claim until Vance and Patrick told Ralph Welch. You'll hear her admit her affair with William Flynn, that if she had to, she would admit the affair, but never her involvement in the homicide. You'll hear in her own voice how she tries to persuade Cecilia Pierce not to tell the truth to the police. Because if she tells the truth, listen, Vance, Patrick, William Flynn, and the defendant will slam her for the rest of their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sure that when you hear the words of the defendant on that tape, on those tapes, when you hear the testimony of William Flynn, Patrick Randall, Vance Latterly, and Cecilia Pierce, and all of the other witnesses that will present to you at this trial, that you will come to the only possible verdicts in this case. At the close of the trial, Almanziano will stand before you, and he will ask that you return 3 verdicts of guilt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning. I'm going to be a little wild with it too. Let me start out by telling you that it should be obvious by now that we don't agree with much of what the prosecution has to offer with regard to their opening statement or the evidence that they claim they're going to place before you. I'd like to give you a little overview of what we plan to have presented before you, how it's going to be presented, through what individuals it will be presented, and I'd like to characterize some of the evidence just like the prosecution has. I suppose the best way for me to explain this is that what will be coming before you from prosecution witnesses, right off that stand, taken oath, and who have made deals with the prosecution, will probably be one of the most vile concoctions ever assembled in one courtroom in the state of New Hampshire. Essentially, it will be one of the most toxic soups that you will have to engulf and drink to believe what the prosecution has to offer. It's a case based on primarily innuendo and speculation, guesswork on the part of these so-called witnesses, making major logical leaps from one point to another. Now, I'll get into that with you in a moment. What really is happening here is that you have a series of witnesses that not only conspired and acted together to slaughter a young human being on May 1, 1990, but now, ladies and gentlemen, they have conspired and plotted to save their hides. But not only save their hides, because it gets even more pungent. Pamela's fate really rests with you folks in separating what has been called the wheat from the chaff. And what happens, and what has happened in history when you separate the wheat from the chaff, is that the husk and so forth is blown off the wheat. And that kernel of wheat falls to the ground because it's heavier than that disposable garbage that's around it. In fact, the garbage, the chaff, is cast into the wind, and it flies away from that which is the kernel. And in this particular case, the kernel will be the truth. And that kernel will be obtained not when the prosecution places these witnesses on that stand and asks them about direct testimony. But no, the kernel will be obtained during cross-examination. And why is that? The reason is that each and every one of the prosecution's star witnesses has something to gain or lose big time from that stand. The names Randall, Laramie, Flynn, Pierce, just to name four, have something to gain or lose. Whether it be liberty, their freedom, whether it be an interest in a mega $1,000 film production. That's how low and soap opera this particular case presentation will do. That's the level that you're going to be dealing with when you deal with these star witnesses, these poor young boys that the prosecution claims have been led around by the nose by panic. These poor young boys that must not have a conscience or a mind of their own and only follow directions from somebody. Well, folks, you've heard their characterization of these poor young boys. Let me characterize them for you. In fact, in some cases, the defense and the prosecution fight over everything in the case. I'm going to tell you right now, I agree wholeheartedly with the prosecution's position that William Flynn is a cold-blooded murderer, and that his buddies, who are closer than brothers, Laramie and Randall, are just as cold. I'm going to tell you right now that when they are subjected to cross-examination, you're not going to see the whimpering puppies that have been characterized by the prosecution. But you're going to see thrill killers, young thrill killers. pay particular attention to details. Folks, during voir dire, there was some discussion about two friends going to a social event and coming back and giving you different, different observations and so forth of this particular social event. You all remember in the context of jury selection. Well, folks, the details with regard to the planning and the execution of Greg Smart will differ among the major players here. Randall, Lattamy, Flynn, and Pierce, among others. And those details, quite frankly, are going to give rise to a reasonable doubt by the time the end of this case comes around. And I'll tell you why. If they were telling the truth about what they claim, they would never, ever forget details like those which they're going to claim they forget when they hit that stand. The one inescapable conclusion you're going to come to is that they're hiding something from you and that they're conspiring yet again. And have they had the opportunity to put a story together? You bet they have, and that'll come out before you too. Now, during the course of this case, I suppose you all understand, the basic legal principles and all the concepts that we're dealing with. But we have to rely on this throughout the entire course of this case. And sometimes, people would sit here and wonder whether we can. Well, we can. We've been through the voir dire. We know each and every one of you folks. And we've all made a promise to us. We made a promise to the court. We made a promise to God that you're going to deliver a fair trial, that you're going to force the prosecution to put on a case beyond a reasonable doubt, that you're just not going to sit back and idly watch trained dogs jump through hoops because of their own little personal agenda on the stand. Young men committing a murder, yes. Defense will tell you that this isn't just any old day in the park for these kids. These people are sick. These people are obsessed. And these people aren't the innocent, little manipulated boys. It's a cold-blooded killing, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, they've cut a deal with the prosecution. It's a first-degree murder, but of course they've cut a deal with the prosecution. I mean, the very individual that placed a .38 caliber revolver 2 inches from Greg Smart's head and unleashed a hollow point round into his skull gets a reduced charge and a reduced sentence. And you are not to sit there. You can't sit there and just say, well, gee, that's okay. Earlier when I was talking about the wheat from the chaff analogy, one of the sidelights here that seemed to be dwelled on for 10 minutes by the prosecution in the opening is this affair, so-called. You're going to hear all about it. Don't let it cloud you when you're focusing in on the real issue. Again, we know you're not going to allow that to happen. You've all been selected so as you won't let that cloud you. If that offends you in and of itself, well, we all know that none of you would be sitting where you are. I mean, that question was asked. It couldn't have been asked any more directly. So let me tell you something about this affair. It was an affair wherein Pam repeatedly attempted to break it off with an obsessed, infatuated 16-year-old. It is an affair that had nothing to do with Pam's involvement in the killing. Did it trigger Flynn to go on his little fantasy and his little thrill kill? You bet it did. Did he think everything would be, okay if he killed this woman's husband? You bet it did. Did you hear anything with regard to Pam talking to Latimer or Randall, making deals about $1,000 here, $500 here for about a new job? No. Isn't it funny? You think it's just going to be a coincidence that this contract and this deal is communicated by Bill Flynn? The guy who wants to lose about it. No, it's a killing that's fueled by sex, obsession, jealousy, mental illness. Did Pam engage in the planning of the killing of her own husband? Absolutely not. I suppose a lot of us will sit back and we'll think, well, gee, these are just kids, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds. The wonderful thing about this trial is that you are going to be able to assess the sophistication, the deviousness, the cold-bloodedness of those individuals yourself. That's the wonderful thing. That, the prosecution just can't stand up and allege something. They've got to prove it. Now, if you think that they're just little babies led around at the end of the case, well, so be it. It won't happen. It won't happen. The cock and bull stories continue throughout.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Argumentative. So far,
It's been argumentative, Mrs. Sisty.
I'll attribute it to a specific witness, Your Honor. Actually, you will hear the cock and bull stories coming from William Flynn throughout his testimony. Quite frankly, you should be repulsed. Tapes have been mentioned. Are there tapes? Were they surreptitiously taken? Were the words and conversations taken? Yes. Darn right they were. Was Cecilia Pierce wired? Yeah, she was wired. And was there a conversation? Were there conversations? Yes, there were. And folks, if that would be the end of the case for you, again, you wouldn't be sitting here. You've all promised to keep an open mind. You've all promised to hear it all before you come to a conclusion. We want you to listen to the tape. Listen to everything and listen to it all in context. Don't take little bits and pieces and say, aha, I've got the kernel of truth. You got to take it all. Now, take it in context. Take it from whom it comes and why it's coming from that person. Take it, for instance, in the context of a woman that's been shut out of an investigation where the police won't even talk to her. Take it in the context, take these tapes in the context of a confused woman, an upset woman. Take it in the context of a person that doesn't know what's going on with the police investigation or what they're doing to solve her husband's murder. Take it in the context of the affair. But take it in context. That's the important thing. If you take it in an isolated sphere in and of itself, then you will come to the wrong conclusion. I can't be any more frank and honest with you there. The prosecution discussed a little bit of the background with regard to Cecilia Pierce and this movie deal and so forth. What wasn't discussed with you, ladies and gentlemen, is that Cecilia Pierce herself was intimately involved with attempting to procure a firearm for William Flynn. Cecilia Pierce has not only a monetary gain or lose situation, but in fact, she, along with the pack, Latimer, Flynn, and Randall, and others, for attempting to kill Greg Smart. Now, I can't get into each and every minute detail with you in an opening statement. We have to allow the witnesses to speak, obviously. We have to allow the process to take its course. But I'm going to have to ask you now that you got to be patient. This is not going to be a quick trial. It's not going to be the longest trial in the world, but it's not going to be a quick trial. And what you can't do is jump to early conclusions. If you jump to early conclusions and you just lock in on it, you won't be giving us a fair trial. You've got to let the process play out before you. That's all we're asking you to do. Be patient. You promised Pam that you could give her a fair trial, and we believe you. We believe each and every one of you. And if you do give her a fair trial, if you in fact give her a fair trial, you will return with not guilty verdicts. You will return with those verdicts because the state has failed in their proof, and the reason that they have failed is the Constitution of the United States and the fact that Pam had nothing to do with the planning or the killing of her husband. So please pay particular attention to details, all the testimony, both the direct and the cross-examination. And we will be back at the end of this case. And we will be asking for acquittal in these particular cases. Bye-bye.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start testimony now. Before we do, we'll take a short recess. And before that recess, I want to discuss with you briefly your consideration of the evidence in this case. Keep in mind that in any trial, there are no state's witnesses or defense witnesses. Each witness is simply a witness. There are no property rights in witnesses. So the minute a witness takes this witness stand, that witness is not a state's witness or a defense witness. It's just a witness for your consideration because evidence comes to you by direct examination and by cross-examination. As I said to you earlier and will say to you again, you are free to believe everything each witness tells you, nothing of what each witness tells you, or as much of what each witness tells you as you choose to believe. And conversely, you may reject all or any portion of any witness's testimony. The fact they all take an oath to tell you the truth is not binding on you. I do not suggest that any witness will take this witness stand and lie. I simply point that out to you to impress upon you the complete freedom you have in believing or disbelieving witnesses' testimony. In evaluating that testimony, you use the same tests that we all use every day when someone is asking us to believe something that they're telling us. Some of the things you may consider are, was the witness candid with you? How did the witness appear on the witness stand? Was that witness worthy of belief? What was the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand? Did the witness have an interest in the outcome of this trial? Did the witness have any reason to lie to you or any reason to tell you the truth? Did what the witness said seem reasonable or probable to you? Did the witness have some motive to testify as he or she testified to you? Did the witness have any friendship with other witnesses or any animosity with other witnesses, or friendship or animosity with the defendant or the state? Was the testimony of the witness consistent with other testimony from other witnesses? Or was it inconsistent with that other testimony? Or was the testimony of the witness consistent or inconsistent with any prior testimony of that witness? That prior testimony would be statements made before the statement of the witness on this witness stand. If you find that any witness made any inconsistent statements prior to trial, you may use that inconsistent statement only in deciding whether to believe the witness's testimony on the stand. In short, you use your common sense. That's the best tool you have, and that's the one we use every day. If there are differences between witnesses' testimony, it is your duty as jurors to resolve that inconsistency, or that difference, I mean. You are to treat all the witnesses the same, No witness is entitled to any special degree of belief or disbelief because of who or what that witness is. For example, if a police officer testifies, the fact that that person is a police officer does not entitle that person to any greater or lesser degree of belief in your mind. The same with a physician, for example, if a physician testifies. So it doesn't matter who the witness is. The fact that that witness is who that witness is does not entitle that witness to any greater degree of belief or disbelief in your mind. You treat them all the same, and you evaluate their testimony using those tests that I just gave you and any other tests that you normally would use in your everyday life. This is not a pleasurable trial. No criminal trial is. If there is any pleasure at all to be taken in this trial, I will tell you it is in fact that both the defense and the state are represented by very highly trained and highly skilled lawyers who know how to try a case. And because of that, the evidence will come into this case, I think, rather smoothly. We'll take a short recess and we'll resume.
All right.
All right, so that is opening statements, and it's really fun to hear this judge because this is before social media. So it's fun to hear him tell them, you know, don't look at any news. He doesn't say anything about social media. All right, so next up is going to be Pamela. Pamela is going to take the stand. Let's check her out.
Scary to understand.
And you got to love the hair, right? You got to love the hairstyles. Let me rewind this back here.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. State your full name, please.
Pamela Ann Smart.
You were born with the name Smart.
No, I was not.
How did you get the name Smart?
I was married in May of 1989 to Greg Smart
Why did you marry Greg Smart?
because I loved him. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him.
Could you keep your voice up? I didn't hear the last part.
I said because I loved him and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him.
What was it about him that you loved?
He was really kind and gentle, and he was fun to be around.
Was your marriage happy?
Yes.
Well, why don't you tell us where you worked, where Greg worked, where you lived after you got married?
I worked at School Administrative Unit 21 as Director of Media Services, and Greg worked at Metropolitan Life Insurance as an account representative.
Right after your wedding, where did you live?
In Derry, New Hampshire,
Where?
4E Misty Morning Drive.
Did you have any problems in your marriage?
At what point?
In the summer after your marriage?
No,
Did you have any problems in the fall after your marriage?
no,
In the winter after your marriage, did you have any problems with your marriage?
yes.
Did you tell the people in the jury about that?
Well, basically it started in December of 1989.
What happened?
There was a time when, I believe it was before Christmas, I don't know the exact date, when Greg didn't come home one night. And he came home the next morning.
Was that something he did often?
Never. Without me knowing where he was.
What did you do on the evening when he didn't come home?
I didn't even know he wasn't home till the next morning because I had gone to bed at about 10 o'clock, and he sometimes didn't come home till 11 or 12, or it mattered when he had appointments. I mean, most of the time he was home by at least 10:30, but I had fallen asleep at about 10 o'clock at night.
Did you remember when you woke up the next morning and what happened?
What time?
Yeah.
Well, I went to work that day, so I would assume it was probably around 6:10.
Was Greg there when you got in?
No, he was not.
When was the next time you saw Greg? That day?
that morning, shortly thereafter, about 5 minutes after I woke up.
Did you tell the jury what occurred then?
He had come in the door, and I asked him, obviously, where he had been. And he had said that he had gone out after work with a friend, Bruce, from work, and he had gotten drunk and slept over at his friend Bruce's house. And I obviously asked him why he didn't call me and why he didn't tell me where he was, and he said because he knew that I would have been asleep, and he just came home the next day.
Did you accept that explanation?
No, I didn't believe that. And I told him that I really didn't believe him. And he said that he was telling the truth and that he was tired and that he didn't want to talk about it and that he would talk about it later. But I was mad.
Did the subject ever come up later on?
Yes, it did. He called me at work that day. I went to work, and he called me at work, and I asked him where he had been, and again, he gave me the same story.
Did you believe him the second time?
No, I did not.
How did you react when he told you again?
I told him I would talk about it when I got home, that I didn't want to talk about it on the phone at work, because when I talk on the phone at work, there's other people around, they can hear.
Did you talk about it at home?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell us about that?
At first, when I got home, he told me the same thing that he had told me beforehand, and I told him that I just wanted to know the truth, and that no matter what it was, I just wanted to hear it. And he said that I wouldn't like the truth. So then I knew that he was lying. But he didn't come right out and tell me. It took him a long time to tell me exactly where he had been.
At some point after that, did you have further discussions about it?
Yes, I did. And this is at the same time when I got home from work that night. And I don't know, it was around 4:30, and it was before he went to work that night. And yes, he told me that he had been with someone else.
How did you react to that?
Mad.
Get over it real quick?
No.
Tell me about it.
I argued with him about it. I told him that I couldn't believe that he would have done something like that, and he had said that he was drinking, that he didn't even remember. And I said that that was a poor excuse.
How did you get over the whole thing quickly?
No. I was devastated. I was very hurt. And he tried to talk to me about it, but I told him that I didn't want to hear it. I didn't talk to him for about a day.
Did those events have any effect on your relationship with your husband?
Of course they did.
Tell us about it.
They had an effect on how I felt about myself. I don't know how to describe it. I didn't feel it as important anymore. And it obviously affected my trust in him. I don't want to say that I never trusted him at all, but I was a little more hesitant after that.
When, roughly, we use Christmas as a post here, can you tell us when this was, these events?
I would say they were probably within a week before Christmas. I know they were at least 3 days before Christmas, because something happened 3 days before Christmas that I remember.
What's that?
We had gone. Well, first of all, we talked about it again, and I asked Greg if he loved me, and he said yes. And I told him that I still loved him, and that even though I was mad about what happened, I still loved him. It didn't make me stop loving him. And so we had decided that we would resolve things. And I think it was 2 or 3 days before Christmas, we went to a party at Greg's uncle's house in Nashua.
Did anything unusual occur at that party?
Well, it's an annual Christmas party that his family has every year, and usually there's a lot of drinking that goes on there. It's a party. And Greg had been drinking excessively at that party. And I mean, it wasn't like he drank excessively every single day or anything like that, but it was just at that party. And his parents drove us there, and they drove us home. And when we got home, we got into an argument.
Okay, tell us about it.
Well, Greg wasn't making any sense at all, and everyone at the party thought it was funny because he had been drinking so much, and he was joking around, and everyone was laughing, and they thought it was funny, and I didn't think it was funny because I hadn't been drinking. And
That's what I have to check to the narration and what everybody at the party thought.
okay.
An answer to correct.
I still don't hear him, I'm sorry.
She may answer the question.
Go ahead.
Where do you want me to start?
I think you were saying that you didn't drink much.
No, I didn't. And I didn't think it was funny because then I knew the next day that he wouldn't be feeling too good, and that everybody wouldn't be around laughing right then when he wasn't feeling good the next day.
I think he told us that Greg's parents drove you to home.
Yes, they did. They had driven us there also.
Okay, can you tell us about the ride home and can you recall anything about it and what, if anything further?
Greg's mom and dad were in the front of the car. Greg's father was driving. Greg and I were in the back seat, and basically there was just laughter in the car at what Greg was saying. I believe, from what I remember, he was talking about some car that he had seen before, and he just wasn't making any sense, and his mother was laughing.
What happened when you got home?
When we got back to the house, I started getting ready for bed, and I had put on a pair of sweatpants and a sweatshirt, and Greg was getting changed, and then I don't even really remember what the argument was about because he wasn't making any sense at all, but we had gotten into an argument, and I had said that I was leaving the house, and he had told me that he didn't want me to leave the house, and he went to grab me, and I turned around at the same time, and the side of his hand hit me like right on the side of my face, and I was really shocked, and so was he, because he did not mean to hit me, but he had hit me, and I left the house.
Let me just stop you for a second. Did Greg Smart beat you during the...
No, absolutely not. He did not beat me. Greg would never have beat me.
Did he ever cause any bruises on your arm or any other part of your body?
No, absolutely not. Greg was not like that at all.
Did you ever show Billy Flynn a bruise on your arm or any other part of your body?
No, I did not.
Did you ever tell Billy Flynn that cousin beat you?
No, absolutely not.
What did you do after that point in time that you just told me?
Well, I left the house, and when I left, I shut the door behind me, and I locked the door because it had been locked, and not him. I realized that I didn't have the keys to get back in, and I just left. I walked to his parents' house, actually.
Did you ever get back in the house that night?
Well, it's kind of a strange story what happened, but I went over to his parents' house, and I rang the doorbell, and they let me in, and I told them what had happened. I was crying because I was upset, and they had known Greg was drinking because, like I said, they were with us. And his father went over to the house to talk to Greg, and he was ringing the doorbell, and he couldn't get in the house because, like I said, it was locked. And his father, I guess Greg had passed out, and he didn't hear the doorbell. So his father came back to the house and called our home, and Greg didn't answer because he didn't hear the phone, and the answering machine clicked.
I'm just going to have to, this is all speculation.
Okay.
Well, no, I was right
You
there.
can strike the part about why you didn't answer. Disregard that. Did you get back?
Okay, well, there was no answer, and the answering machine picked up on the fourth ring, and his father left a message on the machine, and when you're in our house, you can hear the machine at the message as it's being left, and he was saying, "Greg, pick up the phone. Greg, pick it up," and Greg didn't.
Did you ever get into the house?
Yes. His mother and father asked me if I wanted to stay with them that night, but I had decided that I wanted to go home. And I went back to the house, and Greg's father tried his key in the door, and his key opened our door. And I went into the house. And I slept on the couch.
Other than that, did Greg Smart ever hit you accidentally or on purpose at all?
No, he did not, and he was very upset when he had found out what he had done.
Now, what kind of work were you doing in the fall that year?
Director of Media Services.
What is it? What do you do?
I handle all media purchases for our school administrative unit, which includes 11 schools from the Seacoast area, and I handle public relations for the schools also, which includes doing newsletters, writing, editing, photography, and workshops sometimes for students on media equipment.
Who would you work with? Who were the people that you worked with?
My secretary? I had a secretary named Patty Weiser, and I also had a media aide, Cindy Durant, and I had a student intern, Cecilia Pierce. But I don't believe Cecilia Pierce was my intern in the fall yet at that point.
How did you come to have Cecilia Pierce become your intern?
Well, the previous year, I had covered a story for the newsletter on a project at the high school called Project Self-Esteem, which is a 3-day drug and alcohol awareness program for incoming freshmen. And I covered the story, and at the time I covered the story, I was asked if I would be interested in participating as a facilitator the following year. Well, what it is a lot of different workshops on drug and alcohol awareness, and after the big general meeting, students break down into small groups, and each group has an adult facilitator and a student facilitator, and they go over what was just said in the large group discussion, and they do projects about it.
Okay, you were telling us that you were in that group, and did that have something to do with being Cecilia?
Well, eventually, the next year I came back and I was in that group. I was asked if I would be interested in helping Mrs. Kinsman, the guidance counselor at Winnicott, with the student facilitators for the following year. And in that group of people, that's when I met Cecilia Pierce.
Did you like her, dislike her? What were your feelings towards her?
Well, my feelings when I first met her were just feelings for any student in the group. I was just interested in helping.
Did those feelings change over time?
Well, the first day, Cecilia came up to me, and she was very friendly. She started talking to me with a friend of hers, Rachel Emon, and she kind of just ended up hanging around and staying close to me throughout the Project Self-Esteem group, and we became friends.
How did it happen that she became your intern?
At some point, she indicated an interest in journalism for herself. She had said that she was interested in going to college for journalism, and when I would describe my job to her, she had said that she wouldn't mind having a job like mine. It sounded like fun, and I had said that maybe she would like to come over sometime because she might possibly be able to work with me on some projects and see what it was like.
Did that happen?
Yes, I found out that Winnicott had a intern experience-based education program where they had placed student interns in work environments through one of the teachers over there, Janice Petro, and I talked to Ms. Petro about it, and she had said that that would be a good idea if Cecilia wanted to work over there, and she did become my intern.
You know a fellow named Vance Latimer Jr., also known as JR?
Yes, I do. I met Vance Latimer at the same point where I met Cecilia Pierce, which he was a student facilitator on Project Self-Esteem.
Close friends with Vance Latimer Jr.?
No.
You know a fellow named Pete Randall? I mean, you saw him testify here, but did you know him back there at this point we're talking about?
I knew who Pete Randall was, but I, in my life, had I think, 2 conversations with him. Before that, I just knew that he was a friend of some of the students.
What was the subject of or the nature of the conversation you had with Pete Randall in your life?
One conversation, well, actually, I don't know if I've ever spoken directly to Pete Randall. He was part of a conversation that I was in. One was about motorcycles. I don't really remember.
You know, was Bill Flynn in this group?
Yes, he was.
What was the nature of your relationship with Bill Flynn in the fall of that year?
Same as everyone else's, just acquaintances.
Did you like him?
Yes, I thought he was a good kid.
What did you like about him?
He was easy to talk to. Friendly.
Do you have any shared interests?
Yeah, he liked some of the same music that I do, and he played the guitar.
Did you ever get involved in any special projects with any of the kids at the school?
Yes, I did. There came a time when I received a flyer in the mail about an orange juice commercial for the Florida Department of Citrus was putting on, and I had it in my office at one point when Cecilia Pierce was in there working with me, and she saw it on my desk and asked me what it was, and I explained it to her, and she said that she thought it was neat, and I asked her if she'd be interested in doing it and if she knew any students who would want to do it also.
Okay, and who eventually got involved in putting this commercial together?
At the beginning, it was Cecilia Pierce, Rachel Emond, Kevin Mort, Bill Flynn, and I believe another student, his name was Jeremy Thompson.
What did you do?
But it didn't end up with all those people in it.
Okay, who did it end up with? What did you do?
It ended up with myself, Tracy Collins, who is a friend of mine, Cecilia Pierce, Rachel Emond, and Bill Flynn.
Did you ask Bill Flynn to be in it? Or did he ask you if he could be in it?
Cecilia asked him.
What did he do in the orange juice commercial? What was his role?
Well, all the kids worked on the planning of the project. It was a very involved project, everything from audio and video. We had lyrics, we wrote our own song, and all the kids worked on the brainstorming and the planning of it. And eventually, Bill did the camera work. He was the cameraman because I was just supposed to be guiding them through it. I wasn't supposed to actually be filming or doing the work. I was allowed to be in it, but I wasn't allowed to do the actual filming, so Bill did that.
Where would you do the filming? What places?
Excuse me?
Where would you do the filming for this commercial?
A variety of different places, including some scenes were done at Bill Flynn's house, some were done at the beach, Seabrook Beach, some were done behind Cecilia Pierce's grandmother's house, some were done in a street, all over. One was done at the Seabrook Recreation Department.
Did you ever go to your own home for this scene?
Well, originally we had planned to use a four-wheeler that Greg had owned for a scene, and Greg was going to drive the four-wheeler in the scene. And we went over to my house to do it once, but Greg had appointments and he couldn't come home like he thought he could. So we never ended up doing that scene.
And who was with you the time you went to your house to do the scene?
It was Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn.
What time of year was this?
It was during February vacation.
How long did you work on this orange juice commercial for?
I believe we started in January, and it was due into the Florida Department of Citrus on April 1st, so it would have been January, February, and March.
Did your relationship with Bill Flynn ever change?
Yes, it did.
Why and how?
Why? I don't know, but how? When we were working on the video, I was told from the beginning from Cecilia that Bill had a crush on me, and I didn't like him at first, but yes, I did. I did start to like him during the filming of the Orange Juice video.
Did you ever tell him that you liked him?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the people in the jury how that came about?
Cecilia had said that Bill was talking about me and that she thought that I should talk to him, and I believe he came over to my office, and I had told him that I had known he had liked me and that I thought he was really nice and that I liked him too, but that I was married and that I was not interested in having a relationship with him.
What was his reaction to that?
He was surprised that I had liked him, but he didn't really say anything. He just kind of sat there.
I'm not sure if you said this, but when was this?
February 5th.
Did you kiss him on February 5th?
No. I told him I didn't like him.
Did there ever come a point in time when you did kiss Bill Flynn?
Excuse me?
Did there ever come a point in time when you did kiss Bill Flynn?
Yes, I did.
What happened between this February 5th when you told him that you couldn't have an affair at that point in time? What changed?
My feelings.
Describe what's going on.
Well, I didn't set out to have an affair with him, but I did. And in February, I believe it was February 27th or something, it was during February vacation also, while I was over his house, we were working on the video, we were in his room, and he kissed me.
Fight him off?
Excuse me?
Did you fight him off?
No.
Tell us what happened. He kissed you.
He kissed me and then I went home.
Did you talk about the kiss after the kiss?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Did you ever, after that day, what was the nature of your relationship? How did things go after that?
Well, I really didn't want to have an affair, and I was trying to fight my feelings
Were you successful?
up until March 24th.
What happened on March 24th?
Bill came over my house, my condo in Derry,
Was anyone with him? What was going on? Why that day?
because Greg was gone to Atlantic City.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Where was he gone?
Atlantic City?
Bill just happened to come over there, or was it planned?
No, it was planned.
Okay, tell us about it.
The planning of it?
Yeah. How did it happen? Well,
I said I was going to be by myself. Cecilia wanted to sleep over, and Bill asked if he could come.
when Bill Flynn asked if he can come over to your house and your husband's gone, do you think it's the same as Cecilia asking to come over and sleep over?
No.
Okay, what's going through your mind?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, so your husband's gone, and Cecilia's going to come over to sleep over to give you company. Then Bill Flynn asks if he can come over, okay? Can I come over? I'm Bill Flynn. Can I come over? What's your reaction? What's going on?
Yes, I wanted him to come over.
Did you expect that when he was over, you would have sex with him?
Yes.
Did you have sex with him when he came over?
Yes.
Did you watch that movie 9.5 Weeks?
Yes.
Did you make love to him?
Yes.
Did you do the thing with the ice cubes?
No. I think he's having a problem remembering where reality began and the movie stopped.
Judge, motion is struck the witness.
Granted, the jury will disregard that statement.
You saw some pictures that were entered into evidence earlier. You recall them? Pictures of you?
The photographs of myself, yes.
Okay, what were those all about? How'd they happen?
I believe they were taken in March or April. They were taken for something in April, so I know they were taken before the end of April. The photos were of myself. I really didn't want to develop them at the usual place where I dropped off my film for school because I knew all the people in there and I really didn't want them seeing photos of me. So I had Bill take the roll to Kenny.
Okay, and did you get the photos back?
Yes. I believe the package, when it was given to Kenny, was also given with another roll of film that was either Bill Flynn's mother's or Bill's. And apparently Kenny had written Elaine Flynn's name on the package because Tracy still has the package. And the film was dropped back off. Kenny, when it was done, Kenny gave it to Elaine Flynn, who opened it, apparently because it said her name on it.
Just tell us what you saw.
Oh, okay, well, Bill brought the pictures back in and gave them to me at school.
Did you give Bill any of those pictures?
No, I did not. I was embarrassed of them.
When did this happen in relation to, say, the first time that you told him you had feelings for him, the first time you kissed him, things like that? Can you put the pictures in that context?
If I had to give an honest answer, no, I couldn't because I can't 100% tell you.
Did you ever come to write any letters or notes to Bill Flynn?
Yes.
Were they love letters?
Yes, some were.
Were some of them sexually explicit?
I guess, apparently.
There's a note here, I'm not sure if I can dig it out. There's one note that's...
I know what you're talking about.
Pardon me?
I know what you're talking
It's multicolored.
Yes.
That's
That's not a note.
Okay, well, what is that?
That's just lyrics to a song.
Did you give that to Bill Flynn at any point in time?
No, I didn't. It was inside a tape in my car.
Did you ever buy Bill Flynn booze or alcohol?
No.
Did you ever see him drunk?
Yes. Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
On one occasion. I had picked him up on one occasion with Cecilia Pierce, and he had been drinking Southern Comfort. Well, that's what he told me. I didn't see him drinking it.
Where was he picked him up and where did you go?
I picked him up at his house, and we went to Vance Latamy's. I don't really remember the night very clearly, but I remember there was a stop at Vance Latamy Jr.'s house. I believe we went to Salisbury Beach.
After you became sexually intimate with Bill Flynn, the night you told us about 9.5 weeks, how often did you see him?
I usually saw him at school every day.
How often would you see him outside of a normal conference?
Well, usually on Saturdays, we would work on the orange juice video, so I would see him then, and sometimes after school, but not always, because we did the video with Cecilia also, and she was working at the time, so she wasn't able to do it every single day.
What were your feelings about having him here?
I had mixed emotions about it. I was, I don't feel too good about myself.
You said mixed.
Well, I liked Bill, but I also loved Greg.
How strong was your life for Bill Flynn at its peak?
I loved him at one point.
Did you ever stop loving Greg during this affair?
No, never.
How did that make you feel? For all the people?
Confused.
What did you think about yourself?
Not very highly.
Did you ever tell your husband about this?
Yes, I did.
When did that occur?
The Friday before he was murdered.
Tell us about it.
Well, there had been quite a few occasions on when I had wanted to tell Greg, but I had chickened out. And then on a Friday, before he was murdered, the week before, he was at a conference in Rhode Island, and he was coming home that Friday, and I left work early on Friday so that I could come home and talk to him.
What happened?
He had come home and started telling me about what had happened during his conference, just general talk. And during that conversation, he had told me that one of the other men from, I don't know if it was someone from Metropolitan or someone that he had just met, had brought a hooker back to their room or something, not Greg's room, but to this other guy's room. And he had started telling me about that, and obviously I was wondering why they would do something like that, and I asked him if he had been with this hooker, and he said no. And I brought up the past time that he had been with someone, and he started asking me if I was going to throw that in his face all the time, and if I was just going to bring that up for the rest of our life. And I said something to the effect of that it wasn't easy to forget, and that how would he have felt if I had done something like that. And he answered and said that he wouldn't be too happy about it either, but that he wouldn't throw it in my face for the rest of my life. So then I told him. And he wasn't happy.
Did you talk about it that night?
Well, we talked about it for about 3 hours that day. And he said that he couldn't believe that I would do that. And I told him that I was sorry, and he asked me if I loved him. I said I did. I did love him. And I told him that it was over with me and this person. I never told him who the person was.
Was it true that it was over?
Yes, it was.
Let's go back a little bit, Dave. You told us about the night you rented the 9.5 weeks, Dave. They loved Billy Flynn. What happened between that point in time, I think you said March 24th and May 1st, sometime late March, May 1st.
Well, there was still a relationship going on then, and I just realized that obviously I couldn't have two relationships at once, and that it was going to have to be one or the other. And I wanted to be with Greg.
Did you ever make any attempts to break off with Billy?
With Bill?
Bill.
Yes, numerous attempts. Even before March 24th.
Okay. Well, tell us about the month before March 24th.
Well, I told you that beforehand. I didn't want to even have a relationship with him. And then when I did, I told him that I didn't think it was right and that it was wrong and that I wanted to be with Greg, and he kept saying, why didn't I just get a divorce? And I said, because I love Greg. And he would ask me how I could love two people at once.
Dave, let me ask you a question. Why didn't you just get a divorce?
Because I didn't want a divorce.
Suppose you got a divorce and very smart for everything you own in the whole world. What would you be losing?
Everything he owned?
Everything the two of you together own. What would you be losing? Did you own a house?
No, we rented a condo. The things that we owned were owned jointly, the furniture, and he owned his own car, and I owned my own car, because I had my car before we were married, so my car was in my name. And our bank accounts were in both of our names.
How much money did you have saved up?
Probably between $4,000 and $6,000 in the savings and the check.
Whose dog was Haley? How'd you get Haley?
Greg gave him to me when I was graduating from college as a gift. It was my dog, I guess.
Did you know whether or not Greg had insurance?
Insurance?
Yeah, life insurance on himself.
I knew he had some life insurance, but I had no idea how much.
What was Billy Flynn's reactions on the times when you tell him the things you told us earlier about being wrong and having to break it off?
He told me that he was going to kill himself.
What tone of voice? That's what I mean by reactions.
He would usually cry.
Did he cry easily?
Did he cry easily?
Well, did he cry often, I guess?
Often? No, not often. Probably, I've seen him cry probably 4 times.
Can you tell us about one of them?
There was one time when we were in my car, and I had told him that I didn't want to have a relationship with him anymore, and he started crying, and he said that he couldn't live without me.
Where was that?
In my car.
No, where was your car?
Seabrook.
Any place you...
Yeah, right near the beach.
When was that?
The end of March, probably.
How did that make you feel when Billy Flynn cried and told you you couldn't live without him?
I felt bad. I didn't want to hurt his feelings. I mean, I still wanted to be friends with him, and he was still a nice person. I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So I felt bad when he cried.
What happened? You indicated earlier that at some point in time you actually did break off with him. Can you tell us about that?
There was more than one time. What time?
The last time.
The last time? Yeah, I told him that there was absolutely no way that I could live like this any longer, and that I was going to tell Greg about it, and he didn't think that was a good idea. He told me that he didn't think that I should tell Greg.
Why didn't he think you should tell Greg?
He didn't say why, he just, I think maybe because he realized that that would be pretty final. I don't know, I can't speculate on what he thought.
When was this conversation?
Probably like April 28th, around there.
Last week of April, somewhere?
Yes, it was either the Wednesday or the Thursday in the last week of April.
Could you describe Billy's behavior, his emotions as you had the conversation on this time?
He was crying. And then he stopped crying. He seemed mad at first, but then all of a sudden he just didn't seem mad anymore. He just asked if we could be friends, and I said yeah, but I thought that it was a good idea if he didn't come over to the media center, because I felt like if we kept seeing each other, that it would make it harder. But he said he couldn't just not see me anymore at all, that he wanted to still be my friend and to come over, so I said okay.
Where were the places that you were alone with Billy Flynn over these couple of months?
There were times when I was alone. I think there was 2 times I was alone in his house with him. There were numerous times I was alone in my car with him. And at my house. Or sometimes in my office. Well, he would come over periods 3 and 6, I believe, and Cecilia would come over periods 5 and 8.
Were they usually together when they were at your office?
No, they can't. They have the same, different study periods. There would be an occasion every once in a while where either Cecilia or Bill would have one of the other's study period class canceled during one of the other person's study periods so that they would be over at the same time, but usually they weren't, because you can't just skip class over at school. You have to get a pass during a study period.
Did Bill ever use your car?
Did he ever?
Use your car? Did you ever let him take your car?
Yes, on 2 occasions.
Can you tell us about the first?
He wasn't driving either occasion, though. He doesn't have his license. Well, he didn't have his license at the time.
Can you tell us about the first occasion? What happened?
There was a time when Bill called me at the media center and asked me if he and JR could use my car to go to Haverhill. And at first I said no, because I didn't think it was a good idea. And then he had called me back and asked me again if he could use it. And I asked him if he could find a ride by someone else. And he had indicated that his friend Chris was able to give him a ride. And then he called back and said that Chris didn't know if he was going to be able to give him a ride, and could I just leave the keys in the car, and that if he needed it, could he take it and then just bring it back? And I said yes, but only if JR was driving, because I didn't want someone without a license driving my car. JR had a license.
No, what was going on that evening? Why would your car have been there?
Oh, I was at a meeting.
What kind of meeting was it?
Either an AOC or an SAU school board meeting,
So what's AOC?
or a joint board.
What's AOC?
Administrative Operations Committee meeting.
Did you go to a meeting that evening?
The evening I lent the car, yes.
What happened after the meeting?
Well, I went to the meeting. It was upstairs in the SAU office, and I didn't know, obviously, if they took the car until the meeting was over, and I went to leave, and there was no car.
What did you do?
Well, I wasn't too happy, and I went back into my office, and I figured that I would wait in my office. Well, then I looked out the window to see if they had parked it in a different place, but they hadn't. And then I realized that everyone was going to be leaving the building soon, and that I would be left sitting there, and chances were someone would ask me why I wasn't going home, and I didn't want to have to say, because I'd lent my car to somebody else and they didn't bring it back yet. So I just closed the door in my office and I shut up.
Why didn't you want to say that?
Well, because it was lent to a student.
Okay, you closed the door, and then what happened? What'd you do?
Well, I heard someone coming down the stairs, and my door was locked, and they held onto the door handle like they were trying to get in. So I moved from around the side of my desk around a bookshelf because I figured if they walked inside my office, I would be sitting locked in my office in total darkness, and that would look pretty stupid. So I went around the side, and someone came and got the key, opened up the door, came in, and I don't know what exactly they did, but it sounded like they opened up my desk and closed it. And later on, I found out that somebody had returned a magic marker and an easel into my office.
Well, what time was the meeting over there? Do you remember?
Probably around 9:30.
How long did you wait in your office until Bill Flynn and JR get back?
Well, I was waiting in my office. Everybody had gone. Whoever came in my office had left. I heard everybody leave the building. And I was sitting there and the phone rang. And I picked it up, and it was Bill. And of course I said, "Where are you?" And he said that he was still in Haverhill and that he was on his way back. And I told him to hurry up because I was sitting in my office and that I wanted to go home and that I was mad.
Did you tell him about hiding behind the bookcase?
I believe so. Yes, I had told him somebody came inside the office. Because what happened afterwards was that I tried to get out of the office, and I think the door got jammed or something, and I couldn't get out. And I thought I had locked myself inside the office, and I didn't know how to get out. And I thought I was going to have to go out a window or something, but then after he called and I hung up, I tried the door again, and it must have just been jammed. It had happened before that it had gotten jammed like that on one other occasion.
Now, what happened when your car came back?
Well, I went out to the car, and it was Bill and Raymond Fowler. And the first thing I said was, "Who is that?"
Why did you say who was that? Was Raymond a friend of yours?
No,
Did you know Raymond?
no. I had heard of him, but I didn't know him. I think I had seen him on one occasion, but I just didn't know what he looked like. I didn't remember.
Who were you expecting to see when you walked
Bill
out?
and JR.
When you said, "Who is that?" what response, if any, did you get?
Bill said, "That's Raymond. You remember Raymond, don't you?" And I said, "No." Did I remember him? No. Well, once he said Raymond Fowler, I remembered who that was.
What occurred after that?
Well, when I got out, opened up the door, they were getting out of the car, and they were both on the side of the passenger side, so I didn't know who was driving at the time. So I got inside the car and asked Bill who had been driving, and he had said Raymond had been driving, and I asked if Raymond had a license, and he said yes.
Okay, where, if anywhere, did you go after that?
I dropped them off, and then I went home.
Let's talk about the ride to Raymond's house. Did you express your displeasure during that part of the ride?
I had talked about how someone had come inside my office, and that was about it. The radio was on. I wasn't really talking because I was mad, and I didn't want to say anything to Bill in front of his friend because I didn't want to embarrass him.
Okay, after you dropped Raymond off, did you drop him off first?
Yes.
Okay, after you dropped him off, did you talk to Bill any further on the way to get?
Yes, I did. I told him that I was never letting him use my car again because he didn't come back on time, and I had to sit in my office and wait, and I was mad because they didn't come back on time because he had said if he had taken it, it would only be gone for like a half an hour or something, and that I was mad. And I was mad that it was Raymond in the car and not JR because I didn't even know Raymond, and I really didn't want someone I didn't know driving my car.
I asked you this earlier, but how many times was Bill Flynn at your house, ever?
In Derry?
Derry.
3.
Okay, the first was when?
When he came to film the orange juice commercial.
Second was?
March 24th.
Okay, is that 9.5 weeks?
Yeah.
When's the third time?
I don't remember the exact date. The last Tuesday in April.
Okay, what was that week? Was there anything special about that week?
Yes, I had said already that Greg was at a career school in Rhode Island.
How long was Billy there? What happened?
One day, one night.
You spent the night?
Yep.
What did you do then?
That night,
Eating. Right.
ate dinner, watched movies.
Who cooked?
Who cooked?
Yeah.
I did.
Who did the dishes?
He did.
Who cleaned up afterwards?
He did.
Did you do any other chores around the house?
Did he?
Yeah.
He took out the trash.
Where do you take the trash
There's a receptacle or trash bin in the back of the condo, and he took it out there. Down cellar, we keep, well, first of all, we have a little small trash can in the kitchen, and then, like, every time that's full, we bring that downstairs in leave it in big green bags at the bottom of the cellar stairs, and when there's about 4 or 5 bags, someone will take them out, and that's what he did.
To take them out, you just go down and sell and get them, and bring them out to this trash receptacle, right?
Exactly.
And how do you get from the down cellar to the outside trash receptacle?
You go through the bulkhead. I've never done it myself personally. Greg always did that.
Did you use the bulkhead yourself, right?
On one occasion, I did.
What was that for?
My dance studio had a garage sale, and I believe the summer before that, and I had taken some of the stuff home, and I brought it back through the bulkhead. But Greg used it a lot. When he went riding his four-wheeler with his friend Brian, they were all muddy. They used to come through the bulkhead almost every weekend.
You heard Billy Flynn testify that he needed some bullets to kill your husband, and that you went to a bank in Hampton, New Hampshire, I believe he said, in a movie theater, took out money, and you needed $30, I believe he said.
Right.
How much of those statements were true?
None.
Your Honor, the jury can determine what's true in this case.
Well, I can say that I did never go
Just
to...
a moment. Whether or not the statements are true, definitely true. Whether or not, in her opinion, he made those, or she did what he testified to. She may answer. But the truth of any matter here goes with the jury.
I take it the objection's overruled now.
No, the objection's been sustained in part. She may answer the question, but not the question, was the statement true? That's a matter for the jury.
I did not ever give Bill Flynn $30 to buy bullets to murder Greg.
Did you have a bank in
Did I have a bank in Hampton? No. Well, after the murder, I did, but not before the murder.
Okay, before the murder, where did you do your banking? Where did Greg do your banking? His bank?
Bank of New Hampshire in Nashua. Well, I just used the automatic teller machine card, but Greg was the one who made the deposits at the actual bank. It was near his work.
What kind of accounts or account did you have at the Bank of New Hampshire?
Both the savings and checking.
Whose name were on the accounts, if you recall?
Both of ours.
Did you go to any automatic teller machine in Hampton? And so let's say, Billy said it was shortly before the murder. Let's go a week before the murder. Did you go use any automatic teller machine in Hampton?
Not that I remember.
Did you write any checks by the Bill Flynn or for Bill Flynn during that period of time?
No.
I'm going to ask you about May 1st last year. Do you recall how the day began?
Yes, I do. I woke up with Greg, and I went to work late because I had a meeting that night, and I knew that I'd be working late, and that's usually what I did on days that I had to work late.
Did you recall when you got to work?
Approximately 10:30.
Did you stay in the school for the whole school day?
I don't work in the school.
I'm sorry, the administrative building.
No, there was one point when I went to, it was the end of, I believe, Secretary's Week, and our entire office went out that afternoon for lunch to take all the secretaries out.
Okay, and who went and where did you go?
We went to the library restaurant in Portsmouth, and my entire office went, which is probably about 15 people.
Did Patty, your secretary, go?
Oh yes, that's who I was taking out.
Okay, and again, what's her name? Say it.
Her name is Patty Weiser, and I also, each administrator paid for the personnel that worked underneath them. And so I paid for Patty, and I paid for Cindy Duran.
Up to Portsmouth, when we're leaving there, going up to Portsmouth, eating lunch, and coming back, can you give us some idea of the times involved?
We left the office at approximately 11:30 because the meeting at the library was at 12 o'clock, the luncheon meeting. And we got back after school had ended at Winnicott for the day, because I remember that the buses were already gone and everything, so about 11:30 to 2:30.
Now, again, did you meet with Cecilia Pierce during that period of time and talk to her about the murder that was going to happen that evening?
It would have been physically impossible, considering I was not in the building.
Did you see Vance that day? Vance Lattamy?
Yes, I did.
Where did you see Vance Lattamy?
After school, I got a phone call at about, I think it was about 3 o'clock, and it was Bill, and he had asked me if I could give he and Vance a ride to Haverhill to get Vance's grandmother's car.
Okay, well, when did Bill, had you seen Bill earlier that day at all? Had you seen him at
No,
school?
I had not. I just said I wasn't. The only time I got to work at 10:30, and I immediately had a meeting with the superintendent about the meeting I was going to that night. And so I went into his office, and then there was only about 10 minutes before we left for the library, because I remember getting absolutely no work done until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because I was in, then out, then back in again.
You know, you came in at 10:30, had a meeting for almost an hour with the superintendent. Then you leave at 11:30. Do you go over to the high school and at 5 or?
No,
Were you over at the high school that morning at all?
no,
Bill Flynn that morning over at your office at all?
no. I remember when I got there, Patty Weiser had said that Bill had been.
Question, Your Honor.
Forget it.
Did you, a better question for me to ask is, did you see Bill at your office?
No, I did not.
Now, you started to
School,
tell us
well,
about-
let me just say one other thing. School ends at 2:17, and so I got back at 2:30, so after school, they were already gone also.
You started to tell us a little bit earlier about a phone call from Bill and wanting a ride.
Yes.
Did you give him a ride?
Well, originally he called and said he wanted a ride to Haverhill so that JR could pick up his grandmother's car, and I said that I wanted to get to work, because like I had said, I hadn't really done anything that day, and I said no, and then he called me back again and asked me again, and I said yes.
Did he tell you, well, when you gave him a ride, what time of day was it?
I believe it was, well, it was after the rest of my office had left, which they leave at 4 o'clock, so I would say it was probably about 4:30.
What happened on the ride down? Who was there? What happened?
Well, I got to JR's house, and like I had said, Bill said it was supposed to be he and JR, and when I got there, Pete Randall was there also, and asked if he could come because JR didn't want to ride back by himself from Haverhill. And Bill had to ride with me because I didn't know how to get back from Haverhill.
Okay. Did you go to Haverhill?
Yes, I gave them a ride. Well, JR drove the car.
Did anything unusual happen on the way to Haverhill?
No,
Did you plot the death of your husband?
Objection, Your Honor.
no,
Were there any discussions about murdering your husband on the ride?
no, there were not.
Did Bill Flynn show you a pistol or gun, any kind of gun on the way to Haverhill?
No. I remember that there was some talk about a motorcycle. That's really what I remember. Bill was talking about a motorcycle that he wanted.
Was JR driving the car at this point?
Yeah, and we also talked about my car. JR had asked me about my car, if I liked it, and he said he liked driving it, and just things like that.
Was he driving fast?
Yes, he was. I remember I was sitting behind him, and I could see the speedometer because I was leaned up against his seat. And I told him to slow down because I didn't want to get a ticket in Haverhill because I had 4 people in the car, and the car is a 2-seater, and I believe that's against the law.
Did you go to Haverhill, get there?
Yes, we did.
What happened in Haverhill?
JR got his grandmother's car, and he and Pete drove back in the grandmother's car, and I drove back with Bill, and I was driving.
And what did you do with Bill as he drove back?
I dropped him off at JR's house.
Did you see or talk to Bill, Pete, or JR again that day?
No. I went back to work.
Okay, what did you do at work? Did you see anything with anybody at work?
I was working on the computer because I was doing a catalog, and at about, I believe, 7:10, 7:15, Cecilia Pierce came into the office with Michael Welch, her friend. I don't really know him, but I know he's a friend of Cecilia's.
And how long did they stay?
About 3 minutes. Then I went to the meeting. It started at 7:30, I believe.
Now, why did you go to that meeting?
Because there was 3 things on the agenda that pertained directly to my employment, one being my salary, one being the reconstruction of the media center, and another being a possibility of me teaching a course over at Winnicott the following school year.
What role were you planning on playing at the meeting?
None, really, just to listen and gather information. I was very concerned about the fact that the media center was supposedly undergoing renovations that would make the elimination of materials almost absolute, and I was concerned about what materials would have to be eliminated and what effect that would have on the schools. So I just went to listen, basically, and if anybody had any questions, I figured as the director of the media center, I would be able to answer them.
Brent, can we take a recess for a moment?
Why don't we continue for another 15 minutes? That's right, for lunch.
After the meeting, what did anything to do with that?
I believe Patty Weiser's husband, Cal Weiser, who's on the Winnicott School Board, walked me out to my car because it was dark, and usually someone would walk me out.
And where did you go?
Home.
Tell us what happened when you got home on May 1st, 1990.
I drove up to the house, and I went into the garage, and I went up to the house, and I noticed that the outside lights weren't on. And I remember thinking that that was odd because Greg usually left them on when he knew that I was going to be late. But, I didn't think it was anything major. I just remember thinking it was odd. And I walked up the steps, and I put the key in the door, and when I pushed the door open, I turned on the light, and I saw Greg.
What did you do?
Well, it all happened in a matter of, not even a second, I don't think. And I remember seeing things near him, like a candlestick and a pillow, and I remember the first thing I thought was to go get help. And I said Greg's name, and he didn't answer, and I ran out. It all happened really fast. It's hard for me to remember exactly in what order.
Did you know Greg was dead then?
No. I didn't know what was going on. I thought that someone was in the house still, though. I remember thinking that to run somewhere else and call the police.
What did you do?
I ran next door, and I started banging on the door, and no one would help me. It seemed like it was taking forever, and I was ringing the doorbell, and I was screaming, somebody call the police, someone help me. And they didn't come fast enough. They might have, but it just seemed like forever. And so I ran to the next door and started banging on it, and they didn't come. And I ran to the next one, and by that time the girl was already coming down the stairs because I guess she had heard me screaming. They let me in the house. They opened the door and asked me what was wrong. And I said, there's something wrong with my husband. Someone call the police.
How long was it before the police got there?
Like a second. Apparently someone had already called 911 before this man did.
What did you do when the police got there? Do you remember?
Excuse me?
Do you remember what you did when the police got there?
I remember I went back outside the house, and there was all kinds of cars and people had come outside, and I remember everyone was asking me what was wrong. Everyone was saying, "What's wrong with him? Is there something? Did he have a heart attack?" And well, is he having any health problems? And I kept saying that, no, I don't know, I was crying. And someone asked me if there was anyone that I wanted to call. And I said, call Greg's parents. And I gave them the phone number because they live right around the corner.
While this was going on, where the police coming? If you know, what did you see them doing where you were?
I don't know, I was on the knees I was on my knees on the ground. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure they were going inside the house, but...
How long was it before the police came up and gave you any information?
Before I got any information, the Smarts had arrived. Greg's brother, his mother, his father, in Greg's brother's car. And they got out of the car, and they were all still in their pajamas, and they were, like, jumping out of the car. And they were asking me, what's the matter? Where's Greg? And I was screaming that I didn't know what was wrong. And Greg's mother tried to go inside the house, but the police, they wouldn't let her inside the house because they were all outside blocking the stairs. And she was screaming that she wanted to get in, and everyone was screaming at me what was wrong, and I didn't know, and I was crying. And then the medical EMTs or whatever, ambulance came, and 2 men went inside the house, and they came back outside of the house, and Greg's brother said, how come no one's helping him? And everyone was screaming, how come no one's doing anything? And a policeman came down the stairs. He said, because he's dead.
Do you know what you did after that?
No, I have no idea what happened, except for I remember being at the Smarts house. That was the next thing, and I have no idea how I got there.
How long did you stay at the Smart's house?
I think till like 2 o'clock in the morning. Then I went to the police station.
Did anybody come over to the Smart's house?
Yeah, yes, a lot of people. The Smart family, aunts and uncles and friends of mine, my mom and my sister, my friend Tracy, Brian. I think Grammy and Grampy Smart came over too.
Where were you?
In the house, all over the place, usually in the upper living room or the downstairs.
Where did you stay the next few days?
Excuse me, where did I stay?
Right.
At my mother's. Well, I didn't sleep anywhere. I didn't sleep the whole night, but I went to the police station. I filled out a report, and then I went back to my mother's house at about 4 o'clock in the morning or something.
Did you know that evening how Greg had been murdered?
Well, Greg's brother, I believe, was the one who had told me, or somebody told me that the EMT had said that Greg died of a head wound that apparently had been hit over the head with a candlestick. That's how I thought he died.
Did you ever find out otherwise?
Yeah, I did.
How did you find out?
One day I was driving down the road and I heard it on the radio. That's how I found out.
Who takes a break on that? I know it's early.
We'll break for lunch in your room, but 1 o'clock.
All right.
Emily, you remain under oath.
Yes.
I want to talk to you, or have you talk to us about the month of May, the month after your husband's death. I think you told us earlier that you gone to stay with you folks for a while.
Yes.
How did you keep yourself busy during that month? What did you do?
I went back to work and I continued my dance classes.
Did you have contact with your friends during that month?
Yes, almost daily.
Okay, who were the people you would be with during the month?
Sonia, Simon, Tracy Collins, Brian Washburn, Terry Schnell.
Did you see Bill a lot during that month?
Just at work.
Did Cecilia start to avoid you after May 1st?
No. She continued working in the media center, so I would see her, like I said, period 5 and 8.
Did you ever do any things with her after school at all? If you recall.
I went to the beach with her once with my sister, Sonia, and Cecilia. I believe that was in June,
In June?
the beginning. I think it was June 4th.
Now, at some point, did you get a place of your own to live?
Yes, I did.
When did you go back to Misty Morning Drive?
Why didn't I?
Yeah.
Because my husband was murdered there, and I didn't want to live in the same building.
Before we went on the jury view at the beginning of this case, when was the last time you've been there?
When we moved all the stuff out of the house, which would have been... the police wouldn't let anybody back in the house for at least, I think, 3 or 4 days after the murder. And eventually there came a time when I had to move the things out of the house. And so I went over there with my friends and my family.
Did you have much contact with the police during this period of time?
Yes.
Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Who would initiate it? How often? Things like that.
I would usually talk to the police every day, and I would either call them or they would call me, or I would go down to the police station. There were times when they had specific questions about either friends of ours or like Detective Pelletier testified to who was in, questions like who was in the house before the murder and things like that.
Was Detective Pelletier correct that you brought up Cecilia Pierce's name to him in the first instance?
Yes.
Was he correct when he testified that you told him about the Project Self-Esteem program?
Yes.
Did you go on television sometime, or were you interviewed by Channel 9 at some point?
Immediately after the murder, I was contacted by numerous media sources, Bill Spencer in particular, quite a few times, and he was leaving messages at the home of my parents where I was staying, and he wanted me to go on camera and talk about the murder.
What was your reaction to that?
Initially, I didn't go on camera. I told him that I didn't want to be on camera, but that he had said, and other news sources had asked me whether or not Greg had any drug involvement, and there was rumors that he was in the mafia, everything, and. Greg did not do anything like that, and before he was buried, I wanted him to be laid to rest with some dignity and pride that he deserved.
In the period, in the whole month of May, did you ever connect Billy Quinn with the death of your husband in your mind?
Not initially. Well, first of all, I was told that it was a bungled burglary and that Greg had been, like I said, hit over the head with a candlestick. So initially, we didn't think that he was murdered, premeditated, I guess.
At any point in time, did you start to think about Billy Quinn?
Well, after I found out Greg was shot, there was all kinds of rumors going around that somebody had wanted this done and that it wasn't a bungled burglary. And the police changed their line of questioning towards me and started asking me if Greg had enemies, if I had enemies, and things like that. So, of course, when I was thinking about the questions, yes, that crossed my mind, whether anybody I know could have done this, but I eliminated that in my own mind. Then there came a time, I believe it was about a week after the murder, when I went back to work with my mother just to stop into the office, and I had occasion to go over to Winnicott High School to talk to the guidance counselor, Mrs. Kinsman, and when I was over there, I saw Bill Flynn.
Did you ask? Well, tell us what Bill Flynn, how he acted when he saw you, what occurred.
Well, like I said, I wasn't going over there to see him, and when he first saw me, he was surprised to see me. Well, I had seen him once before that at the wake, but that wasn't the first time that I saw him after the murder. But when I saw him in the hall, he was surprised to see me, and he stopped and talked to me, asked me how I was doing.
Was any mention made of your husband's death in that conversation?
Yes, that's why he asked me how I was doing. He wanted to know if I was okay, and just the same question. He asked me the same questions every single person that I saw was asking me how I was doing, if there was anything they could do for me, things like that. And then he started asking me questions about the police and if they had any leads, and had they found any like evidence or things like that. And he kept going on about that, and that was the first time it ever came across my mind, could he have done this?
Did you say anything along those lines, though?
Yes, I did. I said, Bill, you didn't have anything to do with this, did you?
What did he say?
He said, no, I was crazy. That he thought I must be losing my mind, that he couldn't believe that I would even ask him that, and that I should go to a psychiatrist. That's what he said.
You mentioned
He was mad. He was mad. He was mad.
Did you accept his denial at this point in time?
Yes, I did. I felt bad afterwards that I had accused him of that.
You mentioned a moment ago that you saw him at the wake. Do you recall, I believe it was Cecilia Pierce, testified that she went to the wake, and that when they came up to see you at the wake, I believe she testified that you said something to the effect that you were glad to see them, but they made you uncomfortable and they should leave. Do you recall her saying that?
I recall her saying that in this courtroom,
Right.
but I don't recall her saying that at the wake, but I remember saying that they made me uncomfortable.
Why did they make you uncomfortable?
They all didn't make me uncomfortable, but Bill did.
Why?
Because of the no, I didn't know at the time that he had done it.
Why
But
did you make
he made me uncomfortable because of the relationship that I had with him.
Okay, now I'm not sure if it's me or you, but we're doing what Mr. Halverson's called Dublin. We're talking over each other. So let me finish the question.
Okay.
How often between the death of your husband and the boy's arrest did you see Bill Flynn? After you've gone back to work.
I usually saw him at the media center, probably every day, well, Monday through Friday at the media center. He would, at the time, I was working on a newsletter, and he was helping me mail it out, and so was Cecilia. So they would come over during their study periods and help me affix the labels onto him.
Did you see him outside of work at any point in time between those two periods, those 2 days?
Yes, I saw him on May 31st,
Okay, how do you know it was May 31st?
because it was Memorial Day and I had the day off.
Okay, can you tell the people on the jury where you saw him and what occurred?
I had mentioned previously that I had to get the stereo taken out of Greg's truck because I was selling the truck, well, at the time I didn't know what I was doing, but I had to do something. And so he had said that he could take the stereo out for me because I was going to go to a stereo place to get it out, and it would have cost me, like, I don't know how much, but I think it's something like $60, and he said he would do it for free.
Okay,
So,
did you bring the truck somewhere for him to do that?
yes, I brought it to Vance Latamy's house.
And was there any discussion about anyone buying the speakers at that point in time?
Vance had indicated an interest in the speakers and asked me what I was doing with them, but I didn't say I would sell them to him or anything like that at that time.
Later on, did anything happen with the speakers?
Bill had asked me quite a few times after that what I was planning on doing with both the stereo and the speakers, because he said he knew people who would buy both of them from me if I was interested in selling them. And eventually he had said that Vance was specifically interested in the truck speakers.
Did anything else occur on May 31st with the kids?
Yes, it did. When we were over there, there was a girl by the name of Michelle Nichols also over there who was JR's girlfriend, and Ralph Welch was there and his girlfriend Michelle. Then there was some other guy, I don't know. There was a lot of people there, and people kept coming over to the truck and talking, and Vance was talking to one of the other kids about a Trans Am that was at Dreher Holloway where his mother worked, and it was some sports car or something, and they were talking about that, and it came up in conversation that they wanted to go over there to the dealership to see it. And because they had taken out the car stereo for me for free, I said that I would give them a ride up there.
Were you interested in getting a new car at this point in time?
Not that, maybe, I don't know. I didn't make any specific plans, like I never test drove and done financing on a specific car or anything like that. But yes, the thought had crossed my mind.
Before Greg's death, had he and you thought about getting a car, or had you gone to look at cars?
Well, we've gone to look at cars quite a few times, but nothing serious. I mean, one day we went out driving BMWs, but obviously we weren't going to buy one because they were too expensive. But Greg just liked to do things like that.
Okay, after you go to this car dealership, what happened? Where did you go?
Well, it was myself, Bill Flynn, Michelle Nichols, Vance, and Pete. And we went into the car dealership and saw that it wasn't like a car that was for sale, I don't think. It was some big souped up like race car thing. I don't know. I think it was really expensive or some, I don't even know that it wasn't something I was looking at to purchase at all. But I met Mrs. Latimer there and talked to her, just met her and went home after. It was nothing big.
When were there other times, again, between the arrest of the boys and your husband's death, that you saw Bill Flynn outside his work?
I don't remember any other specific occasion except for the day before they were arrested.
Okay, tell us about it.
Terry Schnell, a friend of mine, was over my house. I believe it was Saturday, and we were sitting around the house. We were going to go down to the beach just for a drive, and Bill Flynn called the house and asked me what I was doing, and I told him just what I just said. And he said that if I went down to the beach to stop by and say hi. So I went down to the beach. We drove, Terry and I drove, I think we went out to get something to eat. Then we went to Bill's house, and he and Vance were over there.
Okay, how long did you stay there?
About 5 minutes. It was someone's birthday, and there was ice cream cake, and I had a piece, and then we left.
Okay, who left and where'd you go?
Well, Terry and I had rented some movies, I think, or there were movies in the house already, I'm not sure. And we said we were going to watch them, and Bill asked if he could come over and watch them too with Vance. So I said, sure, I guess. And they got in the car, and we all went back to my house.
How long did Terry stay there?
At my house?
Yeah.
Originally, she was supposed to sleep over that night, but for some reason, either she got a phone call or she called her boyfriend, and she decided to go back up to Derry to be with him.
And how long did Bill and Vance stay over?
Probably like 4 hours or so. And then Pete Randall came over and on a motorcycle and took Vance with him to go to Melissa or Michelle's house, I'm not sure which one, which are both of their girlfriends. And Bill didn't want to go with them because, first of all, you can only fit 2 people on the motorcycle. And second of all, because he didn't want to go over with both of their girlfriends and them.
Was there any use of the phone, either outgoing or incoming, while those young men were at your house?
Not that I remember. Not on that day.
Did there come a time when you found out that the boys were arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
That was, I think, The night of June 10th. Or June
I
11th.
think we were just talking about the night before, maybe I got lost there. Were we just
Okay.
talking about the night before?
Yeah.
Okay. Between the point in time when they're over watching the movies and when you find out,
Well, we never watched the movies.
okay.
Yeah.
Point in time they're over there, what occurs? How does the evening end?
Oh, okay, well, like I said, Vance and Pete left for a little while. Pete never came in the house or anything. And so Bill and I were just over at the house watching TV, and we ate dinner, and then he asked me what I was doing that night, and I said nothing, and he asked me if I wanted to go to a movie or something, and I said I didn't think so, and then Pete and JR came back and said, what are we doing? And we said nothing, and then, I don't know whose idea it was, but we all decided to go to the movies.
Did you go to a movie?
Yes, we did. We went to see Total Recall, but it was sold out. We saw, I think it was called Firebirds or something.
I couldn't hear you.
Firebirds, I think it was, I don't know. In Portsmouth.
What happened after the movie?
We came back to my house, and we were just sitting there, and then I don't know. The reason they were staying over around was because since Greg's death, I hadn't been by myself at all on any night. I was either with a friend or my family, and this would have been the first night that I would have stayed by myself. And I remember saying that I was apprehensive about being alone in the house by myself. And that's why originally, like I had said, my friend Terry was supposed to sleep over. And like I said, at the last minute, she went back home. So I had mentioned that. And then at some point in the night, Pete or JR called one of their girlfriends and decided to go back over their girlfriend's house. And Bill and I watched 2 movies.
Okay, and what time are we at now?
By the time the movies are over? Well, one of the movies was The Abyss, and I remember it was really long. And I remember it wasn't over till like 3 o'clock in the morning, because like I said, we had gone to a movie. I think we went to like a 7 o'clock, which would bring us home at 9:30 and watch 2 movies. So it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. I fell asleep during the movie anyways.
Okay, now it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and Bill Flynn's still at your house. Have you rekindled your affair with him?
No, not at all. He was just watching a movie.
What's going on that night? Is he staying over?
Well, actually, yes, he did end up staying over that night, because it was 3 o'clock in the morning. And he just said he would stay over. He was going to put a deadbolt on my door the next day.
Where did he sleep and where did you sleep?
He slept on the couch and I slept upstairs in my bedroom.
What was the thing about a deadbolt? Why did you want a deadbolt?
Why did I want one? Because I don't know, I was afraid to stay by myself, and I just wanted a deadbolt on the door. And I had purchased one at Ames, and I didn't know how to put it on, and he was going to put it on for me.
Now, what occurred the next day when you get up in the morning?
Well, I got up in the morning and I was in the shower and the doorbell rang. And obviously I couldn't get it because I was soaking wet. And Bill went and got it, and it was Pete and JR.
Okay. How long were Pete and JR at the house? Do you recall?
They came into the house, and I was still in the shower, and I finished taking a shower, and I put on sweatpants and a sweatshirt, and I came downstairs, like my hair was still in a towel and everything, and I was walking down the stairs, and right when I came down the stairs, everybody stopped talking. So I just kind of stared at everyone, and then Bill looked at me and said, "Can I just talk to them for a few minutes? Can you go back upstairs?" And I said, "Why? This is my house." And he said, "It's just something stupid I'll tell you about later." So I went, all right, and I went back upstairs and got ready. And I came back down about 45 minutes later.
Okay. Now, how long in all are they at your house? How long from when you go up to take a shower when anybody leaves is it? Put it that way.
3 hours. Well, I mean, I came back downstairs in between then.
Right.
Okay, right, and I asked Bill what was wrong, and he said that Pete had gotten in a fight with Ralph, And I said, why? And he said, because Ralph was saying things that weren't true about Pete. And when he said a fight, I thought he meant an argument. But later on, I had found out that it was not just an argument, it was physical.
Was there any phone usage during this period of time?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it, please?
They used the phone a couple times. I remember Bill asking me if they could use the phone, and I said yes, and I don't know who they called. I remember one call that I was downstairs for was Vance called his mother, and his mother said there was a family emergency and to come home. So Vance asked me if I could give him a ride home.
Did you in fact give him a ride home?
Yes, I did.
How are these three behaving at this point in time?
Well, like I said, I really don't know Pete at all, so, I mean, I don't know anything to compare his behavior to. And JR was just normal. He's usually just pretty regular. I don't know. And Bill just seemed a little nervous. I mean, I wasn't taking notes or anything because I didn't know what was going on.
You gave him a ride home. Who did you give a ride and where did you give him a ride?
All three of them. They said they couldn't take the motorcycle because it was JR's cousins and his mother would get mad if she saw that he had it. So they asked me to drive them to JR's, and I dropped JR off, I believe, at the front of his driveway, and he had told the other two kids that he wanted to go in the house by himself because his mother had said it was some family emergency. So I believe I dropped the other two off at some store near a laundromat, and then I went shopping.
When was the next time you saw Bill Flynn?
Well, I had gone to Ames to get some athletic tape, and I don't know what else I bought, but I was there probably for about 15 minutes or so. And as I was driving back down the road, I passed the point where I dropped them off, and I saw them walking down the road, so I pulled over. And I asked them when they were going to come get the motorcycle because it was in my garage, and they said they were going to get in the car and get it right then. So I picked them back up and drove them to my house. And Pete and JR took the motorcycle.
And did you go with them at this point in time?
Yeah, but like I said, they can't all fit on the motorcycle at once. So Pete and JR took the motorcycle, and Bill said he was going to go, I think he said either to Winnicott or to Tuxfield or something like that. And he left, he just walked.
How far was it to Tuxfield from your place? Walking in time.
5 minutes, I guess.
When was the next time you saw Bill Flynn?
When he took the stand in this courtroom.
Did there come a time when you found out that Bill, Pete, and JR had been arrested?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
That it was specifically them or that someone had been arrested?
Someone had been arrested.
Once again, I found it on the news, on the 11 o'clock news. I was with Terry Schnell.
Okay. What happened after you hear? Well, tell us what you hear on the news first, and then tell us what happened.
Well, I watch the news every night, and it was 11 o'clock, and we were upstairs in my room, and I believe it was a Monday night, and the news came on, and they said 3 male juveniles have been arrested in connection with the May 1st killing of Gregory Smart of Derry.
Did they identify them?
No, but by name?
Right.
No, just 3 male juveniles.
What was your reaction to that news?
I was upset.
What?
For a number of reasons. Well, first of all, I was upset that someone was arrested and that I didn't know anything about it. And number 2, I was upset because once again I had to find out about something in connection with the death of my husband from the news. And number 3, I was upset because they had said Seabrook, and I didn't know if it was somebody that I had known or someone that was around me or someone who was going to come after me, someone from their family. I just was upset.
Did you do anything that evening to find out who was arrested?
That evening, I believe I called Patty Weiser, my secretary, to ask her if her husband like I said, he was on the Winnicott School Board, if he could call the principal of the school and see if she knew who it was.
And what was her response? Did you get?
Patty had no idea. She didn't know anything. I think I called the Derry police too, but I was told that no one from the detective division was in, because like I said, it was like 11 o'clock at night.
What did you do for the rest of the evening, through the night?
Sat in bed all night.
Did you sleep?
No,
Where was Terry?
right there with me.
Did you do anything in the morning to try to find out who it was that was arrested for killing your husband?
Yeah, well, because they had said Seabrook, I had figured that I would call either Bill or Cecilia and see if they knew anything about it, because it's a pretty small town, and I figured with the arrest of someone for a murder that people would know who it was. So I decided that I would call either Bill or Cecilia, and it was, I think, about 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and so I just dialed Bill's phone number, and his mother answered.
Tell us about the conversation.
Well, when she answered, I said, "This is Pam Smart," and she had known me because I had met her on a number of occasions. I said, "This is Pam Smart, and I'm trying to find out what's going on. Is Bill there?" And she said, "Billy's been arrested."
Did she tell you what Bill was arrested for?
Yes. That was my next question. I said, "For what?" And she said, "For first-degree murder, and Pete and JR are accomplices."
What was your reaction to that?
My reaction to total shock and disbelief, that I could not believe that Bill could even be arrested for this. And I thought my first initial reaction was, oh my God, they found out about the affair and they've arrested the wrong person.
The wrong person?
Yeah, because I didn't think Bill could murder someone. And I said that to Mrs. Flynn. I said, what do you mean he's been arrested, and why, and what happened? And she said, "I don't know, Pam. They told me that they have evidence." And I said, "What evidence?" And she said, "I don't know." And and then she said, I said how or why, or I don't know. I was asking all kinds of questions. And she said to me, "I think you better get a lawyer." And I said, "What do I need a lawyer for?" And she said, "You just better get one."
What was your reaction to that?
Exactly what I just said. Wondering why in the world I would need a lawyer.
What did you do? Did you take any other actions that day to find out what was going on? Or did you just let the thing drop?
No, I called everybody that I could think of. I called the Derry police. I called my parents. I called first of all my friends were calling me all morning, asking me if I knew who it was. I called the school again. I went over to my mother's house in Windham, and I called Dan Pelletier from the Derry police once again.
Did the Derry police give you any information about what was going on and why Billy Flynn had been arrested?
No, they told me the same thing they've told me throughout this entire investigation, which is, "I'm sorry, we can't tell you anything." And then now, because it was juveniles, they said, "We can't tell you anything because they're juveniles."
What effect over the next few weeks did the arrest of Billy Flynn have on your life?
Well, like I said, I was having a very hard time believing that Bill could have committed this crime. I didn't want to believe this. And I was searching for someone to tell me why, how, if this was true. Just everything. Nobody would give me any information.
Was this something that you thought about once a day or in passing, or was it?
No, I thought about this every waking moment of my life.
Could we, if you want to ask the cameras, just take a break every once in a while?
No more pictures, gentlemen, no more pictures.
Did you do anything to find out what was going on and why the police thought that your former lover killed your husband?
Well, there was rumors flying around all over the place, and I just, basically, of course, every person that knows me was calling me up, asking me, "Do you know these kids? Have they ever met Greg? Why would they have done this? Everyone was asking me for the answers, and I was asking everyone else, and it was like chaos. It really was. And I called the Derry police at least twice, 3 times a day, seeking information, to which I got none. And I called the Attorney General's office. I called the victim witness program.
Who'd you talk about there?
I talked to Gabe Putnam from the victim witness program on a few occasions, and I spoke with another woman at one point, but I can't remember what her name was.
Did any of the people you called give you any information to let you know whether or not Billy Flynn really did this, or why the police suspected him?
No.
How did that leave you feeling?
I felt like I was nothing. I felt like I felt like I was a reporter, that like I was seeking information for no reason other than to report it to the rest of the world. And I did not feel like the victim's wife.
Did you see Cecilia Pierce after the boys were arrested?
Yes.
And tell us about interactions you had with Cecilia in this period of time. You asked to try to get information from her.
Yes, and my only source of information was Cecilia Pierce and the news. I mean, I would pick up the newspaper and turn on the news every night to find out what was going on in my own life. That's how bad it was.
And how about Cecilia?
Through Cecilia, basically, I had heard rumors that were going around town, and originally that's what she was telling me, but that changed in time.
Was there a point in time when you and Cecilia were doing a driving education sort of thing? You were teaching her how to drive, or she was driving the car in Hampton, New Hampshire, for around this period of time?
Yes. The night before the kids got arrested, I think it was, wait, let me just think. All right, I don't know what day it was.
Just tell us what happened. What's going on?
I was sitting at my house by myself. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and the doorbell rang, and it was Cecilia Pierce and Michael Welch. And they had said they had just gone to a concert at the Club Casino in Hampton, and that it was canceled prematurely or something like that. And they came into the house and started talking to me. It was the day before the kids got arrested. And then Cecilia asked me what I was doing, and I said nothing, and she asked me if she could sleep over. And I said yes. So Michael went home, and Cecilia and I went in my car to her house to get clothes so that she could have something to wear to school the next day. And
What occurred?
on the way down to her house, I'm not sure who was driving, but I had let her drive my car all the time with me in it because she was approaching getting her license, and as long as I was over 21, which I was, she was allowed to be driving the car. So she would always ask me to drive, and we were driving back from her house, and we were down near the beach on the way to my house, almost at my house, when the car got pulled over by everyone. There was mounted police in paddy wagons, cruisers, motorcycles. The car was completely surrounded and told to pull over immediately.
Did these police officers act like officer friendly when they pulled you over?
No, not at all. Like I said, Cecilia was driving, and they surrounded the car, and they put these big spotlights on us, and they told us not to move a muscle. And the dog was in the car, and he jumped up, and I reached down to get the dog, and the officer started screaming at me and told me to lift my hands up and not to move or reach down for anything again. So I was terrified.
How long did you stay stopped by those police officers surrounded?
The whole thing was probably about 10 minutes. And when the woman came over to the car, she was asking Cecilia for her license and registration, which obviously she didn't have because it wasn't her car and she doesn't have a license. And so I was trying to explain that she was driving my car and all this, but the woman was so mean. She was screaming, and I was really nervous, and so was Cecilia. It was very, very intimidating. And then I heard it come across her radio.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stand.
Your Honor, if I could approach it and make an proof on this. The court rules indicate that you're not proof we have to approach. I think you were about to tell us what you heard over the radio.
Yes, I heard a voice come across the officer's radio, and they said, "Just tell her we pulled over the wrong car." And the woman was turning it down as the person was saying it. And then the woman said, "We pulled over the wrong car."
Did you believe her?
No.
What did you think was going on?
Judge, objection.
I'll withdraw.
Did you withdraw your second?
I'll withdraw, Judge. All right.
So they let us leave. They told us we could go, and so we went back to my house.
Now, this happens the night before Bill Flynn gets arrested, is that correct?
Yes. It was the night of, like, they had left and taken the motorcycle and gone and everything, and then that night Cecilia came over. I believe it was June 10th. It was a Sunday. Yep, Sunday.
Tell me about your interactions with Cecilia Pierce after the arrest of the boy. How often do you see her? What's going on?
Well, what happened was the next day, I went to work and she went to school, and I saw her during that day, which would have been Monday. Then I went home after school, and Cecilia's mother called me and asked me if Cecilia was over my house, and I said no because she wasn't. And Mrs. Eaton told me that Cecilia, the dairy police were in Seabrook, and that they were looking for Cecilia and they wanted to question her. And Mrs. Eaton indicated to me that she was looking for Cecilia, first of all, and second of all, that she was getting mad that Cecilia was being questioned so much. And I asked, what were the dairy police doing in Seabrook? And I said that if she found Cecilia and took her down there to let me know, because I wanted to go down there and talk to them, because I was seeking information.
Did you at some point go down there, or did you see Cecilia at some point?
Mrs. Eaton called me back and told me she found Cecilia at her friend Heather's house, I believe, and that they were on their way to the Seabrook police. And so I went in my car and went down there too. And when I got there, I went in the front door with Mrs. Eaton and Cecilia, and the Detective Pelletier and Captain Jackson were there. And they came out and they both looked surprised to see me. And I asked them if they could tell me, I said, what's going on? Because the dairy police were in Seabrook, so obviously something was going on. And I had said to them that I was concerned about my car being pulled over. And Detective Pelletier said he couldn't talk to me right then. And he took Cecilia in another room and interviewed her.
Did you talk to Cecilia after this interview?
She came out and I said, what's going on? And she said, nothing. They just asked me the same questions they always ask me. So I went back to my house that night and I called Captain Jackson at the Seabrook Police, and I told him that I was seeking information once again and that my car had been pulled over, and I was wondering what was going on. Would someone please tell me what is going on? And
Did you get an answer then?
no, once again, he told me, we can't tell you anything. And then he told me that my car was mistaken for another car. And I said, I'm not that stupid.
When's the next time you see Cecilia?
School the next day.
Probably going through each...
And well, that night the boys were arrested.
You heard those tapes in there. They were played here.
Right.
Right? What's that all about? What's going on?
Well, in the first two or the last or all of them? What?
Okay,
The first two tapes or the?
talk about any of them
Okay.
you want.
Well, what happened was that after the murder,
Objections, narration. You can have some proper questions.
Narration is proper on direct examination, opposed to legal.
I disagree, Judge. I'm just telling you to say whatever she feels like about the tapes. And I'd like some questions here. Which one we're talking about? What's the proper question?
I'll start at the beginning.
All right.
Tell us about what leads to the conversations on the first tape. What's going on? How do you happen to get together with
okay, after the murder, after the arrest of the kids, Cecilia was calling me on the phone, and she was very nervous, very excited and worried, and saying that she couldn't believe the kids were arrested. So I was wondering what she was so worried about, and she seemed to indicate to me that she knew more than she was saying. So, obviously she knew about the affair, but I didn't mean just the affair, I meant more about the murder. And so she kept calling me, and she would see me at the office, and she was all excited about everything going on. So I thought that she had more information. And once again, like I said, my only source of information was Cecilia Pierce or the news. And I was totally obsessed with finding out who murdered my husband, why, what had happened in that house, and just why no one was telling me anything.
So what did you do?
Well, I figured that if she knew more about the murder, then she would tell me if I acted like I knew more about it. And I told her, well, she had said to me that she had asked me, did I know about the murder beforehand? And initially I had said no. And then she made a statement to me that if I knew more about it, as long as I told her that she wouldn't tell anyone, and that we had to stick together. So in my mind, I thought that I would play a game with her, and I would say that I knew more about the murder.
No, you said play a game. What's the game? What's going on? What's the point of this?
To get information.
Do you ever, during that period of time, say between the rest of the boys and your own arrest, say August 1st, 2nd, whatever, do you ever get enough information to decide whether or not Bill Flynn's guilty?
Well, all the information that I was getting seemed to indicate that, but in my heart, I didn't want to believe it.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to believe that someone I knew had done this.
When you were talking to Cecilia on any of those tapes, did you know what had happened to your husband in that house?
No. All I knew was rumors of what I had heard, which ranged from everything. I had heard totally outrageous things to plausible things.
What were some of the things you heard?
Objection, Your Honor.
Doesn't come in for, how's it state of mind, Your Honor?
Still object, Your Honor.
Still sustained?
How were you feeling during the summer?
How was I feeling during the summer?
Yeah.
I was feeling totally obsessed with wondering what had happened in there. I used to sit in bed every single night and wonder what happened to Greg. I didn't care about anything else.
No further questions?
Take it to a recess.
All right. Finding out what happened to your husband in the summer of 1990 was not all you cared about, was it?
It was my main concern.
Yeah, what was your other concern?
What do you mean, every concern I have had? Or?
No, I mean the concern about your affair. Wasn't it your concern in the summer of 1990 that the affair not become known?
Yes,
And you didn't tell anyone in the summer of 1990, right?
except for Cecilia Pierce.
Except from Cecilia Pierce. And so A moment ago in direct examination, you said when you heard Bill Flynn was arrested, you say, oh my God, they heard about the affair, they arrested the wrong person. Of course, you went right to the police to straighten that out, didn't you?
No, because I thought if the police knew that I had an affair with Bill, then they would automatically conclude that I was involved in the murder.
So rather than get what you thought was the wrong person off and get him out of trouble and go and tell the police about the affair, you thought it was more important to keep quiet and keep the affair quiet. Is that right?
Yes.
So this was a conscious decision on your part not to tell the police about the affair.
Right, and also the police never asked me.
Oh, they didn't ask you. Oh, if they would have asked you, you would have told them, right?
I can't speculate on that, I don't know.
Well, tell us. What do you think you would have done if they would have asked you, hey, do you know any motive why Bill Flynn might have committed this crime? What you would have said?
I don't know. If I was sitting in a room with the police officers, I possibly might have told them.
You possibly might have told them.
Yes.
Okay, so you think if the police would have asked you whether or not Bill Flynn had a motive to commit this crime, you possibly would have told them?
Yes.
That's not true, is it, Mrs. Smart?
That's what I just said. It's the truth.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police on June 20th, 1990?
Yes.
Okay. Remember talking to the police at that time about motive for Bill Flynn to commit this crime?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't remember.
You didn't tell them about the affair at that time, did you?
No, they didn't specifically say, did you have an affair with Bill Flynn either?
Oh, no. I mean, they didn't hit the nail on the head, they didn't ring the bell, so you didn't confirm it, right?
No.
Is that what you're telling this jury?
Yes, I'm telling the jury the truth, that I had reasons that I didn't want them
They
to know about an affair.
Actually, Your Honor, just a moment.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
One at a time.
I'm not denying the fact that I didn't want the police to know about the affair. I really didn't want anybody to know if they didn't have to.
But it was a conscious decision, right?
Yes, it was.
Now, were you asked this question by the police? And did you give this answer? June 20th. Remember talking to them?
Yes.
This is after Bill Flynn's been arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Question. Danny Pelletier, remember him?
Yep.
That's one of the things we need, though. Why you? Why your house? You know, we want to certify these kids, and we have a crime. We have all these kids. We have the motive. I mean, this is the motive of burglary? Is that what was he at your house looking around? This is your response. Huh. I can't answer that. I really can't. I don't know. I'd like to think not. I'd like to wonder if he was, why the hell would he wait all the way from February to May? I mean, that's a long time, you know? I would think it would have been, in fact, okay. So say I've already gone through, I'm sure you can imagine, I've gone through all these questions in my mind 5 million times.
Exactly.
And you did not tell them about the affair.
No, I did not.
Because they didn't ask?
For 2 reasons that I just said. 1, they didn't ask, and 2, because I really didn't want anyone to know.
Now, you come before this jury, and essentially you admit the affair.
Yes.
But you have no involvement in the murder of Gregory Smart.
No.
Isn't that exactly what you told Cecilia Pierce on July 12, 1990 that you would do? That if you had to, you would admit the affair.
Right.
And under no circumstances would you admit your involvement.
That's right.
And that's what you said you would tell the jury if it came to that point, right?
I don't know if I specifically said the jury, but that's what I would say.
Mm-hmm. Now,
I was speaking about the police, I believe.
mm-hmm. What was more important to you right after your husband's death? Finding the killer of your husband or keeping the affair of Bill Flynn quiet?
Finding the killer of my husband.
And even if that was more important to you, you said that a week after the murder of your husband, you said to Bill Flynn, hey, did you have anything to do with this?
No, I said, you didn't have anything to do with this, Bill, did you?
Did you tell any of the police at that time?
That I had said that to Bill Flynn?
No, that you had thoughts that Bill Flynn might have been involved.
No.
Okay. You never told anyone in your family, right?
What, that Bill Flynn could have
If you
been?
had an affair with Bill Flynn and maybe the police should look at Bill Flynn. Did you?
No.
Did you tell anybody in the Smarts family that, hey, maybe this kid did something to your son, and maybe the police should look at him? Did you tell anybody in Greg's family?
No, because at the beginning it wasn't thought,
Objection again, Your Honor.
Let her answer.
well, it wasn't thought to have, it did not look at the time like a premeditated killing, so I thought it was a botched burglary like everyone else did.
But you yourself said the thought entered your mind and you asked Bill if he had anything to do with it. Did you not?
Yes,
So you consciously thought about it for a minute, and maybe Bill had something to do with it.
when he started asking me all kinds of questions about what the police were looking for.
And did you go to the police and say, hey, this might be crazy, this might be way out there, I'm not really sure, but you should look at this Bill Flynn guy because of our affair?
No, when he told me he wasn't involved, I believed him, because that's what I wanted to hear.
Now, but that's not what you were telling everybody else to do, was it?
Who? Are you speaking of a
I
specific
mean,
person?
weren't you asking anyone to come forward with any information, however insignificant it was, to please come forward and tell us what you had and let the police then decide whether or not it was relevant?
Yes.
You remember saying to Bill Spencer on Channel 9 on the TV, if I were on the other side of the coin, I'd be offering all I could, even if I thought it was insignificant, to let the police try and piece it together.
Yes.
You remember telling that to Bill Spencer?
Yes, now that you say it, yes.
Do you remember telling Bill Spencer, one thing, Bill, I was thinking about was this kid, Bill Flynn, who I had an affair with? Maybe that's something I should tell the police. Did you tell Bill Flynn, Bill Spencer anything about that?
No.
Do you remember telling Bill Spencer in the same interview, there will never be an answer. There's so many questions, so many loose ends. I feel like in my heart I can't ask myself any more questions about this. What I think must have happened, what my friends think must have happened, what families think must have happened. We've tried to decide for ourselves. We've made all kinds of theories. Not any of them makes any sense. It's just a senseless thing.
Yes, and I still believe it is a senseless thing, and I still don't have any answers.
Well, do you remember telling anybody in your family, look, let's talk about every possible theory could have happened here was, hey, a week before Greg Smart was killed, I broke up with the kid, and maybe he did this murder. Did you mention to anybody in your family when you're talking about theories?
No.
Did you mention to any of your friends, Tracy, Brian, Sonia, about the affair with Bill Flynn?
At that time, no.
And how about anybody in the Smarts family? I mean, they were dying for answers too, weren't they?
Right, but I didn't think Bill Flynn was the answer.
Well, you thought it enough to ask Bill Flynn, didn't you?
Yeah, but I also thought every possible conceived theory that could even be imagined. That was not my only idea.
And that's the one you decided you wouldn't tell the police.
I didn't tell the police all my other theories either. The police didn't care about my theories.
You never called up the police and said, I think I should tell you something. Not only before Bill Flynn was arrested, but even after Bill Flynn was arrested, right?
No.
Okay. I mean, you testified earlier this morning that on May 1st, Bill Flynn calls you up, asks to use your car, right? This is
Right.
after you broke up with him.
Right.
So on the day that he has to use your car is the day of your husband's murder, right?
Right.
Okay. And the day that he has to use your car, and the day of your husband's murder, he's with J.R. P. Randall, right?
Right.
Okay. And you testified that you drove him down the Haverhill, and later on that night, your husband's murdered.
Right.
Then you learn 6 weeks later, however long it is, that J.R.'s arrested, Pete's arrested, Bill Flynn's arrested, all for committing the murder of your husband on May 1st, 1990, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you also know Bill Flynn has a motive. I broke up with Bill Flynn just a few days before, right?
Yes, but I did not think that was a motive to murder another human being.
So you consciously again decided you wouldn't tell that piece of information to the police, even though all three of them together on that day, all three of them arrested for the murder, and even though he has a motive.
I did not want anybody to know that I had an affair with Bill, if that's what you're asking.
The question was, even though you knew all those things, you consciously decided not to tell it to the police. Yes or no?
Yes.
And you never told the police up to August 1st that you drove Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, J.R. down to Haverhill for them to pick up a car on May 1st. Is that right?
Right.
I mean, didn't you think that the police might want to know that? I mean, didn't you think the police are trying to put this together, how they got there, how they could have
Did it enter my mind? Yes.
It did enter your mind,
Yes,
right?
it did.
And you didn't tell him.
Right, because I didn't want to talk about Bill Flynn to the police.
Oh, you didn't want to talk about Bill Flynn at all to the police, regardless of...
No, well, I did tell the police early on, the day after the murder, that there was a phone call on my phone bill that was to Bill Flynn from me.
Right.
So, I mean, his name had been mentioned.
Because you weren't doing anything to cover up your relationship with Bill Flynn, were you?
What, from the police or in general? No, yes, I was.
You're doing everything you could to cover up your relationship with Bill Flynn.
Yes, I was.
And not only if you told the police about Bill Flynn and your relationship, that would give Bill Flynn a connection and a reason for killing your husband, right?
Right.
And it also give you a connection to the murder of your husband and to Bill Flynn if you told them about the affair, right?
Yes.
And that's the real reason you didn't want to talk to the police about Bill Flynn and the affair with you.
The real reason is the truth, which I just told you.
The jury will determine what's the truth, won't they?
They certainly will, I
Are you
hope.
afraid that they're going to decide that for themselves?
I think the jury's going to believe what the truth is.
Okay.
I believe in the jury system.
And you're real big on telling the truth, aren't you?
What do you mean, I'm real big?
I mean, in the summer of 1990, you were telling everybody about your affair with Bill Flynn, weren't you?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. She's answered that question about 15 times already.
Yes, answer.
Well, I mean, so you determine sometimes when you're going to tell the truth and when you're not going to tell the truth, right?
I think everyone does.
Okay. And back on June 20th, again, they're talking about a certification hearing, right?
Yes, and I believe there's a quote in there for me that says, I hope they get certified and tried as adults.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you that question yet, did I?
No?
Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell the jury and volunteer? And then I'll go on to my cross. Go right ahead.
No.
Approach committee, Your Honor. Counsel's referring to a transcript that we don't have, and I wanted to perhaps report on. Thank you. The real page number.
35.
Transcript that's been given as page 1 and the next page is page 10.
It's just out of
When we get between page 1 and page 9, I guess we'll worry about it, but as long as we're at page 35, I don't think it's a matter of concern at the moment.
May I continue, Your Honor?
May?
You remember talking to Daniel Pelletier, June 20th, you boys have already been arrested, right?
Yes.
And as you're talking to Daniel Pelletier at that time, talking about the certification hearings, right?
Yes.
And you remember saying this, Daniel Pelletier, bottom of page 35. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to tell the truth, no matter what, okay? Yeah. And the truth is that I don't think these kids did this. That isn't really my truth. That is my honest, my God's honest truth. And I think that they might have been involved in some way, I don't know what, because it's just so, the circumstances are just a little too scary for me. Now, your honest God's truth on June 20th, 1990, did not include the affair with Bill Flynn, did it?
No, and my honest to God truth was that they couldn't have done this at that point.
Okay, so...
I had no information.
So your truth varies on the circumstances, is that it?
Right, I had called the police and asked them for information like, did they have evidence against these kids? Did they confess? Did they have a gun? And as far as I knew, all I knew was that they were arrested. So that doesn't, just because you're arrested doesn't mean you're committed a crime, so.
And they also asked you, did they have a motive?
Right.
And you didn't tell them about the affair.
No, all three of them didn't have a motive. Well, I don't understand the question. I mean,
The question is, you just said they didn't have a gun, you didn't know anything about a gun, you didn't know anything about anything else. But when they talked about a motive, your honest to God's truth didn't include providing the motive to the police at that time. Is that right?
And I simply said that I do not think that having an affair is a motive to murder someone.
And but you decided that instead of letting the police.
Right.
Now, I mean, this is a conscious decision that goes back to the very first night of the murder, right? Danny Pelletier comes to see you, and you say to Danny Pelletier, I'll help in any way I can, right?
Right.
And shortly after the murder, you start telling Bill Spencer on the TV what a happy marriage you have and how everything was perfect between you
did have a happy marriage.
Right, but you didn't tell them about the problems and the affairs.
I don't think it was Bill Spencer's business if I was having an affair.
Nor was it the police businesses in your mind, right?
Not right then.
Okay, you didn't tell the police on May 3rd, 1990, when they came back to you. And that's when, May 3rd, 1990, when they came back to you to get latent print eliminations from people at your house who might have been in there.
Right.
You didn't tell them about Bill Flynn on that day, right?
Nope.
You didn't tell them 2 days later, on May 5th, 1990, when Bill Flynn came back to you, when Detective Pelletier came back to you, was asking you about background information on yourself and on your husband. Bill Flynn wasn't mentioned at that time either, right?
No.
Again, let's just so we're clear, that's not a mistake, that was a conscious decision.
Right, because I figured they would ask me what Bill Flynn was doing at the house, then the affair would come out, which I was trying to hide.
You're trying to hide that over letting the possible murder of your husband come out, right?
I didn't think Bill Flynn had anything to do with it at the time.
So now all of a sudden you do.
Right this second?
Well,
He's
it's
pleaded
wrong.
guilty to the crime.
Is that the first time you thought he had anything to do with this?
No.
Now, you also met with Detective Pelletier on May 9th, 1990.
Right.
Told him about Cecilia Pierce. Asked any other friends that you had that Greg didn't mention Bill Flynn.
Right.
May 22nd, again met with Detective Pelletier. 3 weeks after the murder. Police telling you leaves were drying up. Again, don't mention Bill Flynn, right?
I never mentioned Bill Flynn,
And that's true.
except for the phone call that I told you about.
Why don't you tell us, Jerry, what attracted you to Bill Flynn?
I said earlier that he was easy to talk to. He was nice.
And you said that this affair started on February 5th?
No, I didn't say that. What do you mean, physically or?
When was the first time you told him about your affair?
Well, I said on February 5th, I told him that I had feelings for him, but I wouldn't say that, like, there was no contact or anything like that on February 5th.
When was the first contact?
I believe I stated it was February 27th.
February 27th at his house.
Right.
You knew something was going on between you and him, right?
There were feelings, yes.
I mean, he kissed you said.
Well, a kiss is kind of a thing that...
Mutual thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't anything you were trying to avoid, right?
No.
And after February, I mean, tell us, where did this happen?
The kiss?
Yeah.
In his bedroom.
And who else was present?
In the room or in the house?
Either or.
He and I were in the bedroom, and Mrs. Flynn and his brothers, I think, were in the house in the other rooms.
And how did you have privacy?
He had the door shut. He always had the door shut in his room.
Locked?
I don't know, probably.
Did you think that was a little inappropriate for you to be in a room with a 15-year-old boy?
No, I was always in there because that's where we worked on the video when we were over there.
And from there, where did it go to?
Where did what go to?
The affair.
That day? Or
After that day.
my house?
When was that?
March 24th.
That's the first time you had sexual intercourse with him?
Yes.
How many times between then and April 20, when did you say you broke up?
Well, we broke up a number of times in between them. That time.
When was the last time you broke up?
Either the Wednesday or the Thursday before the murder.
Okay. March 24th and the Tuesday before the murder, he was also at your house, right? So when you had the dinner, he did the dishes throughout the trash?
The Tuesday, yes, he was.
Okay. You have sex that night too?
Yes.
Between those 2 days, right? I'm talking about maybe a little less than a month period.
Right.
How many times did you have sex?
I don't know, 2 or 3.
Well, you said 2 times you were at his house on direct examination. You said numerous times.
2 times I was at his house, not having sex at his house.
So where did these 2 or 3 times occur?
At his house.
So the only time you ever had sex was twice at your house and twice at his house?
Not twice at his house, once at his house.
And where were the other places?
That's all I remember.
I'm sorry?
That's all I remember.
So you remember twice at your house and once at his house. Nowhere else in between.
Not Not that I remember.
Okay, so tell us about the times you tried to break up with Bill Flynn. When was the first time after March 24th?
I don't know the exact date. Probably at the end of March sometime.
All right, so the end of March, you tried to break off with him. And what'd you tell him?
That I didn't want to have an affair.
And what did he say?
That he wanted to.
And that was it? So you continued?
No. He said that he wanted to be with me. And I said I couldn't have two relationships at once.
Okay, but you did continue to have two relationships at once, right?
A few days later, yes.
3 days later?
A few days later.
2 days later, boom, everything's back again, right?
I guess. I don't know exact dates.
So then the relationship started up again, so now we're towards the beginning of April, let's say?
Yes.
All right, so what was the next time you, what got the relationship back together again?
Our feelings, I guess.
Okay, so then when was the next time after that you tried to break it off?
There was some time in April. I can't remember when. I believe it was the beginning to middle of April.
How much time later?
How much time later what?
Was it that you tried to break it off after the first attempt?
I don't know, probably like 10 days.
So now it's the beginning of April. We're talking April 10th, April 12th. This is the second time you tried to break it up. How long does that last?
Couple days.
I mean, the only person who knew about your affair was who?
Myself, Bill, and Cecilia.
Now, during this time, you must have been telling Cecilia Pierce what a problem Bill Flynn was, that he's trying to get out of this relationship, he just won't let you go.
No, he wasn't a problem.
Well, you certainly wanted to end the relationship, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, and you were having trouble ending the relationship.
Right, but it was personal. It was between Bill and I, not her.
Okay, but Cecilia knew about the relationship. In fact, Cecilia was at your house at least one time that you had sex with Bill.
Right.
Okay. I'm talking. Did you ever tell Cecilia Pierce that, I'm trying to break it off with Bill, but I can't?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce and say, hey, Cecilia, you knew about that affair with Bill. Do you think maybe he did this?
When? Before he was arrested?
Anytime.
No, I did not think in my heart that Bill Flynn did this.
And that's all you had to do for you, right?
I didn't want to hear it, yeah.
So let's go back to the last time you tried to break it off with Bill Flynn.
The end of April?
Okay, but before that, he was at your house again, right?
Right.
I mean, Greg goes away for a whole week.
Right.
During a school night.
Right.
How does he get to your house?
I drove him.
I mean, what were you thinking? Were you saying, well, I'm going to end this affair in a couple days, but I'll do it one more
No, I
time?
wasn't thinking that I was going to end it at the time.
Okay, so Tuesday night is a perfectly nice evening between you and Bill Flynn, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you ended when?
Wednesday or Thursday.
What happens on Wednesday and Thursday, all of a sudden, that you're going to end this affair?
I thought about what I was doing.
And all of a sudden, the lights go off, and you say, then it's...
I didn't think it was fair to either one of them.
And is this when you have the ride in the car? And he cries?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well, he had cried in the car on more than one occasion, but yeah, I guess.
And so he's riding in the car with you, and he's crying, and he said, you tell him the affair's over.
I was crying too.
You tell him the affair's over, right?
Yes.
Okay, and at that time he says
He's killing himself.
to kill himself, and then you said direct, he stopped.
Yeah.
And then everything was going to be fine. He said, we'll just be friends. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, there was more to the conversation than that.
Yeah. Are you telling this story that something went off in his head that he recognized by his reaction?
He stopped crying.
I mean, did you think that was strange?
I guess. I don't know. I've never been breaking up with someone I was having an affair with. I didn't have anything to compare it to.
Well, did that happen to you a lot?
What, that I would have an affair?
May I break up with people?
No. Well, I've never had any other affair.
But my question is, did something go off in your head that you wanted to tell the jury about?
No. I'm not sure I understand the question. What, are you getting at something I don't understand?
Now you said in this OJ commercial that you had set up, right?
Right.
Okay. I think you said at direct examination that Cecilia Pierce saw the brochure on your desk and that she got interested in it, right?
Right, we had a discussion about it.
But that's, I mean, it was you really the leader on this OJ commercial, were you not?
As far as,
I mean, you sent it to the media director at Winnicott High School. He wasn't interested.
right.
He wasn't going to do it, so you decided
Right.
you'd do it.
Well, as Director of Media Services, I sometimes get things that I have to send out to other schools, and this one in particular pertained only to high school students.
Right.
So I sent it to the
And he
Winnicott.
wasn't interested the year before last.
Right.
And he wasn't interested last year.
Right.
And so you thought you would do something about it,
Right,
right?
I thought it would be a good learning experience, yes.
So, I mean, it's not like Cecilia just happened to see the brochure and she was the instigation for all this, was she?
I don't believe I've ever stated that.
No, I think you said on the direct she saw the brochure and started talking it up, right?
Right, we both started talking about it.
And then you got the other students involved.
She did. I didn't know the other students at the
You didn't know
time.
Bill Flynn at that time?
I knew Bill Flynn, but I didn't know Kevin Mort or Jeremy Thompson at the time.
And they did it all, and you didn't have anything to do with that, right?
No, they all came over to my office, and they said they were interested, and we started working on it. And we tried to figure out study periods or times after school when we could do it. And then Kevin moved, so he couldn't do it anymore. And Jeremy had gymnastics practice after school, so he couldn't do it.
Now, you said on direct examination that this was not a note you gave Bill Flynn, right?
No?
It was lyrics that you wrote to a song.
Right.
Okay. These are song lyrics.
Yes.
And if I read correctly, it's you're running from the love that you had once before, your first love. Someone to hold you through the pain, to make you smile again, and to protect you forever. Someone to take your fears away, to help you through each day, to carry you when you can't go on. There is no like the love of your first love. She waits alone, oh, every night. Tears are in her eyes. She has lost all the love she had. She lived her life for him each day. She threw it all away to live for herself, live her life her way. There's no love like the love of your first love. So it's true, it's for you as you are, tears in the night, filled with pain.
Yes, and if you want to know the truth, that's a song about God. How God is your first love.
I see, so this is a religious thing.
Yes, it's by a religious band.
And you're saying that Bill Flynn stole it out of your car?
I wouldn't say he stole it. I never said Bill Flynn stole that out of my car.
But you never gave this to Bill. Just talk about first love as your love for God.
It's not my love for God, it's a song.
Well, why did you write down your note?
Because I liked the song.
And you just decided one day to write it down, stick it in your cassette, leave it into your car.
Actually, when I first heard the song, I was going to use it as a wedding song. But when I realized what the song was about,
Tell us how you think...
it changed my mind.
Sorry. Tell us how it got into Bill Flynn's possession.
Could you finish the answer? You interrupted him first.
The first answer would be that I don't even know what the question was. Forget it. I don't know.
Fine.
I don't know how Bill Flynn got it.
Let's talk about the pictures.
He could have taken it out of my car. He did borrow tapes from my car.
Let's talk about the pictures. You said that those pictures were March and April, and you gave them to Bill Flynn because you didn't want to have them developed at your normal place. Is that
Right.
correct?
Yes.
And the reason you want to have them developed at your normal place was because you didn't want to be embarrassed by the school teacher seeing the pictures. Is that correct?
He wasn't a school teacher, but just the guy who worked at the photo store. I went there almost on a daily basis to get my film developed, and I just didn't want them all sitting around talking about it.
Describe the poses to the jury that you engaged in those photographs.
I'm just in a bathing suit, standing around, posing,
Standing around?
I guess. I don't know, I haven't seen him in a while. There's like 5 different roles, and that's just one of them.
Anybody want to
That's what I just said.
standing around? How about kneeling on the bed, sometimes posing? Would you agree with me somewhat provocatively?
I suppose, some of them, I suppose, yeah.
Okay. I mean, did it ever occur to you that though you might be embarrassed by giving them to your local photomet guy, that you instead chose to give them to a 15-year-old boy or 16-year-old boy?
Yeah, the undeveloped role.
Right. And it never occurred to you that maybe this boy would see the pictures as they were put back in the envelope and given to you?
He would have to be working at the photo store in order to see that.
Why? Who's going to pick up the photos?
He was going to pick them up, but
Okay, so-
I mean, I didn't think he'd open up the package and read them and look at
You're
them.
telling this jury today that you...
Excuse me. Please.
So you didn't think he would open up the package?
No, I didn't.
So you thought it was okay to give this boy photographs of you in a bathing suit on a bed?
Right.
And you didn't think it would be any harm if this 15-year-old boy would see these photographs?
He was 16 at the time, and not that it makes a difference, and he had developed pictures for Tracy, my friend, before, and he had opened up her pictures.
So you thought it was okay then?
For someone to bring a roll of film for me? Yes.
These kind of poses?
Yes.
And you didn't want them, but you never gave it to Bill Flynn as your testimony?
Yes.
So when Bill Flynn came in here and testified as to how he's got them, that's all wrong, right?
Right.
And, you know, you sat through this entire trial, right?
Right.
You've heard Bill Flynn testify, heard everything he said?
Right.
Heard Pete Randall testify, heard everything he said?
Yes.
And you heard JR testify, heard everything he said?
Yes.
Mrs. Flynn?
Yes.
Karen Knight?
Yes.
Cecilia Pierce?
Yes.
Sarah Thomas?
Yes.
All the time. And every time they're up here testifying, you were sitting here taking notes, correct?
You are to leave, approach the bench.
All right.
Have a motion, ma'am.
And you heard all those witnesses testify, right?
Right. I don't believe every one of them testified about these photos. Are you talking specifically about...
No, I'm just talking about in general.
Okay.
You heard them all. You heard them all testify about Southern Comfort incident, those who testified about that, right?
Right.
And you agreed that you were with Bill Flynn one night he was drinking Southern Comfort, right?
Right.
You never bought Bill Flynn Southern Comfort because it would be inappropriate you to have bought a minor alcohol, is that it?
Yes, but I'm not saying I didn't have any inappropriate behavior in this incident at all.
I don't think I said that either. I guess I just asked the question as to why you would never have bought Bill Flynn
Right.
alcohol. I mean, are you trying to wonder why I'm asking questions? Would you like me to explain them to you before I ask them?
No.
Okay.
But I am wondering sometimes.
So you tell this jury you never had any reason to buy, or sorry, you never bought Bill Flynn any alcohol.
Not that I remember.
You never let Bill Flynn drive your car.
Yeah, yes, I let Bill Flynn drive my car, but with me in it.
Right, but never when you were not in it.
No, he took it, but other people were driving.
But that kind of inappropriate behavior that he might engage in never stopped you from starting an affair with him, right?
No.
Sorry?
I'm not sure I understood
I mean,
that.
your concern about engaging, or Bill Flynn engaging in inappropriate behavior never stopped you from having an affair, right?
No.
I mean, where do you draw the line? It's improper to buy alcohol, it's improper for him to borrow your car, but it's okay to have sex after 9.5 weeks. I mean, what's your line?
I don't know that I've ever thought about having a line.
I mean, you showed 9.5 weeks. I mean, was your idea to get the movie, or was it Bill's?
I don't remember. I remember somebody got it in the video store. I don't specifically remember me suggesting it.
Tell me what 9.5 weeks is about.
I don't even really remember. I know it has Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke. It's about something like she likes him, and then I don't know.
It's a boy-girl love story?
No, I'm not saying that. There's sex in it.
Lots of sex in it, right?
I guess. I don't remember the whole movie. I've seen a lot of movies.
And is this the first time you had sex with Bill Flynn?
Yes.
And you don't remember the movie?
I remember parts of it.
And the ice that Bill Flynn got that night, that never happened, right?
No, that happened in the movie. Now, when he said it, I remembered it being in the movie.
And what about the negligee in the dance? That's something Bill made up, or did that happen then?
No, part of that is true.
Okay, why don't you tell the jury what part of that was true?
There was a negligee involved, but there was no dance.
And so you wore a negligee for Bill Flynn, the 16-year-old boy, that night in March.
Yes.
But you don't remember what the movie was about, right?
I think I've answered that. I don't remember what the whole entire movie was about.
And this note, you said you didn't write to Bill, that this was some lyrics from some song from some religious band, right?
Yes, it is.
Well, why don't you tell us about the notes you did write to Bill Flynn? How many you wrote?
Probably, I would say 6 or 7.
And this is all the time you were in turmoil whether or not to end a relationship with this boy, right?
At some points, yes, and some points, no.
And you said at direct examination this morning that when you asked the question if some of them were sexually explicit, I think you said apparently, I guess.
Right.
Well, what do you mean? Were they or were they not?
I don't remember specific lines from them, but yes, there was talk about sex. It matters what you consider sexually explicit. If you consider these photos sexually explicit, I don't.
Okay. Well, you tell me what you mean by sexually explicit. Why don't you then tell us what you put in the letters which matches your definition?
Sexually explicit to me might be just graphic sexual descriptions, I guess, would be.
Your notes to Bill Flynn contain graphic sexual descriptions.
Not that I remember. There was talk about sex, but I wouldn't consider it
Okay, so when
graphic.
you said on the rack earlier today that apparently, I guess, they were sexually explicit, this afternoon, they're not. I mean,
I meant according to your version.
well, I didn't ask for my version. I asked you for your version. You tell me.
Right. Well, this morning when I said that, I meant to some people, I suppose they could be sexually explicit.
Why don't you just tell
But to me, I don't remember any sexually explicit letters.
And what did you write in that you thought Mr. Toomey was referring to when Mr. Toomey said,
Just talk of sex.
and those are the kind of things you wrote in your letters to this boy that you were trying to break off with, right?
Well, I wouldn't have written that at a time I was trying to break off.
I mean, was this sort of like a schizophrenic relationship? One day it's on, one day it's off? I mean, everything happens, according to you, between March 24th and April 24th. There are several breakups, there's several trysts, there's these letters between each other. I mean, you know.
Yes, it was a very turbulent relationship.
Up and down all the time.
Exactly.
Now, the only person privy against you is Cecilia Pierce and Bill. And the question I was asking before, did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce about breaking it off with Bill Flynn? Or is this something that you kept from Cecilia Pierce?
I don't remember talking to Cecilia Pierce specifically about the relationship at all, like our feelings.
Well, I mean, Cecilia Pierce knew about the relationship.
Right, she knew we were having an affair, that's it. I mean, she didn't know, like, every single thing that we ever did.
And she was there sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. Question is, when you say you don't ever recall specifically talking to Cecilia Pierce about the relationship, I'm asking you, did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce about trying to break it off with Bill Flynn?
I might have.
Do you recall doing so?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't remember. Yeah, I guess the answer is no.
You said that Bill Flynn, when you told him you wanted to break it off because you were going to tell Greg, that he said he was going to kill himself first.
Yes.
I mean, didn't that strike to you that this kid may be a little emotionally unstable?
Yes.
Didn't it occur to you that knowing that he might be a little emotionally unstable, when the police were trying to figure out what the hell happened here, that maybe this emotional instability should have been told to them?
No, I thought he was just hurt when he said that, and like anybody would be.
Okay, well, a second ago you just said yes, you thought he might be emotionally unstable.
At that point, not generally emotionally unstable, just at that moment right there, yeah.
So sometime later on you decided he's not emotionally unstable, he's okay, so I don't have to tell the police about the affair. Is that it?
I'm not a psychiatrist, I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking you where along the line you decided it wasn't a factor. At some point, you clearly let it be known to this jury that this kid is talking about killing himself, and you're clearly letting it be known...
Yeah, himself, not someone else.
You're clearly letting it be known to this jury that he was upset.
I'm going to object you, Ron. That's not a question, that's a speech.
It's foundation for the question.
Cross-examination.
And then somewhere down the line, you make a decision, it's not something to tell the police.
Right.
So you thought it was significant enough to tell the jury now, but not to tell the police back then, right?
Right.
When you broke up with Bill Flynn for the final time, what day of the week was it?
I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday.
And where were you?
In my office.
Now, after that Tuesday night, Bill Flynn ever come back to your house while you were there?
In Derry?
Yeah.
Not that I remember.
Okay, so Tuesday night, everything's peachy keen, right? Or peachy keen, I should say.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so there's no problem with you and Bill Flynn, correct? Tuesday night at your
I
house.
always had a problem in my head with it, but
Okay, but you didn't tell Bill Flynn you were breaking up Tuesday night, right?
no.
Okay, so when Bill Flynn left your house Tuesday night, it was his understanding everything was still okay and everything was fine according to your testimony, right?
I suppose.
And that's the night he did the dishes, right?
Yes.
And that's the night he threw out the garbage.
Yes.
That's the night that if you throw out the garbage, sometimes you go through the bulkhead.
Yes. He went through the bulkhead.
Right, on that night. But you don't break up with him until 2-3 days later, right?
Right.
All right. Do you want this jury to understand that Bill Flynn decided to kill your husband because you broke up with him?
I want this jury to understand the truth.
Is that what you're claiming the truth is?
I don't know why Bill Flynn killed Greg. I can just come in here and give my testimony.
So even as you sit here today, you still have no idea why he may have done this. Is that it?
I didn't say I had no idea, but I don't know specifically.
Well, I'm asking you, what do you think? Why do you think he did this?
Probably because he thought we could be together.
Okay, so Bill Flynn thought, you want nothing to do with him, and you made that clear on Wednesday or Thursday after
Right.
the Tuesday. And Bill Flynn says, well, I'll take care of this. She wants to be with Greg. If I kill Greg, she'll obviously come right back to me.
I guess because the only reason I wouldn't be with Bill was because I loved Greg.
And Bill Flynn, in your understanding, must have figured that out, you'd go back to him, right?
I told Bill that I loved Greg, and that's why I was breaking up with him.
And, I mean, when you broke up with him on that Wednesday or Thursday, and you were trying to end the relationship, 3 days later, he calls you up, and you drop everything to give him a ride to Havel, right?
I didn't drop everything immediately, but yes, I gave him a ride to Haverhill. He was still my friend.
I know, but I mean, you got to school late, right, that day?
Right.
You went out for lunch for 11:30 or 2:30.
Right.
Boom, right after that, Bill Flynn calls, I need a ride to Haverhill. What do you say? Oh, Bill, I don't really want to.
About 2 hours after that.
He calls back, and again, I mean, you just do it, right?
Sure. It wasn't the first time I'd ever given him a ride anywhere.
I mean, didn't it occur to you that you should just cut it off between this kid? I mean, didn't you say this morning on direct examination, don't come around that much anymore to Bill Flynn?
Originally, and then he said that he couldn't stand not seeing me at all, and so he said he wanted to still come over, and I said that was fine, and I didn't want to be mean to him. I didn't hate him or anything, and he asked me for a ride, and I said yes. It was not a major event.
And that ride is something that you would have done in public, right? I mean, it's not a hidden thing. People might have seen you and Bill and J.R. or Pete together.
Right. I had nothing to hide that I was giving them a ride to Haverhill.
And people might have seen you the night Bill Flynn was drinking the Southern Comfort, correct?
I'm sure they did.
So you have to give this jury an explanation why you drove him down to Haverhill that night, right?
Of course, I have to tell the truth. I did drive them.
And after that, you didn't stop seeing Bill Flynn.
After when?
After May 1st.
What do you mean, stop having an affair or stop seeing him?
Both.
I saw him after May 1st, but I didn't have any relation with him.
But, and you told this jury that Bill Flynn never came to your Hampton condominium and hung out there except for this one day before his arrest?
I believe he might have been there like on 1 or 2 other occasions.
What was he doing?
Just stopping by like any other friend I had.
And there was nothing going on between you and Bill Flynn?
After the murder of my husband?
That's right.
No, there wasn't.
So when people came into this courtroom were to say they saw you with Bill Flynn after May 1st at your condominium, hanging out together, being affectionate.
Hanging out, yes. Being affectionate, no.
They'd be all wrong. Oh, see, they'd be all wrong, right?
That'd be partly wrong.
And the whole business about Drew Holloway just happened to be something that came up unexpectedly, right?
We were there May 31st, taking out the stereo.
And you know Michelle Nichols would see you that day, and you know Ralph Welch's girlfriend saw you that day.
Yeah, Michelle Nichols was in the car.
And you saw Mrs. Laddie saw you that day.
Sure.
1 second now. Okay, now, your relationship with Cecilia Pierce, she liked you, right?
Yes,
I mean, she was a 15-year-old girl, somewhat low self-esteem, correct?
I guess.
Well, what do you think?
About her self-esteem. I think she has a tendency to want to be the star.
And when did you first think that?
All the time.
All the time.
During the video especially. She's basically a good person though. I mean, she was a friend.
And she liked hanging out with you, right?
Yes.
I mean, you were 22, 23 years old, you were a young media director, she was a 15-year-old high school student, you befriended her, right?
Yes, she worked for me and it became a friendship.
And Cecilia Pierce sort of got off on that, right?
I don't know that I can answer that. I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know that I can answer that. She got off on that.
Well, did Cecilia Pierce and you have any problems in your relationship? Did she hate you? Did you have big fights or anything like that?
We had fights.
Okay, and how was your relationship basically?
She was, it was basically just friends, but when we got in a fight, it was usually because she was jealous of someone else being around me.
Because she liked you, right?
Right.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce never did a thing in your entire relationship with you really hurt you, did she?
Yeah, she did sometimes.
What'd she do?
There were occasions when she would tell me things about that she thought I looked fat or something, and that would hurt my feelings.
So the kind of things that Cecilia Pierce did to hurt you was to say you looked fat or something like that, right? In fights.
Just stupid things, nothing, yeah, nothing major that I can remember.
And you were close.
Yes.
And you say that Cecilia Pierce kind of wants to be the star or something like that, right?
She had some problems with attention.
Now, you said that you thought that right from the beginning.
Right, and also my friend Tracy had noticed that too.
So tell us, when did you first realize the thing that that Cecilia Pierce might have some more knowledge about this case?
As soon as she started talking to me after the kids were arrested.
And what was that?
The specific date, I believe the day after they were arrested. If they were arrested on June 10th, it would have been June.
So Cecilia Pierce was saying things that made you think, this girl might know something.
Right.
And you thought that this girl might have been involved in the murder of your husband?
I thought she had knowledge. I didn't think that she was specifically there the night of the murder, no.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce wasn't good friends with Bill, Flynn, JR, and Pete, was she?
No. Well, Bill, yeah, I guess.
I mean, she knew Bill through the OJ video, right?
In school, yes.
And OJ video and hanging out in your office, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's how Bill Flynn and Cecilia Pierce hung around together, right?
Yes, I don't know if they had classes together.
When you and Bill Flynn were going out and hanging out together, Cecilia Pierce was sometimes with you, right?
Yes.
Was that Bill Flynn's idea to bring Cecilia Pierce?
Sometimes it was just a result of who we were with. Sometimes Tracy Collins was with us because she was there that day, and we ended up deciding to go out.
Yeah. I think my question was that Bill Flynn's idea to have Cecilia Pierce? And you answered, well, I think it's another question. So let's go back to my question. Did Bill Flynn want Cecilia Pierce around when the three of you were together?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Bill Flynn.
Did Bill Flynn ever say to you, hey, let's bring Cecilia Pierce together with us? I mean, I'm
No.
a 16-year-old boy. You're the woman I love. I want to be alone with you. Let's bring Cecilia Pierce.
No.
Okay. So when Cecilia Pierce was there, whose idea was it?
I just said, it was either a result of the fact that we were somewhere and continuing to go out afterwards, or it was my idea to pick her up. Or she had asked what we were doing, and if she could go along also.
Mrs. City appears to sometimes cover up for you, wasn't she?
Sometimes what?
Cover up.
Certainly.
Okay? I mean, she was there to hide the relationship between you and Bill.
Yes.
And covering up this relationship is something you took pretty great steps to do.
Yes, it was something that I was consciously doing.
I mean, you even testified before in court incorrectly about being with Bill Flynn, didn't you?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Did you ever have a car accident on March 17th, 1990 with Tracy Collins, you, Cecilia, and Bill Flynn was in the car?
Yes, I did.
And then you went to court a couple days after Bill Flynn's arrest, and you were asked the question by the prosecutor, who were you with? And you, I believe, said some friends. And when you were then answering the question, of all the friends you were with that day, why don't you tell the jury who you left out?
I left out Bill Flynn because he was arrested at the time.
And that's the only reason.
Well, first of all, I was in the middle of a court proceeding, and I figured that if I had said Bill Flynn was in the car, that then most certain next question would be, and where is Bill Flynn? And I would have to get into the fact that he was arrested for the murder of my husband, which was something I was trying to avoid, and I didn't think it was important at the time because a guy had backed up into my car, and it wasn't my fault.
And is that why, given two names to put down on the witness sheet the day of the accident, March 17th, 1990, that you filled out, of the three people in your car, why don't you tell the members of the jury who you left off on the operator's report of the accident?
Bill Flynn. There was 2 spaces, and there was Tracy and Cecilia were standing right next to me, and I put them down.
Oh, because, I mean, if Bill was standing next to you, Bill probably would have got on, but since Cecilia and Tracy were standing next to you, they got on. Is that it?
If I was trying to hide the fact that he was there, I wouldn't have brought him to the police station in the first place.
And all this space underneath here where you could have filled in a third name, you didn't choose to put that down, right?
No.
Your Honor, could I have this marked as State's Exhibit 83? Thank you.
All right, maybe Mark.
I brought him to the police station with us. The police officer saw him standing there.
Anything else you want to tell the jury before my next question?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me mark it.
Were you under oath when you testified at that court proceeding and said, let me give you the direct quote so you know exactly what you said. Okay, who was operating the vehicle? I was. And did you have some friends with you? Yes. Who were they?
Your Honor, she's already answered and said she left off the name. He's just putting in some other transcript at this point.
Admission, Your Honor.
She's already admitted it. What's the point?
She hasn't admitted it, but I think it's cross-examination.
Thank you. The attorney, who were they? Tracy and Cecilia. Now, is that a pretty accurate, direct quote of what you were testifying to?
Yes, and Tracy and Cecilia were standing there right in the courtroom with me.
Is this another version of your God's honest truth, what you decide to tell people or not tell people?
It was more of an intentional avoidance of a bigger problem.
Okay, because I mean at that time, if you would have mentioned Bill Flynn, you might have had to start answering a few more questions about your relationship with Bill Flynn, correct?
No, I didn't think of that at the time. I thought they would probably ask me where he was and why he wasn't
I
testifying.
mean, you certainly thought of that as a possibility if you would tell the police about your affair with Bill Flynn. They would have started asking all sorts of questions, right?
Well, most certainly.
Okay, so, I mean, it was a conscious decision not to mention him there. It was a conscious decision not to mention to the police. And you sort of make decisions as you go all the time, what to tell people, what not to tell people, based on the circumstances you're in, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and here you are in this courtroom, now testifying in a first-degree murder trial, and you're under different circumstances, right?
Yes?
And now you've decided you're going to tell all and come clean.
Yes, this is a much more serious matter than someone backing up into my car.
All right, so truth to you depends on what's at stake and what you're willing to say.
No, not at all.
Well, you just said a second ago that didn't mean so much because it was only about a guy backing up and hitting your car.
Right.
So if you can't be honest on little things like that, when no one's even pointing a finger at you, Why should the jury believe you're going to be truthful now
I didn't
when all
say-
these witnesses have testified against you?
I didn't say that I wasn't being honest. If they would have said, was Bill Flynn inside your car the night of the accident, I would have said yes.
It's just like if the police would have said,
Exactly.
were you having an affair with Bill Flynn, you would have said yes.
Yes.
But if they don't ring the bell or pull the string, no one's ever going to know about it, right?
I don't guess not.
All right, now, you started to tell us how Cecilia Pierce, right, started talking like she might have some information about this. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
All right. And when's the first time she does it? Why don't you be exact as you possibly can?
The day after the kids were arrested.
The day after. So the kids are arrested what day?
It was a Monday night,
Monday night?
I think.
June 11th?
10th or 11th, yeah.
Okay. So after June 11th, what did she say at that time that makes you think she knows something about it?
Basically, it was her tone of voice and her excitement about what was going on and how could they have gotten arrested and things like that.
And what happened after that night? When was the next time?
I saw her, I believe the next day, I saw her in school that night, or I talked to her on the phone, I'm not sure.
And what did she say at that time that made you think more likely that she was involved?
Just because she was so worried about everything.
And, well, let me ask you something. Did you have any real fear that your phone was tapped?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, why did you think your phone was tapped?
Because of all the rumors I had heard.
All right, so when you were talking to Cecilia Pierce on the phone on June 19th, you were purposely saying things to avoid any involvement in Bill Flynn, or in this case, because you thought your phone was tapped.
Exactly.
Okay. So the phone conversations of June 19th, Cecilia's saying all sorts of things to you, right?
Right.
I mean, Cecilia's saying, what kind of things do you recall Cecilia saying to you that gave you the indication she might be involved or having more information?
Nothing. That indication came way before those phone conversations.
Okay, so I mean, even before those phone call conversations, you have an indication that Cecilia
Yes.
Pierce is acting a little funny.
Right, immediately after the arrest, so that would have been the 11th, the 12th, the 13th,
All right, so these phone calls are made when?
the 18th and 19th.
Okay, does anything change on the 18th and 19th to change your
Yes,
mind?
on the 13th, I told her that I had known about the murder beforehand, on the 13th.
You told Cecilia Pierce on the 13th?
Yep,
Okay.
and she said that she did too.
All right, so now what you want this jury to understand is that on June 13th, you told Cecilia Pierce, I knew about the murder beforehand,
Right.
And prior to June 13th, you're under the impression Cecilia must know more about the murder than she's telling you, right?
Right.
Okay, now if Cecilia knew more about the murder than you were telling her, wouldn't she know whether or not you were involved? Or
That's
knew
what
about
she
it?
said to me.
sorry?
That's what she said to me. She said, how come Bill never told me that you knew?
Okay, and when you said that to her on
No,
June...
she said that to me.
When you said that to her on June 13th, that you knew about the murder,
Yeah,
right? Didn't
yeah,
you say that a few
yeah.
moments ago? That was just a trick,
Exactly.
just to get more information from her.
Exactly, and I did get information.
Okay, you got information on June 13th,
I
right?
certainly did.
Okay, so tell the members of the jury how soon you went to the police and said, hey, you better talk to Cecilia Pierce because she knows more than she's telling you.
I didn't, because I didn't believe her at first.
Just like you couldn't have believed Bill did it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, weren't you just telling us a second ago that the whole reason you said that to Cecilia Pierce was because you thought she had more information? So when
Right.
she confirms that she does, you now tell this jury you don't believe it,
Right.
you don't go to the police?
Because of the information that she gave me. She told me there had been a previous attempt on Greg's life, and I just couldn't believe that at the time. That was the first time I had heard of that. I did not believe what she was saying, and I wanted to try and get a hold of Bill because I thought if I talked to Bill about it, that Bill, and I confronted him with what Cecilia had told me, then I would be able to know if he was lying or if he was telling the truth.
And this was June 13th, 2
Yes.
days after Bill's arrest. So what were you going to do? Go visit him at ABC?
Yeah, the thought crossed my mind, if you want to know the truth.
So let's get this straight with the jury. This is another indication where you make a conscious decision, where you have information which might help solve the murder of your husband, which might tell the Smarts how their kid was killed, which might tell the Wojciech's how their son-in-law was killed, which might explain the senseless thing that everybody's been trying to understand from May 1st. You decide to make a conscious decision, I'm not going to tell the police.
Right, because because if I told the police, then they would find out about the affair, and they would know about the affair and how I would have to go through all that. Plus, I knew that the police were completely shutting me out of the investigation, and I figured that if I gave them more information, they would take it, they would run with it, and I would be back to square one, knowing nothing about who murdered my husband.
So
That's why.
you're going to do your own little investigation?
Yes, I was.
And you're gonna-
At the time, I was not exactly thinking rationally.
Judge, I don't mind her explaining her answer, but she clearly just wants to say what she feels like, not responsive to questions. There will be redirect after I'm done.
All I want her to do is to allow to finish her answers, that's all I'm saying.
Go ahead. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, this is part of my, you asked me if I made a conscious decision, and my feelings at that time were part of the conscious decision. I was not acting rationally at all.
All right, so now this is not a rational thing. You're sort of like off in the...
Yeah, my husband was murdered.
Right, and then the last thing you want to do is tell the police some good information to help solve it, right? Because your
No.
husband was murdered.
No.
No, okay. So you do want to tell the police some information to help them solve it, but you don't.
I was confused. I wasn't sure. I was bouncing that idea off both ends.
Well, why don't you tell us how many of your friends, okay, you went up to around June 13th, okay, and said, let's talk about Cecilia Pierce. I think she must know some stuff about this.
I made mention of the fact that Cecilia might have known some more than she was saying.
Around June 13th?
I don't remember what the exact day was.
And after June 13th, what else happened?
Well, every time I told my friends anything about Cecilia's possible involvement or anything about all of the irrational ideas I was having at the time, they told me that I was crazy and that I should stop thinking and doing things like that. So I didn't really discuss it with people because everyone told me not to do it.
After June 13th, and all these people told you this around June 13th?
I don't know the exact date.
Well, give me within the exact week.
I don't know. I saw my mother then. I saw my sister. I saw Sonia.
And you told them all around June 13th
Tracy.
what you're telling this jury now?
No, I'm not saying that.
So after June 13th, and she gives you the stuff which you again decide you're not going to believe, and you don't tell the police. Do you have any...
I said I didn't know what to believe, not that I decided not to believe it.
I mean, come on. I mean, this is...
Come on.
You're not telling the police about the affair. You're not telling about Cecilia Pierce. What happens after June 13th? What's the next time you talk to Cecilia Pierce about it?
I might have seen her before the phone call on June 18th, I'm not sure. I saw her at Papagino's one day, I don't know what day it was.
So then you talked to her on June 19th, right?
Right, and I thought my phone was tapped because I didn't know anything about wiretapping, and I thought the police could just tap a phone if they wanted to, and I thought my phone was tapped.
And you were worried about your phone being tapped because you thought the police thought you were involved.
I had heard a rumor, yes.
Okay. And you were afraid that the police might listen to your phone.
Right, and I didn't want to be on the phone saying that I knew about a murder that I didn't really know about.
Right, because the most important thing in your life at that time was solving this murder, right?
Yeah, because I didn't think anybody else was doing too much about it.
So, when you talked to Cecilia Pierce on June 19th, what impression do you get from your conversation with her then?
Well, I didn't finish what happened on the 13th. On the 13th, she told
I'm asking you now about the 19th.
but this is in connection with that.
Okay, well, let me ask you about the 19th, then your lawyer can get you to say whatever you want
Okay.
after that, okay?
On the 19th, the impression I got was that she was trying to talk to me about it and that I didn't want to talk to her about it.
So, is that why on the 19th you said to her, this is page 3 of the transcript, do you want a copy of it? You say to her, see, I don't know if I were you, I would answer any questions.
Right.
And then she said, what? If they make you feel uncomfortable. She goes, yeah. And you say, tell me that you don't want to answer any more questions without your mom. She goes, all right, okay. You say, like if they try and press you like they did before, yeah. Who's coming over, do you know? She says, yeah. And you go, which one? She goes, yeah, again. And you go, are they there? And Cecilia says, no. I can barely hear you. What are you saying? He said, I just said, you know who's coming over, Pelletier, or whatever. Now, you said that to her at that time, right?
Apparently.
And at that time, why were you afraid of her answering any questions? I mean, if you thought at the time she really knew about this, and if you thought at the time she might have information to help, why weren't you telling Cecilia Pierce, hey, don't worry about it, just tell the police whatever they ask, and nothing will happen. You didn't do anything wrong.
That's that's why I just wanted to say something before this, because on June 13th, she told me that she was going to go to the police and tell them I knew about the murder beforehand,
And why was she going to do that?
because she said that she was scared.
Because you told her about the murder before.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously you were thinking, wait a minute, here I am, I'm having an affair with this guy that nobody knows about. I have a girl now that I've convinced that I'm involved with this crime. She's going to go to the police. Holy moly, I better straighten out this guy. It's really getting murky. So obviously you ran right down to the police to straighten it out, right?
No, it's pretty confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. It's pretty confusing. And you didn't do a damn thing to try and straighten it out, did you?
Take the afternoon recess.
All right.
All right, so we're going to get to a second part of Cross. Cross continues. So for those that are just coming in, so this happened in the trial is from 1991. Let me see. Hold on. All right, hold on a sec, you guys. Aaron made a players, so maybe this will help. Just give me a second. All right. All right, so it happened May 1st, 1990, but the trial is 1991. So Greg Smart and Pamela Smart met, right, when they were young up in New Hampshire, and they both loved heavy metal. And Pamela, and obviously they have long hair. So Pamela was known as the Maiden of Metal when she was a DJ at FSU, Florida State University, because she loved Van Halen, she loved heavy metal. Greg loved heavy metal. They get married, and Greg all of a sudden's like, oh, I got to take care of my wife and possibly a family, right? And they were young, 22 and 24 years old. So Greg cuts his hair. He gets his hair cut, and he becomes a respectable looking guy, because he goes and he works for insurance. I think it was with his father. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think it was with his dad. So he goes and he works insurance. So he's got to put a suit and tie on. So he goes from dressing in leather and blue jeans and ripped jeans and concert t-shirts and long hair to three-piece suits, short hair. And Pamela's like, what the heck happened? Who did I marry? Who are you? That kind of thing. So she was upset that Greg did that. Then a couple months into their marriage, Greg has an affair. Well, he slept with a client, and he said, it's never going to happen again. I'm really sorry. So they were like already starting to grow apart. Even actually as they got married, they were kind of growing apart. So Pamela then gets involved with 15-year-old at the time, Billy Flynn, who she was working at media. What was it? The media coordinator. She was media coordinator at Winnicott High School in New Hampshire. So she starts to, she dresses like a teenager, right? She dresses in shorts, short skirts, I should say, boots. She's a heavy metaler. She's a rocker. And the kids, of course, are like, wow, who's this? And they're 15, 16, and she's 22, right? So it's only a 6-year difference. So the kids naturally, are attracted to her, and she listens to them. So they keep, they're talking about a Cecilia Pierce. Cecilia Pierce ended up being an intern for Pamela, and Pamela considered her like a confidant. She'd consider her best friend. And a lot of these kids that took her classes were already kind of coming from, they weren't like the popular kids. They wore, they weren't in sports. They were considered, people didn't listen to them, or they weren't part of the in crowd. They weren't part of the clique, if you will. So Pamela, when Pamela came and talked to them and gave them interest, they were like, wow, here's this cool 22-year-old, person, whether, you're male or female, person who's actually taking the time to listen to me and my problems, what I'm going through. I'm 15, 16, 17. And here's this older sister, person talking to me like I'm on my own level, right? It's not like she was talking to them like they were kids. She's talking to them like she's a peer, or they're peers of hers. So yeah, outcasts, yep, all that stuff. Joanne. So, you got your different cliques. We all went through high school. You know what I'm talking about. So they, so that's Billy, and then we have Cecilia. Now Cecilia ended up wearing a wire. She's the one that actually helped the police bust Pamela because she was wearing a wire. So the other ones involved is Pete Randall. So and this is all in our description, but I'm going to go ahead and read it. He was 17 years old. He helped plan the murder, and he actually went into the Smart's home with Billy, and he took a knife from. We're going to listen to Billy's testimony tomorrow. If you guys, I've kind of decided, and Aaron and I've decided we're going to show Billy and Cecilia's testimony tomorrow. So Billy went in with a firearm that he got from JR. And then he and Pete went into the home, and they pounced on Greg when he came home. Pamela's alibi was she was at school. She was at school until 9 o'clock. She was doing something at school. I forget, some kind of teacher meeting or whatever. So she had an airtight alibi, and they pounced Greg when he got home. And Pete held a knife to him, and then Billy ended up shooting him in the head. Execution style. He shot him in the back of the head. So then we got JR. He provided the gun. He also drove the getaway car. Then you have Raymond Fowler. He was just in the car. He was just waiting in the car. And then Cecilia Pierce. She was Pamela's student. Pamela confided in her. Pamela considered her like a friend, her best friend even. And she was an intern. And then she wore the wire that recorded Miss Smart there. So. All right, that pretty much gets you guys up to speed. Let's go back to continued cross. Let's get to the continued cross. So this was so now you understand the heavy metal music at the beginning of the top of the stream, and then the Van Halen style backdrop there, because she loved Van Halen. She loved Eddie. She actually met Eddie, and she named their dog Halen. So that's how much she was into Van Halen, and she loved heavy metal. So I hope that gets you guys up to speed. Let us continue on. So this is cross-examination day 2. All right, here we go. You're welcome, Joanne. I hope it helps. I hope it helps. And then the other thing is, this was the first trial that Court TV streamed. This was this first trial from start to finish, gavel to gavel, as they say. It was before the Menendez brothers. It was before OJ, and this garnered a ton of attention because people were actually able to watch a trial, and people were people were trying to get in and they couldn't, so they had another room. I'll see if I'll try and find some news clips for that. That they had an overflow room. I'll try and find some news clips of that. All right, here we go.
Yesterday we were talking about how you went to Drew Holloway on May 31st.
Yes.
And that was the boy's idea?
I don't remember specifically whose idea it was. It was just a general idea.
Were you looking for a car at that time?
At that time, yes.
And besides going to Drew Holloway, you made other attempts to look for a car?
Yes, but I never had a specific car in mind or made any financing arrangements on a car.
You went to Coast Pontiac 6 days later, did you not?
I don't remember. Maybe.
You don't remember if you went, or you don't remember it was 6 days later?
Where's Coast Pontiac?
Portsmouth.
Yeah, yes, I did do that with Tracy Collins, I believe.
And you went with Tracy Collins?
I think so.
And you had your car appraised?
I might have, yes.
And you told them you didn't have to make any financing arrangements because you were going to pay cash?
I don't know, maybe.
And at that time, you'd already gotten insurance money, to some extent in this case, correct?
Some, yes.
$90,000?
Yes.
And you were still waiting for the $50,000 policy to come in?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, you talked a little bit about divorce. You were asked by Mr. Toomey that if you were to get divorced, what actually would you lose? I think you said you shared furniture, $4,000 to $6,000 in savings, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And you each had your own car, correct?
Yes, we did.
Now, if in the spring of 1990, you had gotten a divorce from Greg Smart, the affair might have become public, right?
If I had gotten a divorce,
Yeah.
if I made it public, I suppose.
Or if Greg made it public.
Yeah.
And if your affair had become public, what do you think would have happened at Whitacombe High School? Or, I'm sorry, at SAU 21, where you were?
I would assume that I wouldn't be working there anymore.
You lost your job, right?
Probably.
And how do you think it would have affected your opportunity to look for additional jobs in school districts, knowing that you had an affair with a 15, 16-year-old boy?
I doubt that I would apply to another school district, but that wouldn't mean that I couldn't get a job anywhere else, ever.
Do you think this would have helped or hurt your professional reputation at that time?
Hurt.
How do you think your family and friends would think about you essentially taking part in ruining the marriage that you had for less than a year by having a sexual affair with a 15, 16-year-old boy?
I don't know how my family and friends would feel.
Do you think your family or friends would approve?
Probably not.
You seem unsure.
I mean, I don't think that they would stop being my friends and never talk to me again, but
No, but the question was whether or not they approve, and you say probably not. Do you have any doubt in your mind that they would look upon this as quite inappropriate behavior for you?
well, I'm not the first person in America that ever had an affair.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, don't you think they would look at you and say this is quite inappropriate behavior?
Yes.
But if Greg was dead, you wouldn't have to expose the affair, would you?
No. Unless, like, this happened.
And you could keep the affair secret as long as you chose, right?
I don't know that. I don't know that Bill wouldn't have exposed it or Cecilia wouldn't have.
And Bill and Cecilia were the only people who were part of your inner circle at this time who knew about the affair.
Apparently not. According to Bill's testimony, JR knew, Pete knew, Frank Daly knew, Sarah Thomas knew.
And then you've come into court and now admitted it because all those people know, right?
No. I've admitted this affair because it's the truth, and that's what I'm telling right now.
And now you've decided to tell the truth.
Yes.
Let's go back to where we left off yesterday. I think one of the last questions I had asked you yesterday was, you said that you told Cecilia Pierce on June 13, 1990, that you knew about the murder.
Yes.
And that was a total fabrication on your part in order to try and get Cecilia Pierce to talk, correct?
I told her that I had known about it beforehand, which was a fabrication.
And that's what you wanted her to know, so you might be able to get information from Cecilia Pierce.
Yes.
And you now know, testifying, that Cecilia Pierce went to the police on June 14th, June 15th, and gave them all sorts of information on this case, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you know that the information Cecilia Pierce gave to the police on June 14th and June 15th inculpated you in this crime.
Yes.
So now, testifying before this jury, you say to us, the day before, I told Cecilia Pierce I was involved, or I knew about the murder before, right?
Right.
And is that the first time you ever told Cecilia Pierce that you had anything to do with the murder?
I didn't tell her that I had something to do with it. I told her that I had known about it.
Okay, so why don't you tell the members of the jury everything you told Cecilia Pierce that you knew about the murder?
I just told her that I had I had known about the murder before it was going to happen.
So that's the only thing you told her?
Yes.
Only knew about
Well,
it?
there was a conversation afterwards.
Okay, what's the conversation afterwards?
I told her that, and she said, how come Bill didn't tell me that you knew about it? And I said, why, you knew about it? And she said, yes. And then she went on to talk about a couple things that I had never heard about beforehand.
Okay, so why don't you tell us what Cecilia Pierce told you that you had never heard about beforehand?
That there was a prior attempt on Greg's life.
Okay, so you're saying June 13th.
There's a couple things. Do you want me to go through all?
Yes, I'm asking you, prior attempt, what else?
She had told me that there had been a time that she had gone to look for a gun with Bill at Papagino's. And she had told me that Raymond was with Bill the first time. And
Yes.
that they had taken my car.
Anything else?
That Bill had done it, and that Pete and JR were with him. But see, I can't really remember because there was a lot of things going around in the newspapers at the same time too, and some of the things she was telling me were also in the paper, so I'm not sure what exactly came out when.
And this is all the information you got from Cecilia Pierce before?
Oh, and she told me that they had dropped gloves at the scene. She said gloves, more than one.
Where was she getting all this information?
I had assumed that Bill had told her.
So what you're telling this jury today is that Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn are having all these conversations about the murder of your husband, which you know absolutely nothing about. Is that it?
Yes, they testified to that also.
Right. They also testified that you knew all about it and were part of it.
Right.
That's the part you're saying no.
Right.
Okay. And you're telling this jury that the murder of your husband occurs, and Cecilia Pierce, who's a good friend of yours, for the whole year and a half and all through that summer, never says anything to you about it until 2 days after the boy's arrested.
I didn't say she's never said anything to me about it. She said we talked about it almost every day, like I talked to everybody about this.
And you talked about it every day. She never once told you, hey, I'm really sorry your husband's dead, but I think I can help you here figuring out who it was.
No. Well,
Okay,
she
so
did say that she was sorry Greg was dead.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is that Cecilia Pierce intentionally withheld information from you concerning the murder of your husband.
Probably because she had some involvement herself.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is Cecilia Pierce wanted your husband dead.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, you just said she had some involvement. I mean,
Well,
why do you think...
in procuring a firearm.
Okay, and then you can answer. Why do you think Cecilia Pierce had involvement in the death of your husband?
I didn't think she had any direct involvement as far as I didn't believe that she was there on the night of the murder, but I believe she had some knowledge of it.
Okay, and you think Cecilia Pierce would intentionally withhold this information from you and from the police and never clue you in?
Yes,
And why would she do that?
that's what I was trying to figure out.
And you have no idea, as you sit here today, and you had no...
I have an idea now.
And, that's what you told us yesterday, that she wanted to be the center of attention.
No, my idea now is that she had her own involvement in this in procuring a firearm with Bill, therefore she was trying to protect herself.
So the way that Cecilia Pierce was going to protect herself was not going to come in and tell the police, hey, I tried to get a firearm, let me tell you about Bill Flynn who did this murder and all that stuff. Her way of protecting herself was to come in and make up this entire fabrication about your involvement to save her skin about a firearm.
It wasn't an entire fabrication.
Excuse me, Ms. Smart. I'll let you answer the question. I will interrupt you. Please don't interrupt my question, okay?
I'm sorry.
It's difficult for Bill.
Did you
He
finish?
came in with this entire fabrication just to get you in trouble, to wrongly send you to jail, to wrongly accuse you of murder, to falsely accuse you of everything, match her wits against yours because she tried to get a firearm in Papagino's.
No, everything she said was not an entire fabrication because she did tell the police that I had known about the murder beforehand, and I did tell her that.
Now, how do you know she told that to the police?
How do I know that? Because she just said that on the stand, and plus, I read it in the paper
When did you read the paper?
after I was arrested.
So after you were arrested, now you're starting to put together what Cecilia Pierce had done, right?
I was trying to put this case together from the day Greg was murdered.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, and how you were trying to put it together, and how you helped the police put it together, right?
No, I don't know
You called
that
the
I
police over to your house to talk about a chip on the wall. You
Yes.
pointed out to the police a dented candlestick.
Yes.
You did all those things, right?
Yes, I
You're really
did.
going out of your way to tell the police everything they should need to know to try and solve this, right?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, except for the affair.
Except for the affair, right?
Right, I was ashamed of the affair. I still am today.
Let's now, on 6/19, you talk to Cecilia Pierce, right?
On the telephone, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you were talking to Cecilia Pierce. Well, your plan now is to try and get more information, right?
Not over the phone, it wasn't.
Just in general, Cecilia Pierce, correct?
No, not at June 19th. My plan was to try and stop her from going to the police and turning me in.
Okay, that's only because it was on the phone.
No, that was my plan everywhere. That was my plan during the body wire conversations also.
All right, so your plan switches.
I told you my plan switched on June 13th.
Okay, so June 13th, what's your plan?
My plan was originally, when the day started, to get more information from her. And by the time the day was over, she had told me that she was scared and that she was going to go to the police. And she was...
I told you Bill had done it.
Objection, Your Honor, interrupt her.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm almost finished. And she had told me that she was going to the police and she was going to tell them that we, meaning she and I, knew about the murder beforehand. And of course, I automatically panicked because I didn't want her to do that. So my intention from there on out was to try and talk her out of going to the police.
So why didn't you go to the police before and straighten the whole mess out? Why didn't you go to the police and say, hey, you know, I was just talking to Cecilia, oh my God, she knows Bill, this kid did it. I was wrong from the beginning. I'm really embarrassed about my affair. Please don't tell anybody about it. But now you can solve the murder of my husband. And now you can tell the Smarts how their son died. Now you can tell the world how this senseless thing has a sense to it. But you didn't go to the police on June 13th after talking to Cecilia, correct?
Because I was scared, I was afraid, and I had heard rumors that I was going to be arrested, and I was afraid, yes.
All right. Now, I didn't really ask you why, but I'll gladly have you tell us.
When the questions...
Your Honor, this question started...
This started with what?
Oh, I thought it was yes or no, but okay. You didn't go, no, and then the reason was why?
Because I was scared and I was afraid.
Scared and afraid of this 15-year-old girl.
No, I was scared and afraid of this entire murder. And I was scared and afraid and confused of everything that was going on and all the rumors that I was hearing.
And you thought the best way to solve that, the best way to deal with this fear, the best way to handle this confusion and all your fears is not honesty is the best policy. Go to the police and tell them everything and let them sort it out, because in the end, you know you're only telling the truth and nothing will happen. Your decision is to withhold information and to start playing mind games with Cecilia.
Yes, at the time that was my conclusion.
Okay. Now, on June 19th, you had phone call conversations with Cecilia Pierce, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now you tell Cecilia Pierce, if they ask you to get a lie detector test, which I doubt they will, then you just say you're going to get yourself a lawyer first. And any lawyer will tell you not to.
Right.
Okay. Did it ever occur to you to encourage Cecilia Pierce to take a lie detector test, to say something to Cecilia Pierce like, hey, just go talk to them. Don't worry about the lie detector test. You can handle that thing. Just give them a statement. Because then you would know, of course, that the police would find something out about the murder, right? I mean, if you encourage her to take the lie detector test,
Right.
police might know who killed your husband.
Right, but should be on the lie detector test saying that I was having an affair and that I knew about it beforehand and all those things, which I didn't want her to say.
So why don't you just be honest with the jury and tell us it was more important to you that this affair, which would link you to Bill, which would link you to the murder, not come out over all this expression on your part that I'm obsessed with solving this crime. I'm obsessed with finding out who murdered my husband. But you're not so obsessed that you're willing to tell the police what you know, are you?
I wanted to solve it in my own mind, in my own life first.
Okay, and then what were you going to do? Make a citizen's arrest?
No, I wasn't. At some point, obviously, I would have gone to the police with it.
So Pam Smart, a 23-year-old student teacher, was going to use her own investigation skills, do her own investigation, not tell the police what she knows, talk to Cecilia Pierce, go out and talk to whoever else she knows, and then, of course, write a report, mail it in, and what were you going to do?
I'm going to object to the form of these questions. There are multi-part questions that they can't be answered yes and no. Numerous assumptions. It's essentially speeches.
Cross-examination, just over.
First of all, I'm not a teacher. And second of all, yes, that was my intention, to figure it out on my own. My husband was murdered. I was not thinking rationally at the time. And unless you've gone through something like this, then maybe you can't understand.
So in other words, now what you're saying is this talk with Cecilia is the product of some irrational behavior on your part?
I'd say.
So it's not a conscious decision to find out information from her?
It was both. It was a very confused state.
Now, so later on in the same phone call conversation, you say, Cecilia Pierce, you're talking about the OJ video. She said she's looking for her copy. And you say, well, the Department of Citrus doesn't like the video anyways, you know? And Cecilia says, but I told her that the superintendent had all the copies. Talking about somebody in the press who wanted a copy. And you say, but according to JR, Raymond and Ralph said, it doesn't come out of the tape, and you say, well, that's Raymond and Ralph. You know what I mean? Just say you don't, and that's it, you know? And Cecilia says, yep. And you say, I mean, they can't convict him and arrest him on the word of another person. And Cecilia says, well, like you said, they can always switch it around and say that Raymond and Ralph did it. And you say, right, and that's it, you know? Raymond. How would Raymond and Ralph know anything, you know? Because maybe somebody told them that, or that somebody else said that they did.
Jeff, Your Honor, is this a question, or is he reading in evidence?
I'm getting to the question, Your Honor. It's the foundation.
It appears to me what he's doing is putting in a transcript. If he wants to put in a transcript, he should do it through a witness.
Judge, I have specific questions designed to be statement that she says on this.
Objection is overruled.
I don't want to give it out of context. I'm trying to give the jury the full context. The last statement you said, and I'll repeat it, is right. And that's it, you know? Raymond. How would Raymond and Ralph know anything, you know? Because maybe somebody told them that, or somebody else said that they did, you know what I mean? They can't, you're not going to get convicted of murder on someone else's opinion. You know what I mean? Like if you were missing that night or something like that. How do you know what is according to JR?
What was the statement that I said about JR?
You said, but according to JR, Raymond and Ralph said.
Right.
And then you say, well, that's Raymond and Ralph. You know what I mean? Just say you don't, and that's it. You know. I mean, didn't you tell us yesterday that when JR and Pete and Bill were at your house, you went upstairs because Bill said that he was alone. And you stayed upstairs for 45 minutes, right?
Right, and according to JR meant according to what I had heard that JR was saying, because I had also heard what Ralph and Raymond were saying, and I had heard what the entire town of Seabrook was saying, and what the police were saying, and what the newspapers were saying.
And what did you hear was what JR saying?
I heard that JR was saying that Ralph and Raymond had done the murder.
You heard this from JR?
No, I heard it from Cecilia. Cecilia said, I heard JR was saying up in ADC that Ralph and Raymond had done the murder.
So on June 13th, what time of day? I mean, on June 19th, right?
Right.
Right. JR has been in ADC for 3-4 days, and you're saying rumors have gone
On
back?
June 19th, he's been there for 9 days.
All right, so 9 days. I think the rest of June 11th, so it's 8 days, right?
Right.
You're saying rumors have already gotten back to you, what JR is saying at ADC.
Absolutely. Rumors were getting around about everything.
And you're saying that JR was saying what about Raymond and Ralph?
Like I said, JR never said this directly to me, but I had heard that JR was saying that Raymond and Ralph had committed the murder themselves and were blaming it on Bill, Pete, and JR.
I'm sorry?
Raymond
So
and...
why would you say to Cecilia, just say you don't, and that's it, you know? I mean, why are you telling...
Because I'm telling her to say that she doesn't know anything.
Okay, and then later on, when Cecilia says to you, well, like you said, they can always switch it around and say that Raymond and Ralph did it.
Right, because that's what I had said. JR can say whatever he wants up in ADC. I don't know what he's saying. They can always switch it around and say Raymond and Ralph did it.
Why are you telling this to Cecilia Pierce?
Because we had had discussions previous to this about it.
About what?
About the possibility of Raymond and Ralph doing the murder.
And so now, this time, after Cecilia Pierce has told you on June 13th that Bill Flynn has done the murder, which is news to you, 5-6 days later, you're now saying that you're talking about somebody else may have done the murder?
Yes, I did not want to believe Bill Flynn committed this murder.
So there's nothing anybody could have done to convince you that Bill Flynn had committed this murder?
At that point, no.
And
I still, even after his arrest, didn't believe that he had done it.
Because Bill Flynn's not the kind of guy who's going to go off and mastermind a murder, is he?
I don't know.
Sorry?
Apparently, yes, he pleaded guilty to the crime.
But you never thought that, right? I mean, your opinion of Bill Flynn, you couldn't do that.
Murder someone?
Right.
No, I didn't think so.
To this jury, you're going to say, well, yes, now he did that.
He said he did it. I don't think he'd plead guilty to a crime if he wasn't guilty.
Now, when you say to Cecilia Pierce, they can't, you're not going to get convicted of murder on someone else's opinion. Who are you talking about? Who's the they? The police?
She said, I believe Bill, Pete, and JR were possibly going to say that she had known about the murder beforehand and that she was worried that if they said that, the police would arrest her.
So you're giving her comfort at this point.
Right, I told her I was doing everything I could to try and get her not to go to the police.
And at this point, it was strictly because of the affair.
No, I said earlier that it was also because I had told her that I had known about the murder beforehand, that I didn't want her to say that.
I mean, was it your big fear you were going to get wrongly accused that Cecilia Pierce went to the police?
That's what happened. That's why I'm sitting here today.
Right, so you don't think it was more important back then to go to the police and straighten out first, put your embarrassment aside, and say, hey, before this goes any further, let me tell you what happened. You don't think that was important to do you?
I wish I would have made that decision way back then and none of us would be here today.
Is that what you want this jury to believe?
Yes, I want this jury to believe the truth.
And they will make that decision, right?
I hope so.
And that would be based upon all the different times you said you were telling the truth, but in fact, you kept things to yourself, right?
I have said to this jury that I did keep things from the police. I've not denied that. I have not denied that I was trying to hide an affair. You're absolutely right. I did not want the whole United States of America to know that I had had an affair.
But you were willing to risk being wrongly accused. In your version of what's happening, you would risk the murderer go free. You would risk you being wrongly accused. You even said yesterday that you thought Bill Flynn was wrongly arrested because they heard the affair, and you were willing to risk that.
I wasn't willing to risk that. I was scared, and I was trying to make decisions, and I was 22 years old, and I made the wrong decisions.
I mean, isn't it possible that the other side of the coin, what's really happening here is, if Cecilia Pierce does go to the police, Cecilia Pierce might tell what she really knows, and Cecilia Pierce might be telling exactly what she told this jury when she testified, that you knew about it from the beginning and were all part of it, right?
Because that would be a lie,
In your opinion.
in my opinion.
And that's what you want this jury to believe, right?
Yes.
Now, Cecilia Pierce hangs up the phone. She tells you that the police are coming over, right?
I guess.
And then you call her back a few moments later, right?
Right.
And you call her back. one of the things you say to her, you say, they're on trial, and that's it. So you just, answer the question, and that's it. They're going to try and get you to talk and to confess, and they're going to say, we know you know, and all that. Try and make you nervous, but all you have to do is just maintain the same story, and that's it. You don't know, and that's it, And as far as where you were that night, I would get the story straight, so that they don't get suspicious and wonder where you were and all that, But just answer their questions and don't offer any information, She says, yeah, I know that. I don't know. I'm nervous because, the TV keeps saying they're going to arrest the girl for driving them up.
Right.
You say all this to see. You call Cecilia Pierce back to tell her, don't confess.
Right.
You call her back, just answer the questions, don't offer any information.
Right.
Did you ever think to say to Cecilia Pierce, look, don't tell them about the affair, but tell them what you know about Bill?
No.
Never entered your mind?
No, because then she would have said that I had known about the murder beforehand. And what I was talking about getting her story straight was when she had originally gone to the police and they had come to her, I guess, and they asked her where she was the night of the murder. And she had told them that she was at work at Papagino's, and she found out later that she was really at her aunt's house. And I told her that she better get the story straight because it was the truth. That wasn't a lie.
When did she tell you this?
Shortly after the murder sometime. I think she said her mother had told the police that she was at Papagino's that night, and she wasn't really, and she wasn't trying to lie. Her mother wasn't trying to lie either, but I just figured that if she got that straightened out, then they wouldn't call Papagino's and find out she wasn't there and then think she was involved, like at the murder scene or something.
And on the very few moments later, page 3, Q2, you say to Cecilia, she's worried about being arrested because the paper said the girl was going to be arrested.
Right.
You remember you tell her she didn't even have a car, it's not going to be her? Remember telling her that?
Right. I was trying to calm her down.
And they say, or wherever it was. But you have to realize that if the police were going to arrest someone, it would probably have happened already. So obviously that was just a false report. Because by the time that they heard about Bill and all them, and the time that they arrested them, it was like friggin' 2 hours. You know what I mean? Or whatever it was, in a long 5-day period. You know what I'm saying? She said, yeah. You say, so that's it, And then she said, well, obviously Bill and them must not be saying anything, or we would have been arrested already. You say, well, I don't know what they're saying. Cecilia said, yeah. And you say, that's the thing. They're saying that we knew, and the police can bust us because we're saying that we didn't know.
Right.
And that's it. You know what I mean?
Is this a question?
Yeah, the question is she's saying if Bill and them were talking, you'd be arrested, right?
Exactly.
Now, how would Cecilia know that if Bill and them were talking, that you would be arrested?
Because I told her that Bill knew that I knew about the murder.
Oh, now you're telling us that you told her that Bill knew that you knew about the murder.
Exactly. I told her I knew about the murder beforehand, and if Bill committed the murder, then obviously I would have known, and Bill would have known that I knew.
But knowing about the murder beforehand doesn't necessarily make you involved.
I think it does.
Okay. So what you're saying is now you're saying to Cecilia that you not only told her that you knew, but you also told her that Bill knew you knew. And then when Cecilia was saying this, you're saying to her, or she's saying to you that if Bill talks, he can inculpate you.
Exactly.
I mean, it's really well the way this works. I mean, that no matter what Cecilia Pierce says, you're able to talk about it in such a way that the two of you know exactly what you're talking about, but you never really had any detailed conversations about what you actually knew, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you only told Cecilia Pierce that you knew about the murder and that you told Bill you knew about the murder, and nothing more.
Right. If you notice on the tapes, she's the one talking about all the details of the murder, and I'm sitting there agreeing.
Okay, the jury heard the tapes, and they'll make that decision of what is actually said and who's doing all the talking and who is just sitting there answering questions. And they'll listen to that, right?
Yes, they will.
Okay, are you afraid to let the jury do that for themselves?
Absolutely not.
So now, Cecilia Pierce is telling you, if they're talking, we would be arrested, right?
Right.
Okay, so obviously Cecilia Pierce, in your mind, must have an incredible fear that Bill and them have detailed information about her involvement.
You'd have to ask Cecilia. I don't know what her feelings were. I can only comment on what mine were.
All right, will you tell me what you think it meant when Cecilia said if Bill and them were talking, she was going to be arrested?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That wasn't speculation.
Explains her actions and tapes, Your Honor. On the tapes and her conduct afterwards.
Objection's overruled.
Tell us what you thought it meant.
Specifically what, again?
Specifically?
Yeah, what?
A person tells you that if the guy in jail starts talking, I'm going to be arrested. What does that mean to you?
That she had some involvement.
Okay, she had some involvement. She knows probably a lot more about this murder than you thought of before, right?
Right, I didn't know how much involvement, but...
Okay, so after June 19th, you don't go and tell the police that night, my lord, I can solve the murder. Let me tell you what Cecilia just told me, right?
No, I was thinking about trying to get a hold of Bill because I wanted to confront Bill with the information Cecilia had given me and see if he would tell me whether or not he had done it.
I mean, didn't you think that'd be very suspicious? I mean, here you are worried about the affair coming out, and you're telling this jury what you were going to do is go see your ex-lover who's in jail, arrested for the murder of your husband, and have a visit with him?
That's exactly why I didn't go there, and I was trying to think of a way to contact him without being that obvious.
Okay, so you were going to, how are you going to do that?
I was thinking of ways to do it, and I did do it by sending a tape over to you.
So that tape that Bill referred to with that letter was from you, right?
Yes, it was. And I knew when he got it and he played it, he would know that it was from me, and I was hoping that he would call me so that I could talk to him, but he never did.
So your ex-lover, who killed your husband, who's now in jail, and who's testified he got the tape from you, and you can't dispute that because the letter exists, you're now saying, oh, yeah, I sent that, but clearly for innocuous reasons. I mean, right?
The reason being what I just said.
Yeah. I mean, when does your loyalty switch? When does your loyalty switch away from your embarrassment, away from your affair, away from keeping this quiet from everybody and letting the world decide what really go on here? And when does it switch to solving the murder of your husband, which you said and professed many millions of times was the number one thing on your mind? When does it switch?
That was part of the whole thing.
The only time it switched is when you came into this court.
No.
You didn't tell any of the police prior to your arrest about it, right?
Greg was dead. I didn't feel like dragging either one of us through the
I
mud.
see. Greg was dead, so no longer mattered. Is that it?
No, that's what mattered.
That mattered more than anything that Greg was dead, but not that much, though, really.
That mattered more to me than anything.
Okay. It mattered more to you than anything, so explain to us, again, why you're worried about embarrassment and you're worried about being exposed about having an affair. Took precedence over you telling the truth.
Because I was confused and I was stressed out. I had no information at all. And when something like this happens, people don't always act correctly. They don't always act rationally. And I used very poor judgment, and I'm sorry for that, but I did not have anything to do with the murder of my husband.
And honesty is the best policy in your book, right?
Apparently not always.
Now, very next day, you have a full opportunity to talk to the police, right?
Contact that I initiated, yes.
You initiated?
Yes, I did.
Okay, they wanted to talk to you about the certification hearings coming up, correct?
I called them up and asked them why no one was talking to me about anything since the kids had been arrested, and how come I had no information once again.
But June 20th is when they came to you and talked to you about maybe having to testify
Right.
at a certification hearing, right?
Because I said I wanted to help in any way in getting them certified as adults.
Right, because now you want to get Bill Flynn, right? And then we just said you wanted to do anything you can to get them certified as adults, right?
If he murdered Greg, I wanted him in jail.
Right. And if he was going to be certified as adults, the full thrust of the criminal justice system would be thrust upon Bill Flynn, right?
Yes.
And that's the same conversation we talked about yesterday. When they said, we need a little help on the motive here, you said, beats me, guys.
Right, because I did not think that an affair was a motive for murder.
I mean, so you now, not only are you talking two different things to Cecilia about pretending you're involved and telling her not to go to the police to save the affair, you're also telling this jury that you really wanted to get them certified and you wanted to help in any way that you can, and you keep saying that you want to go to the police and tell them and be helpful. At the same time, you're telling this jury you're not going to tell them what they need to know. I mean, you're making that decision.
Right.
Because if you told them what they knew, what you knew, they'd find out the connection to the murder, wouldn't they?
They had pretty much established that.
They'd already pretty much established your connection to the murder?
They had established that I had an affair.
I'm sorry?
They had established that I had had an affair.
So on June 20th, they already know. Is that what you're telling me?
I think they did.
So did you ever say to them, hey, you know about my affair, I'm really making some mistakes here, I'm really screwing up, let me come clean with you? Did you ever tell them on June 20th? Yes or no?
No.
In fact, they asked you about Cecilia. In fact, they didn't even ask you about Cecilia. You went out of your way to talk about it.
Right. I wanted to try and throw them off the track of her.
And the reason you want to throw them off the track is because you haven't quite finished your own little investigation yet, right?
Exactly.
It's now a month and a half that Greg has been murdered, and you, Pamela Smart, your own investigation is just getting underway and you need more time.
Exactly.
Did you think you could do it better than the police?
I didn't care.
So what were you going to do if you finished your investigation? Cecilia told you she was involved. Bill Flynn tells you he's involved. He says straight to your face, Pam, I loved you, so I killed him. What were you going to do then?
I would have gone to the police.
Only then would you have gone to the police, right?
Right. I wouldn't have believed it unless I heard it from Bill's mouth.
All right, so your excuse to this jury of having never helped the police with this information is strictly because you hadn't finished your own investigation, right?
And I told this jury that I didn't want the affair to come out.
I know, and that's obviously given the choice between telling what you know. Let me rephrase this. In every circumstance we've seen over the past 2 days, when it's come to a choice between exposing you in embarrassment with this affair, helping anybody, families understand this murder, the police investigate and start putting the pieces together, the affair always is won out.
I was not convinced that Bill did the murder, so that's not even a choice that I made.
Yeah.
Because if I was convinced that he did it and then I didn't talk about the affair, then that would be different than the fact that I wasn't convinced that he did it.
Are you done? Now, the question is, did the affair always win out? Yes
No.
or no?
That was a constant struggle in my head. Not always.
Okay, so tell us when you decided to tell what you knew instead of keeping the affair secret up until June 20th.
No,
you said
I
the affair
didn't.
didn't always win out. You tell us.
I didn't. There wasn't a
Sorry?
time. There wasn't a time.
Okay, so going back to the question, when the choice came down to whether telling of the affair or giving the police information, up to this point, the affair always won out.
Yes.
So now you're talking to the police, June 20th, day after you talk to Cecilia Pierce on the phone, a few days after she first tells you all the information she has, and this is what you say to her. Page 45. Yeah, well, The only concern I really have, honestly, is I don't know if I agree with how poor Cecilia is being treated in all this. I really don't know that I agree with that. I mean, Cecilia, I highly doubt had anything to do with anything about this. She's not even friends with those guys, with the exception of knowing them in school. I mean, she never went out with them on the weekends, or, Dr. Pelletier said, yeah, and you continue, anything like that. And I mean, this is all just way too hardcore for someone like her to be involved with. I think, and she keeps feeling like she's being, I haven't talked to her a lot, but I've talked to her a couple of times that she's, being accused of all these things that she doesn't know. And now her parents are like, well, maybe you shouldn't talk to Pam, until this is over and all that. And I kind of resent that because, I mean, she's my intern. And yeah, school's over now, but... And then Danny Pelletier goes on to her being your intern.
Right. I just told you that I was trying to keep the police away from her.
Right. So now not only are you lying to the police by omission, by not telling them about the affair,
right,
you are also consciously making an intentional decision not to be the truthful with the police about what you know about Cecilia Pierce.
Exactly. The police weren't truthful with me.
So on one hand, okay, the police aren't truthful with you?
They weren't.
I mean, why don't you tell the jury what the police asked you to do about talking to the press shortly after the murder of your husband?
About the press?
Yeah, what did the police tell you? Any one of them?
I believe Lauren Jackson told me that it wasn't a good idea to talk to the press and that this one specific person.
And did they specifically tell you not to reveal details of the homicide because that would impinge on the investigation?
Right.
And within 3 days of your husband's death, you're on TV with Bill Spencer saying, this is a burglary, not a drug case.
Right, because everyone was saying that Greg was a drug dealer, and Greg was not a drug dealer. Greg was a good person, and I did not want him buried with people on the news saying that this must be a mafia killing and drug related and all these things.
So that was more important to you than letting the police do their job and figuring out who committed this crime?
Giving Greg some dignity? Yes, that was more important to me.
You were afraid that if the police did their investigation, the dignity wouldn't come out?
Not then. You should have heard what the news was saying.
It was important to you at that time to make sure that you got your version out as soon as possible that this was a burglary.
That's what I was told by the police.
And you talked to Bill Spencer not only before Greg was buried, but you did a full 15-minute interview with him in your house 4 or 5 days after that, right?
Right, and I talked about Greg.
Yeah, and you also talked to the union leader, the Dairy News.
I sure did.
You talked to them all.
Yep.
And the police have been telling you not to talk to the press, correct?
They didn't say don't talk to the press. They said that sometimes the press mixes your words up, which I definitely learned that
lesson. And you
lesson.
disregarded all that?
Yeah.
No?
Yes,
you talked to the press?
I said yes.
Okay, so at some point after that, the press started saying, we're not going to give you any more information at this point.
The press?
You couldn't be trusted.
The press?
Please, I'm sorry.
Did they say those words to me? Is that what you're asking me? They never said
No,
those.
they didn't tell you, but I'm saying they stopped giving you information shortly after that, right?
They never gave me information before that. I found out, they didn't even tell me Greg was shot. I found out on the radio while I was driving down the road.
And that was what, the very next day?
Yes, that's how
When the autopsy report was released, right?
Right. And I'm the victim's widow, and I find out on the radio.
But they told you about their investigation in New Jersey, didn't they?
They mentioned something about being in New Jersey.
And they were looking at leads in New Jersey, right?
I think they said something about a gun ring or something.
And they also told you about investigating some people in Greg's past, Kim Silver.
Yes.
Okay, so they told you about that, right?
I told them about that.
They came to you, though, and asked you about it and told you what their investigation showed, right?
No, they never told me what their investigation showed. They just asked questions.
And they came to you and told you about it.
They asked me about it.
And did you ever go to the police and say to them after June 19th or during this interview on June 20th and say, look, I know you guys are a little annoyed at me. I know you guys haven't been giving me stuff, but let's make some trades here. I got some great information. I'll give you my great information if you give me your information. Did you ever say to them on June 20th?
They didn't seem too concerned with anything I had to say.
They didn't? I mean, they talked to you for 45 minutes on tape. They didn't seem too concerned?
Yeah, about certification.
So you tried to tell them. Is that what you're telling this jury? You tried to tell them, but they
No.
wouldn't hear it?
No.
Okay. You're telling this jury they didn't seem too interested in information about who might have killed your husband. Is that what you're telling this jury?
They didn't seem too interested in my opinions or my theories on...
Did you offer the opinion that Cecilia Pierce knows about this crime?
No, I didn't.
You did just the opposite. I read it a second ago. You
Right.
did just the opposite.
Right, and I just said that.
Okay. And you know, you have to admit that because it's on tape, right?
I have to admit that because
And
that's
you
the
have
truth.
to admit to this jury that you are hiding the information about Cecilia Pierce from the police because it's right there on the tape. There's no way you could ever deny that, could you?
If I was guilty, I would have pleaded guilty and plea bargained with the rest of them.
Strike it down, Ms. Thompson.
Jury will disregard that statement.
Your Honor, please recommend.
Now, your attempts to distract the police from Cecilia Pierce go way beyond your saying just that she's scared and I think she's being poorly treated, right?
Well, are you talking about a specific
Well, I
incident?
mean, when you talk to the police on June 20th, the very next day, you not only say that Cecilia Pierce is not connected to the crime, but you say that you've counseled her to tell the absolute truth, right?
I said that to the police.
Well, let me read it to you. Page 48. Danny Pelletier says to you, but Cecilia's mother, getting back to that, thinks that we're treating her poorly, or thinks the police are. And you say yes. Yeah, Cecilia does too, I think. Danny Pelletier says should leave her alone, or it's inaudible, and then you say she feels like she's being accused and that she didn't do anything. And then I mean for a 15 or 16-year-old kid, I guess, you know, if you're accused of something that you didn't do, I mean, nobody, I mean, even me, I'm 22, I don't want to be accused of something I didn't do. But for a young person, I would think that that would be awful, especially if you see other people getting arrested, you know, that we're around you or whatever. I mean, it's probably would have to be scary, I would think. And the detective says, You say, you know, even if you're not guilty. And Danny says, well, she's just one of probably over 100 people we've talked to since, and you interject, right, I'll tell her that. And Danny says, since May 1st. And then you say, you know, I say they're just doing their job. And you know, just answer, just tell them the truth. And that's it. You just answer the questions and whatever. And she says, but I tell them the truth, and they tell me they think I'm lying. And you know, and I don't know what to tell you, Cecilia, you know, I can't control the police. I'm very sorry that this has happened to you. I mean, as far as the press goes, they're bothering me and calling my secretary. Now, you tell the police on that day that you've counseled Cecilia Pierce, tell the truth, just answer the questions.
Right.
That's a bold-faced lie.
Right.
Just as the other thing about your information of Cecilia Pierce's involvement is a bold-faced lie.
Yes.
And you know that this is on tape. It has been on tape since June 20th, 1990, correct?
To audio tape?
Yeah, audio tape.
I guess, if you say.
Well, I mean, you know I can play it for you right now. You hear it, right?
I believe it.
Sorry?
I believe it. If you
Danny Pelletier could come in and testify about what went on that day, right?
Right.
And on June 20th, are you trying to impress the police with your own honesty?
Was I trying to impress them?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, wasn't that the same day you said, you know, my honest to God's truth? I'm just going to tell you my honest to God's truth in this case.
Which is that I didn't think that 3 kids did it.
Okay, but then when it came to Cecilia Pierce, is your honest to God truth something you decided you no longer needed at the moment?
I got a page reference to that.
Right.
It's 32, 35, 37, your honest to God's truth. So, your honest to God's truth just switches as we go along.
Right then and there it did.
Okay. Now, police, you know, didn't want you really to talk about the investigation, right?
I don't know what the police wanted from me.
Well, how about some answers? Do you think the police wanted some answers from you?
After the arrest, no, because they didn't contact me till June 20th or something.
Oh, so because they didn't contact you right away, you decided the police must not want answers, so I guess I don't have to tell them about my affair with Bill Flynn or what Cecilia Pierce knows. Is that what
Yes,
you found in
I
there?
contacted them and I contacted the Attorney General's office. I believe I spoke with Diane.
And that gives you the right not to tell the truth. Is that it?
That does
Because
not-
you contacted the AG and you contacted the police, that gives you the right to say what's the truth and what's not.
No, I made a mistake.
You made a lot of mistakes so far in this case.
I sure have. Yes, I have.
Was killing your husband one of those mistakes?
No, it wasn't.
Getting a divorce, maybe that was one of the mistakes? You should have gotten a divorce, but you didn't?
No, I didn't want to get divorced.
I mean, it sure looks, you agree, you're trying to cover up what Cecilia knows from the police, doesn't it?
Right, because I told her that I knew something which I didn't really know.
So you're playing a double entendre with something with Cecilia Pierce's mind, right?
I didn't know what I was doing at the time. It doesn't make sense to me
You know
now,
what you're doing now?
right this minute.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm telling the truth.
And you know that you're testifying at your trial in front of this jury, right?
Right, and
You know this stuff is on tape and has to be responded to,
I've been
right?
asked at least 4 times already, Your Honor.
Just been asked.
And you know that the other tapes that we haven't talked about yet, exist, and that's your voice on the tapes, right?
It sure is, and I don't begin to say to this jury that I can explain every action that I took between May 1st and now.
Right. And you didn't know at the time you were talking to Cecilia Pierce, she was wired, right?
The thought crossed my mind, but no.
And sometime after that, you found out she was wired.
Yeah, when I was arrested.
Okay?
Your Honor. I just have 2 or 3 things to ask you about. Things that came up during the cross-examination. Yesterday, Mr. Maggiato asked you some questions about one of the state's exhibits, which is a little piece of note paper. You indicated it was words to a song.
Yes.
Well then,
Yes.
I think he told Mr. Maggiato that it was a religious song. You remember that?
Well, it's by a religious band.
Okay, can you tell Mr. Maggiato and everybody else the name of the band, the name of the song?
The name of the band is Striper. The name of the song is First Love.
You know, did you have that record set?
I had the album, and I might have also had the CD, I'm not sure, but I know I had the album.
Okay, now are the words to the songs on anything that comes with either the CD or the record?
Yes, the words are on a lyric sheet inside the album.
Okay, and if someone were to look at that lyric sheet and read all the words to the songs on that album, would they be able to tell that that was a religious album?
Definitely, there's on the outside cover, on the front and the back, there's references directly to the Bible.
Now, you also talked a little bit about insurance money with Mr. Maggiato. Before Greg died, did you know how much insurance you were getting?
No, I did not.
When did you come to find that out?
The exact amount, or
Yeah, the amount of money.
I believe a week or so after the murder.
Can you tell us how you came to find out?
Okay. Obviously, after the murder, I was contacted by the insurance company to find out what was missing from the house for claims purposes, items that might have been stolen and things like that. And the insurance people who were doing the investigation were from Greg's office, so they were people that I knew. And we met, I believe, at the Smart's residence about a week after the murder, and I was told that there was one life insurance policy for $50,000 and that there was a group life policy, but nobody knew how much that was.
Okay, at some point in time, did you get any paper documents from the insurance company
Concerning the second policy,
concerning any of them?
I'm sure, I don't remember exactly what. I know I got something about the second policy.
Where did you keep those kind of documents?
In an expandable folder that we had with all the bills and
Okay, where did
car titles and things like that.
where did you keep that?
In the house, in a closet.
Okay, how long did it stay there?
It's been there for as long as we've lived together. Even when I lived in Florida, I had it.
Okay, at some point in time, you move out of Derry. What happens to the folder?
There were things taken out of the folder that I put into another folder that had to do with issues at hand as far as cars, like the four-wheeler that Greg had. There was information on that, the truck that he had, the insurance policies, and I had some, I think, newspaper articles or something, and I had those all in a tan folder.
Okay, where was that folder kept?
That was kept with me in my office, inside my calendar.
Okay, and again, where's your office?
SAU 21 building in Hampton.
Okay, when you left the office during the course of the day, did you take that with you?
No, it was on top of my desk.
Now, you mentioned, and Mr. Maggi had a question or two about it, that you were on medication during the point in time that the last two of these tapes were made. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell Mr. Maggi what kind of medication?
Hi, Judge. I had my opportunity. I'd rather she tell the jury, and the jury's the ones that have to decide. Mr. Stutumi doesn't have to have her address her questions directly to me. This isn't a conversation with me.
I'll withdraw it. I'll note that Mr. Maggiato shows how to ask this question. Go ahead. Would you tell the people in the jury what medication is?
Prozac.
What is Prozac for?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Why were you taking it?
Judge, could we approach?
What's the objection to the Prozac?
Well, I mean, she's not an expert. Are we going to have access to all her information that she was talking to her doctors?
I'll withdraw it. Go on.
All right.
On the last page of one of those tapes, you talk to Cecilia Pierce about where you're going after you see her. You
Right.
recall that?
Yes, I do.
Is what you said to her then correct?
Yes. That I was going to the psychiatrist.
Right.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Maggi, well, start there. Recall being asked about times when you might have asked for information from Cecilia on, I think it's July 12th.
Yes.
Page 19. If I may approach on. I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 81 for ID. And I ask you to take a look at the bottom part of that page. Page 19.
Yes.
Did you ask Cecilia, does that help you remember whether you asked Cecilia any further questions or information?
Yes.
What's all that about there?
Let me just back up here. I say, Cecilia says that Raymond had just gotten out of jail when he was looking for a gun. And I say, what for?
What does Cecilia say?
Cecilia says he thought that Raymond could get it for him.
What do you say?
What for?
Well, didn't you know Raymond was getting that gun for the first attempt to kill your husband?
No?
Did you take any part whatsoever planning the death of your husband?
Absolutely not.
Further, thank you.
Ms. Smart, conversation on page 19 is when Cecilia told you that Raymond had just gotten out of jail, right?
I believe I say, did you know Raymond just got out of jail?
Superior says that he just got out of jail. I'm sorry, you did. Did you know Raymond just got out of jail? And Cecilia says, yeah, I knew that. And you
Right.
say, for what? Okay? Would you
Right.
agree with me that that for what refers to why Raymond was in jail?
Right.
Okay.
I had heard Raymond was in jail, but I didn't know what for.
Now, the insurance policies you were talking about that was left on your desk, this is all before the murder, right?
Wait a second. I didn't say there was insurance policies left on my desk.
This billfold that you left on your desk.
No, that you might, maybe I said.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Right. what happened was that there was one insurance policy in the billfold, but that billfold itself stayed inside the house. There were things from that I took out in a separate folder and brought to work. One of those wasn't the insurance policy itself, but there was notes concerning insurance.
Okay, but
and phone calls and letters and things like that.
You would agree with me, it wasn't until you got the notice from Metropolitan Life Insurance Company that there was a group policy based upon your husband's salary that you learned the amount of the group policy, right?
Yes, I didn't know before the murder.
And that was after the murder, correct?
Right.
Okay, about a week or so is what you said.
A week or so I found out there was a policy, but I'm not sure I found out until I think the letter came to me like in the middle of May that said how much it was.
Are you telling this jury that your taking Prozac made you say what you said on the tapes on July 12th to July 13th?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Is that your voice on the tapes on July 12th and July 13th?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions.
Dr. Everett, you may step down.
Defense will call Patricia McGinnis.
All right, we are going to go. We're going to go into. We're going to go into Billy now. All right, so you heard her mention Billy Flynn all over the place, right? And we heard from. We also heard about Cecilia. Who do you guys want to hear first? Billy's going to have to be split up. So either way, we're going to be streaming tomorrow. So who do you want to hear? Cecilia? We could do all of Cecilia and then parts of Billy and then hear Billy tomorrow. Maybe I want to do that. Let's get to Cecilia. Let's do Cecilia next, and then we'll hear from. All right, hold on a sec. Let me get to Cecilia. Here's testimony. Where is it? Hold on a sec. All right. All right, so we'll do Billy. We'll save Cecilia for tomorrow. And we'll get to a couple hours of Billy here. All right, so this is the shooter. Yeah, we're going to stream tomorrow only because Paula, there's Billy 6 hours and Cecilia is another hour and a half or so, hour 43 minutes. Then we have closings, so we're going to split this up into 2 days. All right, so this is Billy. Billy takes the stand. So we thought at first we were just going to have Pamela, but now we because Billy is the shooter and then Cecilia helped turn her in. We figured, it's only 2:00, so let's stream some more. So I'm going to give you some bonus footage here.
A nice clear voice so that everyone in the jury can hear. Would you please state your name?
William Flynn.
How do you spell your last name?
F-L-Y-N.
Mr. Flynn, I'm going to ask you to do pretty much what you're doing. Sit up close and be able to speak into the microphone so we can all hear you. How old are you, Mr. Flynn?
16.
And what's your date of birth?
March 12th, 1974.
Where do you currently live?
Brentwood.
What's Brentwood?
Rockingham County House of Corrections.
Prior to living at Rockingham County Correction, where were you?
Prior to that, I was at a juvenile holding facility, ABC.
And how long were you in the juvenile holding facility?
7 months.
How long have you been in Rockingham County Jail?
2 months.
Prior to your incarceration in Rockingham County Jail and the juvenile holding facility, where did you live?
Seabrook Beach, New Hampshire.
What was your address?
Corner of Ocean Drive in Pembroke, 175, I believe.
And who did you live with?
My mother and my 2 younger brothers.
What are your brothers' names?
Larry Flynn and Jimmy Flynn.
From 1989 to 1990, where did you go to school?
1989 to 1990, Illinois Country High School.
What year were you in at that time?
Sophomore.
How old were you when you started school in 1989?
1989, 15.
You know Vance Lathamy Jr.?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
I met him at Seabrook Junior High, like a year after, well, in 8th grade, I believe it was.
How long have you lived in Seabrook?
In Seabrook, 4 years.
And where'd you live before that?
With my grandmother, when we first moved out here from California.
Now, what's the nature of your relationship with Vance Lathamy Jr.?
Best friend.
You know Pete Randall?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Pete Randall?
Approximately 4 years.
How did you meet Pete Randall?
Seabrook Junior High, 8th grade.
Ralph Welch?
Yes.
How do you know Ralph Welch?
Well, he wasn't attending school when I met JR and Pete, but I met Ralph through JR and Pete.
When you say JR, you mean Vance Lathamy Jr.?
Yes.
Is that his nickname?
Yes.
And Pete Randall, his first name is really Patrick, is that right?
Yes.
Who's Frank Daly?
Another one of my friends.
How'd you meet Frank?
I went to High School, freshman year.
You know someone by the name of Cecilia Pierce?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Cecilia Pierce?
Well, she was in Seabrook Junior High, and it's a small junior high, so you pretty much know everybody. So that's how I met her.
Was she part of the crowd?
Not really, no.
Who was part of your crowd?
JR, Pete, Ralph, Frank.
Do you know Pamela Smart?
Yes, I do.
Is she in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Point her out, please. Tell us what she's wearing.
Purple dress.
How did you meet Pamela Smart?
Through Project Self-Esteem.
What was Project Self-Esteem?
Well, Project Self-Esteem is a mandatory, I don't know if you can call it a class or not, but what it is it's all the freshmen in their freshman year go, someplace where it's being held. Freshman year was at Luca's Greenery, Greenhouse, whatever restaurant, and it's just, you go there and it's like drug awareness, alcohol awareness, and it teaches you how to feel good about yourself.
What was your function in Project Self-Esteem?
Well, freshman year, I was, it was mandatory. I was there to, partake in it. But sophomore year, I was facilitated to help with it and to help with everything.
And was there any of your other friends involved in it?
Yes, Dennis Slattery.
You mean JR?
Yeah, JR and my friend Kevin Moore.
Kevin who?
Moore, I'm on the team.
Was Cecilia Pierce part of Project Self-Esteem?
Yes, she was.
Now, what was the defendant's role in Project Self-Esteem?
Pam, she was a facilitator, the same thing as I was. But she helped Miss Kinsman. She was like one of the people in charge.
Now, when you first started Project Self-Esteem, how often would it meet?
How often? Roughly twice a month. That's when I was a facilitator, not.
I'm talking about during sophomore year.
All right, yeah, about 2 or 3 times a month.
And when you met 2 or 3 times a month, did you see the defendant?
Yes, I would.
Did you have contact with the defendant during Project Self-Esteem?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain what that contact was?
All right. Well, I'd go to the meetings. Me, JR, and Cecilia Pierce was there. And I'd say about the 3rd, 4th meeting we were in there, Pam came walking in. Miss Kinsman had told us that, there was someone that wanted to help out. She was the media director at the SAU 21 building across the street. So that's when I first saw Pam.
Now, after that time you first saw Pam, did you ever spend any more time with her in Project Self-Esteem?
Yes, during the meetings we'd break into small groups, and I made sure I was in her group. And what the group exercise was to tell about yourself, to get comfortable with expressing what you're telling about yourself, and like that.
Why did you make sure you were in her group?
Thought she was attractive.
And when you were in the small group with Pamela Smart, who else was part of your group?
That time, I think Cecilia Pierce, Tim Sheridan, myself, and Pam.
And during these small group sessions, did you ever talk with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What things did you talk about?
Well, the group exercise, like I said, was to tell about yourself a little bit. And, Pam said, her favorite group was Van Halen, that she used to be a DJ in Florida, and that she's met Motley Crue before. It was my favorite group, Van Halen, Whitesnake, and I told about myself, and my favorite group is Motley Crue, and I like Van Halen, and one of my favorite groups.
What do you mean by she met Motley Crue?
Well, backstage passes, because she was a DJ, and when I get from a DJ, you can obtain backstage passes to interview with your pictures and whatnot.
Now, what is Whitesnake?
It's another group.
So Van Halen, Motley Crue, Whitesnake are all rock,
Yes.
heavy metal?
Yes.
And how did you know the defendant had met these groups?
Well, first she told me, and she told me she had pictures of herself with them, and asked me if I wanted to see them.
Did you ever see him?
Yes, I did. Over at her office, the media.
Her office where?
SAU 21 building, the media center.
The one across from the high school?
Yes.
Now, these Project Self-Esteem meetings were not in the SAU 21, is that correct?
No, they were in high school.
Now, during this time, were you spending any time in the SAU 21 building?
Yes, I'd go over during my study periods, sometimes at lunch.
So, and when you go over to talk, who would you be talking to?
Pam.
And what were your feelings towards her at this time?
I thought she was attractive. She seemed like a really nice person. I liked talking to her. We had a lot in common.
When you went over to the media center, who would you go with?
Back then, it was me and my friend Kevin Moore who would usually go.
And what happened to Kevin Moore?
He moved.
When did he move?
Right around the time that we started making the orange juice commercial. So I couldn't really give a date.
What was this orange juice commercial?
All right. Well, Pam had asked me if I wanted to be involved in an orange juice commercial. There was a contest, Florida Orange Juice Corporation. They held it like every year. And, what it was is you make a commercial and you send it in, and then there's like prizes, Hard Rock Cafe jackets, trip to Disneyland, Disney World in Florida, and whatnot.
When did you first hear about this contest?
Through Pam, right around the time Kevin moved.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit. I'm missing a few things you're saying, okay? Now, when did she ask you to help out in the OJ commercial?
After I'd been going over to the media center for a while, talking to her, getting to know her better, and she asked me when I was at the media center.
Can you tell me about what time of year this was?
Time of year, sophomore year,
Before Christmas, after Christmas?
Before Christmas.
And who was helping you on this OJ commercial besides the defendant?
Well, Cecilia Pierce, Rachel Iman, and her friend Tracy, who helps sometimes.
Do you know what Tracy's last name is?
I can't remember.
Now, were you good friends with Cecilia Pierce at this time?
Not really, no.
Did you ever hang out with her outside of school or anything?
No. Not without, well, there's a couple times when Pam was there.
So when you were with Cecilia Pierce, the defendant was there?
Yes.
Now, how much time did the filming the OJ commercial take?
Probably about a few months.
How much time each day or week did you spend on it?
Well, first it was just a brainstorming type of thing. We'd think about it, and then once we got our idea down, what we were going to do, like after school, sometimes on the weekends, like that. Not usually every day. Like.
Now, was this something you were getting class credit for?
No.
So this wasn't anything that was being put together by Winnicott High School?
No.
And when you said it started out with brainstorming, where would the brainstorming take place?
Usually at the media center.
And who would be present for those brainstorming ideas?
Myself, Pam, and Cecilia.
And how much were you going over to the media center at this time?
At that time, like once a day.
And when you went over there once a day, did you see the defendant?
I said,
How would you get over to the media center from Winnicott High School?
well, it's like 50 yards across the parking lot, so I just walk.
Did you need any permission to go there?
Oh, yes. I'd ask Pam for passes to go over to the media center because you have to have a pass to leave the school and leave the study.
Besides brainstorming in the media center, what other time or contact would you have with the defendant in planning or doing this orange juice commercial?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Besides the brainstorming in the media center, what else did it require?
All right, well, after we got our idea down and everything, we wrote, well, Pam wrote song lyrics to it, and we'd go out filming.
And what was your responsibility?
I was basically just cameraman.
Cameraman?
Yeah.
Did you have any acting responsibilities?
Very few.
Music responsibilities?
Well, I was in electronic music class that year, and I asked my teacher if we could use the music room, because they had all the equipment that we need.
Now, when you said we went out filming, where would you go out filming?
Well, there's all different places. There's in back of Recreation Center in Seabrook for one scene, the beach for another scene, in back of Cecilia's house, or Cecilia's grandparents' house for another scene.
When was this filming taking place? By that I mean during school hours, after school, weekends?
After school weekends.
And how much time a week were you spending together doing this?
How many hours each week?
Well, how many days each week? Let's start with
Days
that.
each? 3 or 4.
And on those 3 or 4 days each week, how many hours on those 3 or 4 days?
2 or 3.
And besides those 2 or 3 hours on those 3 or 4 days a week, were you seeing the defendant under any other circumstances?
At that time?
Yeah, were you just hanging out at the media center all that time?
Yeah, just at that time it was basically just going to the media center during my study period.
Now, when you went out filming this, who would go?
It was usually me, Pam, sometimes Tracy, Rachel, and Cecilia.
Now, we say sometimes Rachel, Tracy, and Cecilia. Did Cecilia always go?
Sometimes Tracy and Rachel and Cecilia were almost always there.
Who was going to go to Disney World with the prize if you won?
All of us.
All of us meaning the
Rachel, Cecilia,
5 of you?
Tracy, Pam, and so forth.
Did it cost any money?
And I think the prize paid for everything.
Now, during this filming of the OJ commercial, December or January, when it first started, what was the nature of your relationship with the defendant?
December, January. We're friends.
How'd you feel about her?
I was attracted to her. And I liked her.
Did you know whether or not she was married at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know who she was married to?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Greg Smart.
Did the nature of your relationship ever change?
Yes, it did.
Can you tell us when it changed?
All right. Well, February 5th. February 4th, Cecilia told me Pam had something to tell me. So I went over to the media center after school, and I didn't have a ride that day, so I had to take the bus. So I left 15 minutes until the bus left. And she didn't tell me then. She didn't tell me then.
Now, when you say Cecilia told you, where were you when Cecilia came up and gave you this message?
In school, by my office.
Then she just came up to you and said, Pam wants to talk to you?
Pam has something to tell you, yeah.
And you went over there and what happened?
The 4th or the 5th?
On the 4th.
4th, what I just said, I went over there, but she didn't tell me then.
Okay, now how is it that you remember it was February 4th?
Because I remember February 5th very well.
Can you tell us what happened on February 5th?
I went over to the media center during one of my study periods. And Pam asked...
Mr. Flynn, it's my understanding we're having a hard time hearing you, so if you maybe just talk a little louder into the mic.
Well, Pam, I went to the media center, Pam was there, just me and Pam. And she asked me, she wasn't going to tell me at first, she was nervous about it, but I kept asking her.
What do you mean by she was nervous?
She was nervous.
How was she acting?
I don't know, wouldn't make eye contact, I don't want to tell you, I'm embarrassed.
Okay, I'm just going to try and see if I can adjust this mic a little bit easier for you so we can hear you. Just hold it. Is there a volume switch? I don't know. Okay, why don't you sit a little closer to it, okay? Try and speak right into it.
My feet are right against it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Best we can do then. Try and talk loud, all right? Now, comfortable?
Yeah.
So what happened? She was nervous, and what happened after that?
All right, well, she said, first she asked me if I ever thought about her when she wasn't around. And I said, yeah. And she said, well, because I think about you all the time.
What'd you say to her?
At that time, then, not much. I was kind of shocked. I was just listening.
Why were you shocked?
Well, I didn't expect it. It was kind of out of the blue.
You had no inclination that this might be coming?
No.
Did you say anything to her besides just listening?
Well, she said she thought about me all the time. She didn't know what to do because she was married.
How'd you feel about this?
Well, when I left, I was pretty happy.
Why were you happy?
It's not every day a 15 at the time, year old kid, gets this 22-year-old woman that's very attractive that says that she likes him.
Besides her physical attributes, what attracted you to Pamela Smart?
Well, same taste in music. I don't know, she was fun-loving, she was energetic, real nice person. I like it.
So how did you feel after you left her that day?
I was happy, but I was kind of confused.
Why were you confused?
Well, because I hadn't expected it. This is the last thing I expected her to say when I walked over there.
So what happened after that?
After that, I went back to school. And then after that, well, I guess it didn't really progress from there. Well, it did, but slowly. It was like the next day we would date each other and everything like that. It was kind of, I don't know, awkward.
Did you think she was serious?
think she was serious.
So when you say it was awkward, what do you mean?
Well, you know, she told me, you know, how she felt about me and everything. I felt the same way. And it just kind of blew like that. So like the next day when I go over during lunch in period 6, period 3, you know, it was awkward for a little while.
When you say period 6 and period 3, what do you mean by that?
Well, I had to study period 6, to study period 3, and I go over the media center. Sometimes at lunch.
Bill, is that ringing okay for you? Now, what does it mean to go to the media center?
Well, from school during the study period, I'd have a pass from Pam, give it to my study teacher, and I'd go over to the media center. Talk to Pam, and we would go out to lunch or something.
Now, the media center is right across the parking lot from Winnicott High School, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you go into that building, are you going up, are you going down? Where are you going to get to the media center?
Directly across the parking lot.
No, I'm sorry, once you're in the building, is what I meant.
Oh, I'm sorry. You walk in the front door, and you go downstairs, and her office is to the left.
Besides Pam, who works downstairs then?
Patty,
And where did Patty work?
right there, her office was right next to Pam's.
Besides Patty and Pam, is there anybody else who worked down there?
Cecilia Pierce. She didn't want, I guess you call it work, student intern. She helped Pam out.
Now, every time you went over there, was Cecilia there?
Every time?
Yeah.
No, not every time. Most of the time.
Now, was Cecilia present when Pam told you her thoughts about you?
No, she wasn't, but I guess Pam told her before that.
Now, when Pam told you these things, where were you? Were you in her office? Were you somewhere else?
In her office.
Now, is her office a one-room office, a three-room office?
So you walk in the door, and she has a desk right there, and then there's a computer in there, and she has a bookshelf. It's just a one-room office.
Now, outside of her office, there's a large rectangular area, is that correct?
Yes.
What's that area used for?
I don't really know to tell you the truth. But we use it for the table there that's sitting right there. Is like they have like these flyers that would come in. I say you 21 flyers, and you have to put the addresses on them, those stickers. And I'd go over and help her, do that, and we'd do that there.
Now, did there ever come a time in your relationship got physical? Can you tell us the first time it was ever physical?
Well, the first time we ever got physical was the first time we kissed.
Can you tell us where that was?
In my bedroom, in my house.
What were you doing in your bedroom at your house?
Well, we'd go over to my house a lot, and I'd tell my mom we were working on the OJ commercial. And the OJ's commercial there. So we went in my room, I had a lock on my door, so I just locked my door all the time. And we put on music on my stereo. When Cecilia was there and stuff, we'd talk about the OJ commercial and other stuff.
But I'm talking about this time that you said you first kissed. Who was there that time?
Just me and Pam.
Was your mother home?
I think she was, yes.
Where was she in the house?
Kitchen, her bedroom, living room.
Now, so you were in a room, the door was locked.
Yes.
What happens next?
Well, I had Molly Crew Starry Eyes playing on my stereo, and I remember it really good because, not just because it's the first time we kissed, but because my disc player doesn't have a single repeat, but it was repeating Starry Eyes, so over and over and over. And I wasn't supposed to do that, and then right when it stopped, went to the next song, and that's when we kissed.
Now, when you say Starry Eyes, this is a song, is that right?
Song from Molly Crew, first album.
The first album.
Yes.
You're aficionado of Motley Crue, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, how did the first kiss come about?
Well, we were laying on my bed, and I just started talking about it. And,
What do you mean you were talking about?
she was saying, well, are you going to kiss me? And I said, yeah. She said, well, do I have to come over there and rape you? And I said, yeah, just kidding around. And we just kissed.
Is it a one kiss thing? What happened?
Well, yeah, we kissed once. And then after that, we started making out.
On your bed?
Yes.
That's the first time you ever made out?
Yes.
How long did that go on?
No.
And during that time, there was music playing? And you were on your bed?
Yes.
Anything more happened than just make out?
No, I don't think so. No.
And what happened after that?
That day or
No. Did you ever have another opportunity to be with the defendant alone?
alone? Well, yeah, I spent the night over the house one time.
Do you know when that was?
Well, a couple times. But the first time, I want to say around Valentine's Day, February, around the Boston.
Sometime in February?
I believe so. Yes.
Now, this would be within a couple weeks of the first time she told you she had feelings for you?
Yes.
And where was her house?
There in Misty One Drive.
Tell us about that. What was the circumstances of your being there?
She said, I think Greg was going on a skiing trip at that particular time. I'm not positive though. And she asked me if I wanted to go out and spend the night that day. Yeah. So, well, that night I went over to JR's house. Yeah, I told him all this spend the night over there. She picked me up there, and Cecilia was with us.
Now, when you say you told your mother you were spending the night over there, you meant JR's?
Yeah.
All right, and she picked you up at JR's house with Cecilia?
No, Cecilia was already with her, yeah.
That's what I meant. And when you say she picked her up, picked you up, what car did Pamela Smart drive at that time?
The CRX.
What, Honda CRX?
Yes.
Did you know Cecilia Pierce was going to be with her?
I said,
Why was Cecilia there?
well, in case somebody saw us or anything, it wouldn't look as suspicious if it was just me and her. And Cecilia was there. And it would look all suspicious.
Can you tell us what happened after that?
Alright, well, we drove up to her house. We rented a few movies, about 3 movies. 9.5 weeks was one. I can't remember what the other 2 were.
Why does it remember 9.5 weeks?
Well, before that day, Pam asked me if I've ever seen 9.5 weeks. And I said no. And she said because there's one scene in there where Kim Basinger dances for Mickey Rourke.
Now, who are Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke?
2 actors and
Had you seen 9.5 weeks before this?
no.
So when Pam asked you if you ever seen that scene where Kim Basinger dances for Mickey Rourke, what did you tell her?
I told her no.
So what happened after? What did you say after that?
Well, she said because she's always wanted to dance with somebody like that, but there's nothing anybody that she would for.
So what happened? What else did she tell you?
She told me she was going to dance with me like that.
Sorry?
She told me she was going to dance with me like that.
What did like that mean, you know?
Like provocative, like a striptease type of thing.
So did she tell you this that day, a couple days before? What did she tell you?
Before I spent the night,
Yeah.
it was before a few days at least, probably more.
Is there any particular outfit involved?
Yes. She told me she was going to go to the mall to pick out an outfit to wear. I wasn't with her then, but I went to the mall with her, Tracy, and Cecilia one time. And we were in a clothing store, and there was an outfit on the wall. And she said, "Did you see that?" And I said, "Yeah." And she was like that. And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Well, because that's pretty much what I bought on this turquoise and like
When she pointed to an outfit, what kind of outfit had she pointed to?
the lingerie, lace type thing."
Now, after having these conversations with her, did come the time when you saw 9.5 weeks?
Yeah, that Pam's house, I stayed there.
And who was with you when you saw 9.5 weeks?
Pam and Cecilia.
And where was it that you were watching 9.5 weeks in the defendant's house?
Downstairs living.
And there's a TV down there?
Yeah, me and Pam were on one couch and Cecilia's on the other.
And was there a scene in the movie where Kim Basinger dances for Mickey Rourke?
Yes.
And what happened after you watched the movie?
No, after the movie was over, we went upstairs.
Who went upstairs?
Pam and myself.
And what happened when you got upstairs?
First thing, she got in the outfit and everything, and I was sitting on the bed, and she was embarrassed. And everything to come out and everything.
When you say embarrassed from coming out, where was she?
She was in the bathroom.
And when you were on the bed, how were you dressed?
I don't think I was.
So when you say she was embarrassed to come out, how'd you know?
Because she told me.
What she said?
She said, I think she was fat. And, I said, no, I said, you're not fat. I'm not going to think you're fat. And she was just embarrassed.
Now, were you saying this to her face or through the door?
Well, she stuck her head out the door.
So what happened after that?
Well, then she came out and she was standing there. And, well, she was still embarrassed to dance and everything, but she did.
And was there any music involved?
Yeah, Black and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the song from Dan Hamlin, Black and Blue.
Now, how was the music being played?
On stereo. There was a stereo in the guest bedroom, but we brought it into her bedroom.
And when you say there was a stereo in the guest bedroom, are we talking like a rack system, a big system?
No, it was like a portable stereo.
And you brought that into the room and it had tape cassette capabilities?
Yeah.
Did she dance for you?
Yes, she did.
And what was she wearing when she danced for you?
The outfit that she picked up.
What happened after that?
We had sex.
By that you mean intercourse?
Yeah, we made love.
And where in the room were you making love?
We're in the room, like everywhere.
Oh yeah, like where?
Like on the bed, on the floor.
Anywhere else besides those two places?
No.
And where was Cecilia during this time?
Cecilia was downstairs watching other movies that we made.
And had you ever made love to another woman before?
No, I hadn't.
That was the first time?
Yes, it was.
Is that what you told Pam?
No, it wasn't.
What did you tell Pam?
I told Pam that it wasn't the first time.
You said you had sex with other women before?
Yeah.
Now, what about birth control?
Pam's on pill.
How do you know?
I'd seen her take it before. She told me.
You had seen her take it before that day?
Yeah. Well, no, not before that day, I don't think, but that day and times after that.
So that's something you will eventually do.
Yeah.
Now, besides the dance routine that you got from 9.5 weeks, anything else happened that you got from 9.5 weeks?
Yeah, when we were upstairs, one time I went downstairs and went to the freezer and got a glass of ice out of the freezer. And went back upstairs.
Why'd you do that?
To use it, to use on the body when we went upstairs.
What gave you that idea?
It was in 9.5 weeks.
Can you just briefly describe the scene you've seen?
The scene in 9.5 weeks?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't have to get too graphic, just to give us an idea of what you're talking about.
Kim Basinger was blindfolded. Her hands were tied. Mickey Rourke was running the ice down her body.
Did you do the same thing?
Basically, yeah. She wasn't tied up or anything.
Right. You ever done anything like that before?
No.
Now, up to this time, have you had any discussions with Pamela Smart concerning her husband?
Up to this time?
Up to this point, man.
I'm not really wrong.
Okay, what happened? Did you sleep over that night?
Yes, it is.
What happened the next day?
Well, the next day, we were coming back to my house, dropping off the dog Cecilia off first. As we were driving from Cecilia's house to my house, and started saying, we're not going to be able to see each other like this, because, grade never goes away like this. This is just the once, a great wild thing. She started crying. said that she doesn't know what we're going to do. Because, well, yeah, there was conversation about Greg a little bit.
Tell us the conversation before this conversation.
Before this conversation, well, like February 6th or 7th, right after she had told me I was dead, she asked me if I remember one time. She asked me if, I remember the time that she asked me if I knew anybody that would kill the secretary, so Tracy could be a secretary, and I think she was joking around, I didn't take it serious. And, the 6th or 7th of February, she asked me if I remember that. She said because I wasn't asking for Patty, I was asking for Greg.
When did she tell you this?
When did she tell me this?
Right.
February 6th, 7th.
Now, besides that conversation about Greg, well, when she said that to you, what did you say?
What did I say? I said, no, I didn't know anybody. I didn't really think that she was serious. I thought she was just being figurative.
Okay, I'm not talking about when she talked about Patty, your secretary. I'm talking about what did you say when she said, I didn't mean Patty, I meant Greg?
What did I say?
Yeah, what did you say to her?
I told her I didn't know anybody. That would be that. I still don't think she was that serious. I thought she was figurative.
When you say figurative, what do you mean?
The saying that she didn't want to be with Greg, she wanted to be with me. But she didn't know. I didn't think she wanted him.
Did you have any other discussions at that point? Or the preceding days before the night you slept over?
Yeah, it progressed from there to the point where it was, well, this is the only way that we can be together, because if I divorce Greg, everything's in his name. He'll take the cars, he'll take Haley, she won't have any money, and she won't be able to move down closer to me.
When you say move down closer to you, where did you mean by that? Where did she mean by that, you know?
Moving closer to where I live from Derry.
How far is Derry from Seabrook?
45-minute drive.
And when she said she wouldn't get Haley, what was she referring to?
Other dog.
What kind of dog was it?
Shih Tzu, something like that.
Sorry?
Shih Tzu, something like that. I can't.
Big dog, small dog?
Very small dog.
And when she said everything was in his name, did she elaborate?
She just said that she wouldn't get the car. She didn't have a car, she didn't have any money, no furniture, and she'd have to live with her mother because she didn't have any money to buy a place.
Did she say anything else about her?
Yeah, she said that he was abusive towards her, that they didn't get along, that they got married because back then it was the thing to do. She mentioned a couple times in particular, like one time Greg was drunk, and she was in a long t-shirt and panties, and he started getting abusive towards her. And, he grabbed her and threw her down, and he threw her out of the house, and it was snowing outside, and she had to walk Greg's mother and father.
Did you know where they lived in relationship to the defendant?
Close. I've never seen the house or anything.
Now, these conversations took place before you slept over that one time?
Yes.
Now, can you go take us back to her driving you home that night? What happened?
She started crying. And that got me upset. She was saying that the only way that we're going to be able to be together is if we kill Greg. Because she can't divorce him.
When she said we killed Greg, what did you understand her to mean?
That we kill Greg.
And what did you say to that?
Did I say? Well, I agree. I wasn't about to start disagreeing with her. We're both upset and everything. So I didn't really. I thought she was. I don't know. I didn't really think she was serious. Like she said, this is like, this is it. This is what we're doing. This is how it's gonna be. But I thought she was serious and wanting to get away from Greg.
Now, to that point, had you formulated any plans or talked about any plans with the defendant?
Just if I could find someone to do it.
Before that night, you were talking about trying to find somebody to do it.
Yeah, but it didn't got down to like serious conversation. Just like, could you get anyone to do this? Could you hire somebody? How much would it cost to hire somebody?
Why did you think you would know someone like this?
I don't know. I don't know.
Now, during this time, had you ever mentioned what was going on with Pam to any of your friends?
J.R. Pete and Frank Daly.
They believe you?
Like around February 5th when I told them, no, you believe me at all. He said, yeah, wait, what did he say? Yeah. But, you know, as I was seeing her more often and everything, she'd come over. Thank God, they had to believe me after a while.
Up to this point, have you discussed with any of your friends the defendant's idea to have someone kill her husband?
Up to this point?
Yeah.
No, really, no.
So, how did it end that night in the car when she was driving you home?
How did it end?
Yeah.
Well, we're both pretty upset. We parked along the entrance to the beach. Down where I live is like 4 or 5 entrances to the beach. You know, we parked at one of them. And we were talking. She was just saying how, you know, she wants to be with me. I said, no, I want to be with her too. The only way that she could see for us to be together was that we killed Grady.
And after that night, what happened?
After that night?
After that night, you ever talk about this again?
Yeah, a lot. More often.
When you talked about it again, where would you talk about it?
Most of the times, the media center, in her office.
Besides seeing her at the media center, where else were you seeing her?
Well, she came down on the weekend just once in a while and go like to Salisbury Beach, the arcades, and there's a dance club called Sneakers down there we go to. And I would go drinking.
Tell us about some of the discussions you had with the defendant after that night about the plan.
All right, well, after that night, it started getting to the point where there was serious conversation. She had planned, she told me that, all right, you know, this is how you can do it, and, you know, she had planned everything out.
When you say this is how you can do it, what'd you say?
And she said, there's a plaza right by our house, and there's a road that goes from front of the plaza parking lot to the back of the plaza, and then it goes down and leads into the condo complex. And she said, what you do, park at the plaza, and wear black clothes and everything. And I said that he's going to look pretty suspicious if park at the plaza and give her black clothes and everything, gets out of the car and starts walking behind the building. So she suggested that I wear normal clothes, put sweatpants, black, dark clothes that I was going to wear in a duffel bag, have that with me, and change it on the back of the plaza.
What else?
She said from there to walk over to the condominium. She's going to leave the bulkhead door open so we can get in. Make it look like a robbery. Ransack the house. She said anybody that helped me could have anything in the house because she's insured. Continual service system, close HVAC, children.
And where did the defendant say she'd be?
At a meeting.
What do you mean by at a meeting?
Well, a meeting, Senate meeting, or a school meeting, something like that, so she'd have an alibi when it happened.
Did she tell you to do anything with your hair?
Tied back in a ponytail, I believe, so if someone did see me, that wouldn't be that easy to describe afterwards.
Did she tell you to do anything else?
Well, she said use a gun.
Now, when you were first talking about this, I mean, did the plan come out in one conversation, 2 conversations, or something that
Over a series of conversations.
And as you were having these conversations, were you talking to anybody else about it?
Well, Cecilia Pierce was there for some of the conversations.
And what was Cecilia Pierce saying during these conversations?
Not much. She's saying, you know, why you waste your time? He's not going to do it. She didn't say that much. She had told me where I could obtain a firearm.
Okay, before we get to that, let me ask you, when she said, why are you wasting your time, he's never really going to do it, she referred to you?
Yeah.
Why did you say that about you?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did she tell you why she was saying that about you?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What did Pam say to that? If anything?
Well, I think it's like seriously, why are you wasting your time? He's never going to do it. Like that, to just, I don't
I'm
know.
going to object, Your Honor, again, it's hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, was this in the presence of the defendant?
Yes, it was.
Since I would argue it's not in the presence of the defendant, we have a reaction from the defendant.
Well, maybe we should approach you and make an offer.
Well, no need to sustain rules.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Objection sustained.
All right, after this conversation with Cecilia and Pam, did you talk to anybody else about the murder things?
Pete, JR.
And what was their reaction?
I thought I was crazy.
And when you first were talking to Pete JR, did they offer any assistance?
No.
Now, you said a moment earlier that Cecilia had given some information. What information did she give you?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ever look for a gun?
Yes, I did.
And where did you look for a gun?
At a parking lot, Papa Gino's, which Chris told me that she knew that there was a lady that had a gun. She overheard her talking in the glove compartment, but if I was going to get it, I had to hurry up because she was going to give it to someone to hold for her. So
Who was going to give it to someone to hold for you?
the lady who owned the car and the gun.
So who was telling you to hurry up?
Just so Chris.
Where was all this taking place that she was telling you this?
Community center.
Now, about what time of year was it?
Time of the year.
Was it close to May 1st, close to April 1st, close to March?
March.
You know.
March sometime.
And with that information, what did you do?
Well, JR drove me over to Papa Gino's. I got out of the car and Cecilia told me it was a cranberry colored car. I found the car and I opened the door, opened the glove compartment, and there wasn't a gun in there. I got in the seats, there wasn't a gun in there, so I just left. Didn't find it.
Did you ever look anywhere that Cecilia had directed you?
No, but she told me that her father had guns in his house and breaking into his house. And I did that.
Now, did you ever attend to kill Gregory Smart?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the very first time?
All right, well, Pam had a meeting that night, and she told me, all right, I had a meeting for tonight because I'll be a meeting, right? She told me Greg got home around 9 o'clock.
Yeah, just gonna ask you to slow down a little bit, speak more to the mic, starting at the trip. Go ahead.
She said he got home around 9 o'clock, went through the plan again, but I didn't have a car, I didn't have a gun, right? So, I told her that. She said, I'll hurry up and get home by tonight. I said, you can do it tonight. I didn't think she was, I thought she wanted me to do it, but I didn't think she'd be, if it didn't happen, I didn't think she'd be mad or like that. It just never happened.
So where was she telling you that tonight was a good night to do it? Where was this conversation taking place?
This conversation at the media center, and I was standing by my office with JR, and she came over and she told me that she had unlocked the bulkhead and it was open.
Now, when she told you that tonight would be a good night, was this after or before you went to Papa Gino's to try and get a gun?
Before. I mean, it was after. I went to Papa Gino's before that.
Okay, now besides going to Papa Gino's, did you do anything else during this time period to try and find a gun?
During this time period?
Yeah, before this first night.
No, I didn't.
Now, when she was telling you tonight would be a good night, did you have a car or a gun lined up?
No, I didn't.
What were you telling to her when she was saying that good night, I'll be in the meeting, et cetera, et cetera.
And I said, all right, I'll try. I'll try to get everything. And I had no intention of going up and killing Greg Smart.
Why did you have no intention of going up and killing Greg Smart?
It's not something I wanted to do for one thing. And I didn't think she'd be mad or anything if I didn't. I would just, things would go on as they always had.
When you say things would go on as they always have, what did you mean by that?
She'd be coming down on the weekends to see me, and I'd be able to go up to her house for Brady's away.
So, did you ever express to her that you had no intention to kill Gregory Smart at that time?
No.
What were you saying to her?
I was saying, all right, I'll go ahead. I'll do it.
So after you said that to her on this day, by the way, do you know what day this was?
What day this was?
Yeah.
No.
You know what month it was?
March, I believe.
Why do you say I believe?
It's just what comes to mind.
Okay. And what happened that night?
Well, I didn't go off or anything, and she was at the media center, and I was supposed to call her after I had gone up and come back. But I didn't go up and come back, so I just called her and I said, well,
Where'd you call her from?
my house.
So you never went to Derry?
Oh, no.
You just went home?
Yeah.
How long did you wait before you called?
Until my mother was in bed.
How late was that?
It was dark at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, right around there.
So what'd you do?
And the meeting was over, and she was in the office typing on the computer. She was by herself.
What'd you do?
Well, I called her and I said, well, I couldn't get a car. So I didn't go up. And she snapped on me. She started getting extremely angry.
Now when you say you didn't have a car, did you have a gun?
No.
Did you have any weapon at all?
No.
When you say she snapped, what do you mean?
Well, she snapped. I said, well, I don't have a gun, I don't have a car, so I didn't do anything. Well, and she started yelling at me. She was saying, you don't love me. If you did, you'd do this for me because it's the only way we could be together. And if you love me, you'd want us to be together. And she said that, I know you're never going to do it. She goes, you don't have any intention of doing this, and I can't go on seeing you like this when I know that we're never going to be able to be really together. And I had gotten really upset at this point. We're never going to be able to be really together. And I had gotten really upset at this point. And she said, so that's it, it's over between us. And shut up.
What do you mean by you got really upset at this point?
Well, I was upset. I was crying.
And what was Pam's tone of voice like?
She was mad, angry.
Had you ever seen her like that before?
No, not at all.
Did you ever hear her like that before?
No.
So after you hung up on the phone, what did you think was going on?
Oh, I thought that was it between me and Ben. Thought she didn't want to see anything.
So tell us what happened after that.
Well, I went to school the next day, and Cecilia came over and said, Pam wants to talk to you. And so I went over to the meeting center, and she said, no, don't worry about it. I've got another meeting coming up. We can do it then. So everything's all right. You ain't done too much.
Now, when was
She said
this
she was sorry she got married.
Sorry?
She said she was sorry she got married.
And when was this conversation with her?
This one here,
Yeah.
the day after, I called her.
Did you have school that day?
Yes, I did.
So the night of the meeting was a school night?
Or a Sunday.
Night before there was
So,
school.
yeah, it was a school night.
Now, how did you know that she wanted to talk to you?
Cecilia phone. She came over, Cecilia came over to my locker, and I was standing there, and she said, Pam wants to talk to you after school. So it's because I hadn't got over during my study periods that day.
Why did you go over during the study period?
Because she said that was it. She didn't want to see me anymore.
How did that make you feel when she said, I don't want to see you anymore?
Not very good.
What do you mean by not very good?
I mean, I don't know, sad.
No. I'm sorry?
Surprised.
After she she told you there was another meeting, what, if anything, did you do?
I said, all right.
All right, what?
I said, all right, I'll do it.
So what'd you do?
Well, at this point, that's when I started getting serious about it, because I thought that if I do something like not go up or anything again, she's going to leave me, and that's going to be it. So this is the time that I started really talking to Jay and Pete about it.
Anybody else?
Raymond Fowler.
Now, if you weren't serious about it, why did you go looking for a gun at Papa Gino's?
So I could show her the gun, show her that I'm doing something.
Why did you want to show her the gun to show her you were doing something?
So she'd know that I was, going along with it, and that I wasn't, just sitting there doing nothing, because I didn't want her to get mad at me like that.
So when you started talking to JR and Pete and Raymond Fowler, what happened with those discussions?
Well, JR and Pete still refused to help me. They still said I was crazy. But I told Raymond, Pam said, if you have anything in the house, she's insured. And I told him about the Kendall stereo and everything. He agreed to help. He said, all right. He said he'd do it.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained, we'll take a short recess.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
What did you say to Raymond Fowler to recruit him?
All right, well, I told him what the situation was, about how great he treated her, and I told him about Pam and everything. And I told him that Pam said that if he helped me out, he can have anything in the house, and the stereo system, the speakers, VCR, TV, anything, because she's insured. And he said, all right, and he'd help me.
Now, did you discuss with Pam that you were involving Raymond Fowler?
I think I did, yes.
How did you react to that?
How did she react?
Right.
Well, I remember her saying, what do your friends think of me like this, because they don't know the situation. I said, I explained everything to them, so they didn't think anything bad about it.
You said this to Pam?
Yeah.
Now, once you said this to Raymond Fowler, did he discuss the plan with you at all?
Did he? Yeah, he said, first of all, he didn't want me to be there because I'd be the first person that they'd suspect if afterwards I was still seeing Pam and everything. And he said that his father used to be a police officer, but he's deceased now, and he had a gun that we can use. So we went to his house to look for the gun up in the attic and down in the cellar. And we couldn't find it, so he said, well, we'll just use a knife instead.
And what attempts, if any, did you make to find a knife?
His brother Bob had some knives, and we even got one from there.
And where was his brother's knives?
In Raymond's room. Because I think all Bub's stuff was in there because I think Raymond had just got back from Brentwood.
When you say Raymond had just gotten back from Brentwood, what do you mean?
From being, in jail.
So Raymond had just gotten out of jail?
I believe so, I'm not positive.
You know what he was in jail for?
Yeah, he was in jail for theft.
Now, besides, well, let me back up. When he said he didn't want you to even be there, where were you going to be when he was doing this?
Looking out for him.
And how were you going to be looking out for him?
Like making sure no one went to the condo or being outside around there.
And how were you going to get to the condo?
Well, I told Pam, I said, all right, he's going to help me. And his father has a gun that we're looking for, but we still don't have a car. She didn't have a car either. And she said, well, if you have to, you can use mine, because we didn't want to do that because, her car would be recognized.
Why would her car be recognized?
Honda, Silver, CRX, and her license plate says Halen on it.
And what's Halen a reference to?
Van Halen.
A music group?
Yes.
How did you feel about using your car?
And at that point, I didn't want to, but she suggested it, so all right.
Now, besides getting Raymond filed with a knife, his brother's knife, I'm sorry, what other plans did you and Raymond discuss?
Raymond told me that don't wear any of your sneakers because the police can make plaster molds of feet, sneaker prints. So he had some old sneakers, and we each got a pair of those. And around that time is about as far as doing preparation. Oh, we went to my house too and got black clothes and stuff.
Where'd you put all these clothes in?
In a duffel bag.
What kind of duffel bag?
Black and red duffel bag.
And what did you actually put in there?
Those sneakers, a pair of black sweatpants, a pair of gray sweatpants, a black winter jacket, and like a black sweatshirt.
How soon in time was it after the first attempt where you did nothing was this going on with Raymond?
How soon after the first attempt? Well,
If you know.
this was around the end of April with Raymond right here, so it was quite a while.
1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? If you know.
Maybe a month, maybe less, a little less.
Do you know what day you're talking about?
Pardon me?
Do you know what day it was?
What day it was specifically? I think it was like a week before May 1st, week and a half.
You guessing?
Yes. Well, that's approximate.
Now, any other preparations that you and Raymond did before the night?
Well, that night, Pam told me that she left the bulkhead door open, and that she had a meeting that night, and she had the keys in her car, and all we had to do was go there and pick up the car there.
She left her keys in her car where?
In the ignition.
I know, but where was her car?
Well, the media center parking lot, you've got the school parking lot, and you've got the media center parking lot, and there's one space we can park in back of the media center. It's right by the back door, and the car was right there.
Before we get to that night, was there anything else that you and Raymond had done prior to that night?
Prior to that night, besides the ride up, no.
All right, now, let's tell us about that night. How did you get to Pam's car?
Well, Vance, Pete, myself, Danny Blake, Raymond Fowler, and Chris Martell had gone up to the mall. Well, we went to Haverhill to get some money from Wayne Ackerman because we were buying concert tickets, and Wayne wanted us to buy tickets for him. So we went up to get his money. I don't think he had it though. And we went to the Newington Mall, I believe it was. It's right next to the Fox Run Mall to get concert tickets.
Anything particular you remember about the ride, either there or to the media center?
On the way back from the mall, yeah.
What was going on?
All right, well, we were driving back, and Pete moved some lady in IROC or a TA, can't remember who it was.
Did you say a hot rock?
No, IROC.
Type car?
Camaro.
And a TA is what?
Trans Am.
Okay.
It was some girl that was in one of those, and he moved her. And I remember that from the way back.
So what time of day was it that you were being driven to the car after the mall?
Time, around, say about 5 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
So what time did you get to the media center? Do you know?
Around 5:30, I'd say.
Can you tell us what you did? Well, let me back up. Who was driving the car?
Chris Martell.
You were all in the same, all in one car?
Yeah.
What kind of car was it?
Like a Lynx or something like that. It was a small car.
Was it crowded?
Very.
Did JRP know what was going on that night?
Oh, yes, they did.
So what happened when you got to the media center?
Well, on the way back, after Pete had done that, Pete said, Raymond said to Chris, drop us off at the media center because we have to film the meeting for Pam, film something for Pam or something like that. So Chris dropped us off at the media center. And they left, and Raymond and I got in the car, and I was driving at this point. I got in the car
And where was the car parked?
behind the media center.
Did you go into the media center at all?
Did I go into the media center? No. But there was, on the top floor, the windows were open, and I knew there was a meeting going on because I heard people talking.
Now, when you go into the media center, to go to the defendant's office, you have to go downstairs, is that correct?
Yeah, you go in the door downstairs, or sometimes I go around back.
Now, if you were to go upstairs once you enter the media center, what's up there?
It's not the media center. It's I don't really know what it is. It's like the school administration office or something like that.
So the media center only really refers to Pam's offices and the space downstairs, is that
Yes.
correct? Now, when you got in her car, was her car unlocked or locked?
It was unlocked.
And were there any other cars in the SAU 21 parking lot, if you recall?
Yes, I believe there were.
And what happens when you get into Pam's car?
Alright, well, I got into the car, and I turned the ignition, and there was a cassette that I had made and gave to Pam in the cassette player, in the radio. And it was already played. All that had to happen was turn the key for the car. So, and I didn't know the tape was in there, and I turned the key, and Black and Blue started playing from Band.
Is this the same song you referred to before?
Yes, it is.
Now, where did you get the key from to start Pam Smart's car?
It was left in the ignition.
You were driving?
Yes.
Do you have a license?
No,
You're 16 at this time?
at this time, I believe her birthday just passed, yes.
Now, after you started the car, Raymond was with you?
Yes, he was.
Where'd you go next?
From there, we drove to my house to get the clothes in the duffel bag, and from my house on, Raymond was driving.
So you switched to your house?
Yeah,
Now, when you went to your house, you got the duffel bag. This is the duffel bag you referred to before?
yeah, with the sweatpants and everything.
And then what?
Alright, well, we started driving up towards Derry, but we stopped at Freedom Drug in Seabrook. Because part of the plan was to get some gloves, so we wouldn't leave any fingerprints.
Whose idea was that?
And Smart's idea. But she said if we did leave any fingerprints, that she could just say that I was there before. Because I had gone up one time prior to the time that I spent the night, and I believe what I remember is that it was to film Greg on his ATV motorcycle for part of our commercial, but he never showed up.
Now, did you ever wear gloves before?
I haven't worn gloves like before in my life.
In doing something criminal?
No.
Did any of your friend?
At this time, no.
Pete ever?
Not at this time, no.
You'd seen him after that time?
Yeah.
Now, what kind of gloves did you buy in Freedom Drug?
Like latex gloves, surgical gloves.
How many gloves did you buy?
I bought like 6 pair. I told him it was, I don't know, from like a magic trick, I think it was.
You told who did you tell this to?
The people that were working there, 'cause they didn't sell them like in a package or anything. They were in a brown paper bag that I guess they used for when they handled the pills or whatever. Because I remember there was a guy and a girl there, and the guy asked the girl how much should we charge him for these. She said 10 cents a pair. I said, I'll take 6 pairs.
Why'd you buy so many?
I don't know. I was trying not to look suspicious, I guess.
Now, where was the knife at this time?
Raymond had it.
And did Raymond have the knife with him at the mall?
At the mall, no.
So how did you get the knife?
When we went from his house to my house the first time, not with Pam's car, but before that, he had the knife with him, and he put it in the duffel bag.
So when you grabbed the duffel bag that night after leaving the media center, SAU 21 center, the knife was already in the bag.
Yeah.
So after you went to Freedom Drug and bought the gloves, what happened next?
Well, we started going towards Derry.
And what happened on the way to Derry, if anything?
Well, on the way to Derry, I started getting scared because it looked like Raymond was going to go through this.
Why did you think Raymond was going to go through this?
Well, we were driving up to Derry.
Was it the whole point to go through with this?
Yeah, but I wanted to do it all the way up to the point when I was doing it.
Why?
I didn't want to kill Ray.
So why did you go through all this planning you told us about?
Because I was afraid Pam was going to leave me if I said, no, I'm not going to do this.
Pam ever tell you she was leaving?
Well, from the first time I called her, she got really mad at me and she said that was it. I sort of assumed.
So when you thought Raymond was really going to go through with this, what, if anything, happened?
Well, on the way up to Derry, the road splits into two. And you go straight, you go to Derry, you turn right, and you go to Raymond. And I told him to turn right.
To go towards Raymond?
Yeah.
Why did you tell him that?
So we get lost.
You wanted to get lost?
Yes, I did.
So what happened?
Well, we started going, and he was saying, well, I don't see any signs that say Derry or anything. And I said, well, I don't recognize anything, I guess we're lost. So he said, all right, we'll stop at a gas station. So we stopped at a Gulf station. I think it was a Gulf station. I know it was a gas station. And asked for directions. And the guy told him how to get to Derry. So we got back in the car and started driving towards Derry again.
Now, what was the plan going to be when you got to Derry? Or what was the plan for when you got to Derry?
The same one Pam had told us to do. Except for we didn't have a gun.
And where were you going to park?
At the plaza.
So you were going to take her car and park at the plaza behind her house?
Behind her house? No, there's the plaza. Well, yeah, the plaza's behind her house, but it's not right behind her house.
So after you went to the gas station, what happened next?
Well, eventually got to Derry. And I said, all right, we'll drive through the complex. Well, if she was not there or anything like that. So we drive through the complex and I said, well, his truck was there. So I said, his truck's there, we can't do it. He's home.
When you say you said drive through the complex, what complex are you talking about?
Well, like, we're Misty Morning Drive is the condo complex of Pamela. So.
Were you able to find Misty Morning Drive?
Yeah, I know it was.
And when you drive through the complex, you said you saw Greg's truck?
Yeah.
How did you know what truck was Greg's?
Pam had driven it to the, she had used it to go to the media center to work, I've seen the truck before.
So the truck wasn't a stranger to you?
No.
So when you saw the truck, what happened next?
Well, I told him, Greg's home, we can't do it, we have to leave. So he said, well, let's make sure, right? So we parked at some building across the street. It's pretty much across the street from Pam's. It's like, I don't even know what kind of big building it is. So we walked to the back of her house, and upstairs where the bedroom is, light was on, and I said, see, the bedroom's light on, he's home.
Well, now you parked at this building across the street from Pam's, is that right?
Yeah.
And did you see, if you were standing at Pam's doorstep, would you be able to see Pam's car?
Well, there were trees in front of the parking lot. We parked behind those trees.
Now, when you parked behind those trees, what did you do?
We got out.
Did you change or anything like that?
Oh, no.
What did you do?
Started walking over to Pam's house. Went behind Pam's house, and I said, see, the light's on upstairs. That means he's home.
How close to Pam's house did you get that you were able to walk behind it?
Right behind it.
Did anyone bother you or stop you?
No, I didn't see anybody.
Was it light out, dark out?
It was dark out.
If Greg Smart was already home, how did that thwart your plans?
Pardon me?
If he was already home, how did that thwart your plans?
Well, she was home, and we couldn't go in and make it look like a burglary or anything.
So as part of your plan, you had to get there before him?
Yeah, that's what Pam said to do.
So about what time of night was it at this point?
At this point?
Yep.
Well, it was 9:30, 10.
So after you realized he was home, what did you do?
We drove back to the plaza, and there's phone booths outside of the grocery store there. And I went in the plaza and
drove over to the plaza, did you first go back to her car?
Yeah.
And then you drove over to the plaza?
Yeah.
Did you make this phone call?
Yeah.
And tell us what the conversation was like on the phone at that time.
Well, she was nervous because I said we got here and he's home and we couldn't do it because he's home. She said, all right, just hurry up and get back here. She didn't sound mad or anything. She sounded like nervous. She said that someone had come in her office and in her office there's you have her office when you walk in the door. There's file cabinets on the back wall. And there's her office and computers here. And there's a bookshelf right here. And there's a space between the wall and the bookshelf on the opposite side of her desk. And she said she had gone behind there because someone had come in the office and went through her desk. And I remember she said because some letters, that we wrote back and forth to each other were in her desk. And I remember saying that she wondered if anyone had read them because this person had just come in and went through her desk.
Now, what would be wrong with her being seen at the media center if there was a meeting that night?
Well, her car wasn't there for one thing, and if we had gone through with it, and just someone could say, well, she was here and her car wasn't here, and if her car was seen in Derry or whatever.
So what happened after the phone call?
Well, she said, hurry up and go get down there and pick her up. So we left Derry and went to the SAU 21 building with Pamela's.
When you got to the SAU 21 building, was there anybody else there?
Just Pam.
Did you go inside the building at all?
No. When we pulled up, she came out.
When she came out, what happened next?
Got in the car. Oh, I was in the passenger seat, Raymond was driving, and she was in the back middle. It doesn't have any back seats. And we were driving away from there, and she asked what happened and everything, and I said, well, he was home when we got there, we got lost, right? So she said, how'd you get lost? You know the way, you've been there before. And I said, well, I don't know, we just got lost. And she said, she didn't seem very mad or anything, so I figured that, this is good. So we dropped Raymond off. Well, first she said, where's the gun? And Raymond held up the knife, and I remember she said, you're going to do it with a knife? She wasn't too happy about that.
And when she said you were going to do it with the knife, what did you or Raymond say to her?
Raymond said it would be quiet, that's why we used the knife.
And what did she say to that, if anything?
Just, I can't believe you were going to use the knife.
Up to that point, you discussed with the defendant what weapon you used that night?
She said use a gun.
Did she know, did you ever have any discussions with her whether or not you actually had a gun for that night?
For that night?
That's right.
I told her that Raymond's father had one, and we were going to look for that.
So what happened after Raymond showed the defendant the knife?
After that conversation right there?
Yeah, was there anything else said at that time in the car?
Well, she just told us again about the guy that, or whoever it was, that had come in the office and went to the desk. And then we went back and dropped Raymond off. Then she started getting mad.
What did she say after you had dropped Raymond off?
We dropped Raymond off, and she said, she was saying, how the hell did you get lost? You've been there before, you know the way, and plus she had written out directions before and told me to memorize it. And so, what she was saying is that you knew the way, and if you don't love me, and you got lost on purpose, and if you love me, you do this because you want to be with me.
And what did you say to her when she was saying this to you?
I told her I did love her. I loved her very much. And,
did you love her very much at that point?
yes, I did.
So what did you say to her after saying you loved her?
Well, she said that she had another meeting, so but that was the last meeting that was made first, so I'd have to go then. Or that was it.
Now, how close was Raymond's father live to you?
How close? About 5 miles away, 4 miles.
And after dropping Raymond's father off, did you stop anywhere before you were dropped off?
No, she dropped me off at my house, so she dropped me off on the road that goes up to my house.
Why?
So told my mother I wouldn't see her.
What would be wrong with your mother seeing her?
Well, she know that we were together that late at night, and I don't think we'd be working on an OJ commercial that late at night. So.
Did it upset you that the defendant was mad at you that night?
Yeah.
Why did you say that?
I didn't want her angry at me. It hurt.
Now, you said something about how she'd given you directions. Where did that take place?
In the media center, I believe, or at the school library. Those are the two places that come to mind.
Can you tell us how that was done?
Yeah. Well, I went over to the media center and we were talking about directions on how to get there. And she had written them all down for me. She said, memorize this and then throw it away, because it was in her handwriting. So I told her that I memorized them, but I didn't. I just kept the paper.
Is anybody else present when you had this discussion with the defendant about directions?
Cecilia Pierce, it wasn't the media center.
I'm sorry, you're saying now it wasn't the media
Yeah,
center?
it was. I remember.
Did Cecilia Pierce take part at all in this discussion at this time?
I think she was just there.
Did you try to memorize it?
Yeah, because I was there and I was reading it over and over and over, trying to memorize it. But the only things I can remember easily, like sheet music, song lyrics, and so I told her, all right, I memorized them and I threw the paper away. Like the next day, I started taking it, and but I didn't. I kept it.
Do you have a lousy memory?
Yeah.
Now, she said there was another meeting coming up on May 1st. What did you say to that?
The night that she was dropping me off.
Yeah.
I promised her I'd do it then. Told her, I always wanted to be with her. And I'd do this so I could be with her.
After that night, what steps did you take planning for May 1st?
Well, after this night, JR and Pete had agreed to go, help me out with it. So, but they wanted, but I told Pam, I said, because they asked, what are they, what can we have out of this? And I told them, getting anything from the house. And I told them that Pam would probably give them like $1,000 each.
And you said this to who?
Jeremy.
And what had they asked you to make you say that?
Well, they'd asked me, what are they going to get from this?
Now, was this after the second attempt when you found Rick Smart already home?
Yeah.
No. When you told them that you could probably get them, how much money did you say?
$1,000 each.
Why did you come up with that $1,000 figure?
I don't know. Just the figure that came up.
Is that your figure?
Yes, it was.
Did you ever have discussions with Rick Smart about that $1,000?
Yeah, like either that day or the next day.
What did you say to him?
I told Pam, I said, well, they're going to help me with this, and I told them that you'd probably give me $1,000 each. Is that all right? And she said that wasn't all right, because she said people get caught when they hire people, to kill someone for them, because what happens is when they get the insurance money, or there'll be large amounts of money taken out of the checking account or whatever that is unaccounted for. And that's how they get counted. Because she said that $2,000 was too much money to have unaccounted for.
So what did she say?
She said $500 each would be all right.
And did you convey that information to Pete and JR?
Yes, I did.
Now, was there any particular day where JR and Pete said, okay, we'll help? How did that come about?
I don't remember how that came about, but they had agreed to help. Yeah.
Now, up to this point, had they known and discussed with you what you were trying to do?
Yeah.
Where were these, once they said they would help, what planning or conversation did you have with Pete and JR?
Well, they'd already known the plan because I've discussed it before. But JR said agreed to let us use his father's gun.
And where were these conversations taking place?
JR's house,
Where in JR's house would they take place?
his room,
And who would be present in these conversations?
me, JR, Pete. I think Raymond was a couple times.
Now, were you as close to Raymond as you are to JR and Pete?
No.
Was there anybody else ever over at JR's house where these conversations would take place?
These conversations,
Yeah,
besides Raymond and
Right.
Pete and JR,
yeah.
myself, that's about it.
I mean, was the defendant ever over at JR's house before we were discussing this?
Well, she was over there. We went over there a few times, but I wasn't ever to discuss this.
You never discussed it with the defendant, with JR, Pete, and Raymond at JR's house?
No.
Besides this discussion at JR's house, you discussed it anywhere else?
Yeah, the media center, and JR was present at that time. He would come over with me every once in a while, I don't know, once a week, twice a week, maybe, like that. And because Pam wasn't comfortable talking about it in front of other people. But she'd talk about it in front of JR.
What about Cecilia?
From day one, she talked about it for Cecilia.
How did you feel about the defendant talking in front of Cecilia?
I didn't like it because I didn't trust Cecilia.
Why didn't you trust Cecilia?
I just didn't.
Did you ever express that to the defendant?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She said Cecilia will never tell anybody.
Now,
Not a word.
what kind of conversations were you having in JR's room with Pete, JR, and sometimes Raymond?
Well, we go over the plan, say, this is how, it's got to be done. And then, like, the two problems were getting a car and getting a gun.
Now, when you say go over the plan, whose plan was it?
The plan was there since the Pam had said this is how we should do it.
Did Pete and JR offer alternative ideas?
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, JR didn't want his father's gun used. So, because of a ballistics test, because he said he couldn't get rid of the gun afterwards, have to put it back. So, someone suggested the use of a knife.
Okay, now let's talk about what attempts, besides what you told us earlier, that Papa Gino and JR's father's gun, were made by you to get a gun, or any gun?
Well, we had discussed where we could get a gun, and someone we knew from Haverhill was brought up.
What do you mean by he was brought up?
He was just brought up, said maybe he can get us a gun.
And who was that person?
Zeppelin was his name.
So when Zeppelin was brought up, what happened after that?
Well, we had, Pete and myself had talked to him and said, you think he can get us a gun? He was over 18 for one thing, and he could buy a gun legally. He said, well, it's going to cost at least $200. We didn't have $200, so I said, well, all right, I'll talk to you later. And I went to Pam and I said, well, he can get us a gun, but it's going to cost $200. And she didn't want to pay $200.
And where was this conversation taking place?
Between Pete, myself, and
No,
Zeppelin.
I'm sorry, you were the defendant.
Media Center.
Sorry?
Media Center.
Do you know if anybody else was present?
Cecilia Pierce, I believe. I'm not positive.
Now, besides Zeppelin, anywhere else?
I don't believe so.
And what was the plan for clothing?
Same as before.
And
And where was all this clothing at this time?
My house in the duffel bag.
Everything was the same condition it was in for the last time you tried?
Yeah.
And where was Pam going to be that night?
Meeting.
And where was this meeting going to be?
Either at the school or at the media center. Pretty sure it was the media center. So I think it was a continuation from last time.
And how were you going to get into 4A Misty Morning Drive?
Well, May 1st, in school, me and JR were at my lockers, and she had come up to me and she said, all right, well, I left the bulkhead door open, so I'll be able to get in.
And was that always part of the plan?
Yeah.
Now, you said a moment ago that there was some discussion about using a knife.
Yeah.
Now, was this discussion taking place at JR's?
I believe it was, yeah.
And why was there discussion about using a knife?
Because JR didn't want to use his father's gun.
And what was the reason JR gave you for not using his father's gun?
Because if they did a ballistics check on the bullet and it ever came back to us, they'd know that it was from a 38 and that JR's father has a 38.
So why didn't you just go out and buy a gun?
They didn't have the money, and they wanted to give us $100 because there'd be more money unaccounted for.
And why would you want to use a knife? Is there any other reasons, I mean, besides the ballistic test you referred to?
I believe someone suggested that it was quieter when making noise.
Now, you said earlier that they could have whatever they could take out of the house.
Yes.
You said they could have $500 a piece.
Yes.
What were you going to be paid?
Nothing.
Why not?
Because I wasn't doing it for money or Kenny's stereo system or whatever.
Why were you doing it?
Well, because I love Pam and I wanted to be with Pam.
And where was this money going to come from?
The $500?
Yeah.
Insurance.
Do you know how much insurance the defendant had?
Before May 1st, I believe she said there was one insurance policy for $90,000. But after May 1st, like a week after May 1st, May 8th, Pam had come up to me in jail in school. It was the second time I saw her since it happened. And she had told me, she said, I can't believe it. There was two insurance policies, one for $90,000 and one for $50,000. And she said, don't worry about anything, everything's going to plan. Because what the plan was afterwards she was going to move down closer to me so she could be.
So when she told you there's two insurance policies, $90,000 and $50,000, a total of $140,000?
Yes.
Besides the defendant telling you things were bad between her and Greg, do you ever hear or see anything for yourself?
Heard, yeah.
What do you mean by you heard?
One time, Greg would usually call her around noontime almost every day. And one time, we were over the school, and she'd come over to the school and we were talking, and we went back to the media center. I was there, JR was there, and Celia was there, Pam was there. And Greg called, and she put it on intercom.
What do you mean by intercom?
Well, her office phone has an intercom button, so you push intercom and you can hear both sides of the conversation.
What was being said between them at that time?
All right, well, I remember he said, I called 15 minutes ago, where the hell were you? She said, what do you care? He said, well, I can't remember what he said after that, but they just got into a big argument, yelling at each other back and forth. And he said something like, well, what do you want to divorce? And she said, well, maybe I do. Something like that, and hung up. But then he called back, I believe, and she didn't put it on intercom this time. And I don't know, I think they worked things out or whatever.
Did she say anything after this phone call?
Yeah, she said, now I see why now I gotta have this done. This is how it treats me all the time.
Now, when was this conversation in relationship to the attempts you talked about so far, do you know?
Before the attempt agreement.
All right, was it before or after the first attempt you had?
After the first attempt. And before the second attempt agreement.
Now, to your knowledge, have you ever seen J.R. and Cecilia talk about the murder of Gregory Smart?
No.
Were you and J.R. and Cecilia friends?
No, I don't know.
Besides just the direction conversation you spoke about, and the speakerphone conversation, do you remember any other times when Cecilia was present? You talked about the plans?
About the plan itself?
Yeah.
There's a great deal.
Great deal of one time or a great deal of times?
Great deal of times.
You mean a few times? What are you trying to say?
More than a few times.
And what was Cecilia's role in all these discussions?
Besides the time that she told me, where I could get a gun and everything, there's nothing really.
She's just there. Now, you mentioned that you slept over the defendant's house. Just a minute. Besides that one night of going over the directions, that one day of going in the directions of the media center, were you ever in Pam's car when you discussed direction?
Not that I can remember. I remember one time on May 1st, after school I went to JR's house.
You're talking about May 1st, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. Did you ever go and see the plaza before the murder, besides now you were there at Raymond Fowler?
I'm going to object to the nature of your leading question. Leading.
All right. Now, you've been to the defendant's house one time when you slept over and you saw this movie, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever been there after that?
I spent the night a second time.
Okay. Had you ever seen Hood Plaza before May 1st?
Yeah.
Can you tell us when you seen it before May 1st?
I believe I saw it the first time I went up. And the second time I went up, there was Easter stuff in the stores, so it was around Easter.
Was it before or after Easter, do you know?
I believe it was after Easter. There was just like stuff left over from Easter at the stores.
And what happened at that time?
Well, I was going to spend the night over at Pam's house, and we went to the plaza to get, I don't know, something, but as we were going through, she's saying that this is, you can change over there, and then you drive through here, and show them what to do.
Now, who was in the car with you at this time?
Cecilia, myself, and Pam.
When you said she could change, when you said she said you could change over here, what was she referring to?
Behind the plaza, there was a bunch of dumpsters.
Did she pick out any particular dumpster?
No, she just said over there.
And what else was said at that time, if anything?
Oh yeah, and she said you can go right up through the field, because there's a field right there. We'll go right to a house. And that's all.
Tell us about the last time you were at the defendant's house before May 1st.
Well, it was pretty much like the first time that I spent the night. Rented some movies. I believe we went to the movies too. We saw Pretty Woman.
Where was Greg at this time? If you know.
It was either Atlantic City or Rhode Island.
Why do you say either Atlantic City or Rhode Island?
Those are two places I remember him going on like business trips or something.
And
or Connecticut. It's in Rhode Island or Connecticut, I think.
Was this during the week or on the weekend?
During the week.
And who was with you?
Up at Pam's house?
That's right.
Cecilia Pierce, Pam, and myself.
And when you say it was pretty much like the last time, what did you guys do at your house?
Well, we rented movies like before. You know, we watched one movie, UHF, I think it was. And Pam and I went upstairs like before.
Did you spend the night?
Yes.
Now, do you know how long Greg was away for at this time?
No, I don't.
And how many, did you stay over just one night, 2 nights, do you know?
One night and the next day, but I didn't spend the night. Because, no, I think it was just one night. Because I know I went to school the next day, and I called my mom from school because I phoned me there, and I told her, you know, I figured she wanted to know why I didn't come home last night, so I just told her that I went to a party and everyone was too drunk to drive, so I spent the night there.
Now, getting back, do you know how long before May 1st this was?
It wasn't very long before May 1st at all, so, but I couldn't give a date.
Going back to May 1st, did you ever finally decide on a gun or a knife?
I had wanted to use the gun, so we got the gun. JR got the gun from his father.
When was it decided that you would use JR's father's gun?
I don't know.
Months before, weeks before?
Like a week before.
And how was it decided?
It's, I don't know, just we all decided.
Did you ever see JR's father's gun?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
What kind of gun was it?
A small handgun,
What other kind of guns did JR's father have?
22 target pistol, 357 rifle, muzzleloader. I believe 2 30-30 rifles, shotgun. That's about it.
And what made you decide on this particular gun?
Well, it was a handgun, and the 22 had been brought up before, but JR said that I'd probably have to shoot him more than once with the 22, and I said, I don't want to do that. And I'd asked him with the 38, what kind of bullets to use, and he said, well, hollow tip bullets will be quickest and painless, so we decided on hollow tip bullets.
What do you mean by painless?
So we wouldn't, you know, so it would just be over.
What transportation were you going to use?
JR's grandmother's car named Paula.
And why were you going to use JR's grandmother's car?
Because that's the only car we had. We didn't want to use Pam's car.
Why didn't you want to use Pam's car?
Because it's too, I don't know, well known in Derry. Didn't want it to be recognized.
Used it once before?
Yeah. But that was because that was our only choice.
And when was it decided you would use JR's grandmother's car?
I don't know, I guess around the same time we decided on the gun.
And do you have any recollection as to when that was?
The week before May 1st.
And where was JR's grandmother's car normally kept?
Haverhill.
Now, what about bullets and ammunition?
All right, well, when we decided on the hollow tips, we needed someone to get them. And we didn't have any money, so we needed money to get them. So I told Pam that JR had agreed to let me use his father's gun, and I told her that I needed money for the bullet cells because we didn't have any money. So we went to the bank right in Hampton by the movie theater, and she got $30. Well, I think it was more than $30, but she asked me how much the bullets would be, and I said around $30. I didn't know how much it cost. I didn't think it'd be more than $30. So she gave me $30 to buy the bullets.
When was it that you bought bullets, do you know?
The day before May 1st.
And who bought your bullets?
George Emo, JR's uncle's best friend.
Where did he live?
Right in front of JR's house with JR's uncle.
And why couldn't you pay for the bullets?
Didn't have any money. I couldn't buy the bullets myself because I wasn't old enough.
How old did you have to be to buy bullets?
18.
And what kind of bullets did you end up buying?
38 special hollow tip.
Who actually bought them?
George Emo. We told him that we were just gonna use, we gave him the money and we said, well, we just want some bullets because we're gonna take JR's father's gun and go down the pit and go target shooting. So we bought the bullets.
Where'd you buy the bullets?
Big Al's gun shop in Suburban. Route 1.
Do you remember how much they cost?
$18, I believe.
Showing you what's State's Exhibit 41 in evidence. Do you recognize these?
Yeah, that's Mark's plates and George bought.
38 special hollow tip?
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Yes.
After he bought the bullets, where'd you keep them?
JR's house, and we had him in his room, but I think we moved him to a camper. We had a stereo system in the camper and a microwave and a TV. We used to hang out in there.
And where was the camper in relationship to JR's property?
It was in his yard.
And you kept him there overnight?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the next area is quite substantial. Just assume to not break it up if we don't have to get in shortly.
We'll adjourn for the evening, resume tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please don't, 9:30, I mean.
All right, we're going to keep going with more testimony. We've got a lot more testimony with Billy, so let's go one more round. We got an hour and 53 minutes. Yeah, I've got enough juice in my tank to go another 2 hours. How about you guys? We'll go a little bit longer. He actually has 3 parts of testimony, and they're each about 2 hours. So we'll watch 2 more hours today, and then we'll pick up on this again tomorrow. Because Brian Walsh, he's still in verdict. 10 more minutes. It's 10-4, so it's not looking good for a verdict for Mr. Walsh. So let's keep going here. All right, we'll go one more clip of Billy on the stand. Let me just get us queued up here. And then tomorrow we'll finish up with Billy, and then we also have Cecilia. So, all right, more Billy on the stand.
Attention to May 1st, 1990. Remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Did you go to school that day?
Yes, I did.
What happened at school?
Well, I remember being at my lockers and Pam came over and told me the bulkhead door would be open again. Not much happened in school that I can really remember.
Okay. No, I'm just going to remind you to try and talk into the microphone if you can, okay?
All right.
Now, how did you get home? Where did you go after school that day?
Well, after school, JR, Pete, and myself didn't have a car that day, so we took the bus to JR's house. And from there, we were going to get a ride to go to pick up JR's grandmother's car, but we couldn't find anybody.
What time did you get home from school?
2:30.
When you got to JR's house at 2:30, who were you with?
Pete, JR, and myself.
Was anyone else at JR's house at that time?
I don't believe so, no.
And what happened next?
Well, I called Pam at the media center, and I told her that if we were going to get the car in Haverhill, we needed a ride. And she agreed to come give us a ride to Haverhill.
What was the original plan to get a car?
I think Jaz's grandmother was going to bring it down to us.
And when the car wasn't there, did you try and call anyone else first?
I don't remember.
Now, where did you call the defendant?
At her office in the media center.
And who did you speak to?
Pam.
What did you say to her?
I told her, I said, Jaz's grandmother didn't bring the car down, and we need a ride up there to get the car.
What did she say to that?
She said, okay.
What happened next?
Well, we waited for Pam to come, and she came down to Jaz's house and picked us up, and we went to Haverhill to get the car.
Now, before Pam came down and picked you up, did you do anything else at JR's house?
Yeah, I got the gun out of the trailer.
Where was the gun in the trailer?
In the trailer?
Yeah.
Underneath one of the cabinets, like under the sink, I think it was.
Did you have the ammunition with you at that time?
In the camper.
How long after you called the defendant was it before she arrived in her car?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
What car did she pick you up in?
Honda CRX.
And when she got to JR's house, what happened then?
Well, we all got in the car. JR was driving. Pete was in front passenger seat, and me and Pam were in the back. And we drove up to Haverhill.
What, if anything, happened on the way down in the car?
On the way down to Haverhill,
On the way down to Haverhill?
Pam asked to see the gun, and I showed her the gun, and there was a conversation about payment. I think it was payment, though. I couldn't swear that it was.
Well, don't guess. Are you guessing?
Yeah.
All right, why don't you tell us what you remember? What do you remember about the conversations about the gun?
About the gun?
Yeah.
All right, well, I was laying in the back seat with Pam, and I told her that I had it on me, and she asked to see it, so I showed it to her.
How did you show it to her?
I had a jean jacket on, and it was in the inside jean jacket pocket on the left-hand side, and I took it out and showed it to her.
Did you give it to her or just flash the gun?
I just showed it to her.
Now, where in the car were you this time?
Back.
You were in the back. Where were your feet? Where was your head?
Our feet were towards Pete and JR, and the head was toward the rear of the car.
Now, how much room is there in the back behind the CRX?
Not very much.
Were you cramped?
Yeah.
Now, were you behind the driver's side or were you behind the passenger side?
I was behind the driver's side.
So, JR was in front of you.
Yes.
Pam was next to you.
Yes.
Now, besides the conversation about the gun, well, let me backtrack. Did the defendant say anything when he showed her the gun?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you remember any other conversation in the car at that time?
Well, there was conversation between Pete Vance, myself, and Pam. And like I said, I believe it was about payment, but I can't really remember.
Why is it that you don't remember?
I just don't remember. It's been 9 months.
Who was driving the car?
JR was
How was JR driving the car?
fast.
Did that cause you any problems?
Not me, no.
Did anybody say anything about it?
Pam asked him to slow down.
What did she say at that point? Do you remember?
Yeah, she said the last thing we need now is a ticket because then the police officer would see that we were all together and it was May 1st.
How long did it take to get to Haverhill?
About 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
And what happened when you got to Seabrook?
Well, we drove to JR's grandmother's house, and JR and Pete got out and got his grandmother's car.
Did you see how they got his grandmother's car?
How they got his grandmother's car?
Did you see anybody go in the house or anything?
JR went in the house, and Pete got in the car, and then JR came out with the keys.
What kind of car did JR's grandmother have?
A four-door Impala.
And had you seen that car before?
Yeah.
Had JR borrowed that car many times?
Yes.
Once JR and Pete got out of the car, what did you do?
Pam got into the driver's seat of the CRX, and I got in from passenger seat.
What happened after that?
Drove back to Seabrook.
Did you follow each other?
Well, JR was in front of us, but he got there about 5-10 minutes, well, I'd say about 5 minutes before we did.
Why was that?
No, he drives fast.
Did you make any stops on the way back to Seabrook?
Not that I can remember, no.
Was there any conversation in the car between you and the defendant at that time?
I'm sure there was, I don't recall what any of it was, though.
You sit here today, you can't remember what was said between you and the defendant in that car at that time?
Not when we were driving back, no.
What happened when you got back to Seabrook?
Well, all right, this is why my memory gets bad. I can't remember if what happened was we got to JR's house and he wasn't there, and she drove to my house and dropped me off, or if I did get dropped off at JR's house and waited for him to come there.
You're not sure which happened?
No.
Well, what do you remember specifically happening next?
Well, I remember either JR came down and picked me up, and we got the bag of stuff in my room, or we all drove down to my house and got the bag of stuff.
At some point, you're together again with JR and Pete.
Yeah.
And in what car are you in?
The Impala.
Now, what happens in your house?
All right, well, we got the duffel bag that had the clothes in it and the shoes.
So I can't hear you.
We got the duffel bag that had the clothes and the shoes and the gloves in it.
Is this the same duffel bag that you referred to the other day when you were talking about Raymond Fowler?
Yes, it is.
Now, what happened to the defendant after she dropped you off?
She went back to the media center.
Why did she go back to the media center? Did she say?
She was going to wait there until the meeting started.
I'm sorry, until what?
The meeting started.
Do you know what meeting this was?
What the meeting was for?
Yeah, do you have any idea?
I want to say it was about pay increase, but I'm not positive.
And where would you have gotten that information from?
From Pam.
After you picked up the duffel bag, what happened next?
All right, well, we drove back to Collins Street, and on Collins Street we picked up Raymond Fowler, who was in Ralph Welch's yard helping Ralph's father put in a window in a truck.
Now, when you say drive back to Collins Street, where is Ralph Welch's house in relationship to JR's?
Like right across the street and to the left.
Now, at the time that you got dropped off by the defendant, did you still have the gun?
Oh, yes, I did.
What about bullets?
We got those at JR's house.
When did you get those?
After we got dropped off and before we went to Derry.
Do you remember when it was?
When it was specifically? No, I don't.
And you got him out of the camper, is that what you said?
Yes.
Now, what was said to Raymond Fowler at the time you picked him up, if anything?
Well, he already knew what was going on, and he knew that he was going to be driving up with us, so he knew why we were there.
Had you planned to pick up Raymond Fowler?
Yeah, JR wanted him to come.
Why did JR want him to come?
He said he didn't want to sit in the car by himself.
Did he say why he didn't want to sit in the car by himself?
I don't remember why, no.
What happened next?
Well, we drove up to Derry.
Where were you in the car?
Back seat. Me and Pete were in the back seat, and Raymond and JR were in the front.
Who was driving?
JR.
Anything happen on the way to Derry?
On the way to Derry, yeah, we got Raymond was giving directions this time on the way up, and we got lost.
How is it that you got lost after having been to Derry?
Well, I wasn't paying attention.
And how is it that you got lost? Where did you end up, do you know?
No, Raymond said, I think we missed our exit, and so I looked up, and I didn't know where we were. So then Raymond started, I think I said, well, turn around, and it'd be that exit right behind us. Then and Raymond was saying, no, I think it was before that, or something like that. And, but we turned around, and we got to Derry.
Was there any other conversation in the car except discussions as how to get there?
In the car? Not that I remember.
What happens when you get to Derry?
When we get to Derry, well, we pulled into the plaza that's by Pam's house, and we all got out of the car and we went into Papagino's because I had to use the bathroom. Raymond asked if he can have some money to buy some pizza, so gave him some money, and Raymond stayed in Papagino's, and me, Pete, and JR left, and we went into one of the stores to get some tape.
When you got to the plaza, where did you park in the plaza?
Right in the parking lot, close to the road that goes into the back of the plaza.
Do you have any idea about what time this was?
Well, it was still light out, so I don't know, 5 o'clock, I guess.
I'm not asking you to guess. You just know it was still light out?
Yeah, it was still light out.
Now, when you went into Papagino's, is this the same Papagino's you referred to before when you looked with Cecilia Pierce?
Oh, no, it's not.
This is a separate one.
Yeah, this one's in Derry.
Now, why did you go into Papagino's?
To use the bathroom.
Anybody else?
JR and Pete, they used the bathroom too.
Now, after you left Papagino's, you said you went to what store?
It's like an Ames or a Zayre's.
Now, why did you go to the Ames or Zayre?
To buy Scotch tape.
Why did you want to buy Scotch tape?
Because the latex gloves that we had, you push your finger up against the car window, it leaves a print, and when you have the gloves on, so we decided to get tape and put them over the tops of our fingers.
Now, where were you when you tested these latex gloves?
In Impala.
In the car?
Yeah.
You put your finger up against the window?
Yes.
You left the mark?
Fingerprint, yes.
So what kind of tape is it you bought?
Scotch tape.
Did you tape your fingers right then and there?
No.
Did you get anything else that you recall before?
Not that I remember, no.
After buying the Scotch tape, what else happened?
Well, we sort of walked around in front of the stores, waited for it to get dark, and then we went back to the car and sat in there for a little while. And when it got dark, we decided to go over.
How long did you have to wait before it got dark?
45 minutes, half an hour.
When you decided it was time to go, what did you do in the car?
All right, well, when we decided it was dark enough, Pete and myself taped our fingertips up in the car. I loaded the gun.
Can you show the members of the jury what you mean by taped up your fingertips? Just what did you do to your fingertips?
All right, we got the Scotch tape wrapped around the tips of our fingertips where the fingerprints would be left by.
Okay.
And then put the gloves.
All right, Bill, I'm not sure that was heard very big when you put your face away from the mic. Why don't you just repeat what you said into the mic?
All right, we put the Scotch tape around the tips of our fingertips so it wouldn't leave any fingerprints. Then we put the gloves on top of the tape.
Did you put the gloves on in the car?
No, we didn't.
So at this point, you just have the tape on your fingertips.
Yes.
Now, when you say you loaded the gun, how did you know how to load a gun?
Well, when I had first seen not the first time I saw the gun, but the first time I handled the gun, JR showed me how to open it, and so I knew how to open it, so the rest is self-explanatory.
It's a pretty simple process.
Yes.
How many bullets did you load the gun with?
I can't remember if it held 5 or 6, but it was 5 or 6.
And when you loaded the gun, where was the gun then?
We were in the car when I loaded the gun.
Where did you put it after you loaded it?
My waistband, or whatever you call it, my pants.
What happened after that?
Well, Pete and I got out of the car with the duffel bag and went around to the back of the plaza.
Did you walk around to the back or drive around to the back?
We walked.
Why didn't you just park in the back?
Because parking in the parking lot, Pam said, would be less suspicious. Plus, the police station is close to there, and they go through the back road to go towards the condo complex.
Now, when you went into the back of the plaza, were there any cars parking back there?
No.
And who was carrying the duffel bag?
I believe I was.
And it was just you and Pete at this time?
Yes.
Where did you go behind the plaza?
Well, we walked around to the back, and we kept walking until we found where the dumpsters were. And we went behind the dumpsters and changed into the black clothes and put our regular clothes in the duffel bag.
Did you have a particular dumpster figured out beforehand?
No.
How many dumpsters were there behind the plaza? I mean, was there one? Was there more?
Well, where we were, I'd say, I believe there was about 3.
Now, was there anybody back there when you were doing this?
No.
What exactly did you put on?
I put on black sweatpants, the shoes Raymond gave us, and a t-shirt and a black winter jacket. Pete put on gray sweatpants, I think it was, and like a black t-shirt, black sweatshirt, and the shoes Raymond gave us.
Was this your black winter jacket?
Yes, it was.
So why were you wearing a winter jacket on May 1st?
Because it was black.
Where was the gun at this time?
Well, when I put my winter jacket on, it has inside pocket on the left-hand side. I put the gun in there.
This time, were you intending to kill Greg Smart?
Yes, I was.
What did you do with the clothes you had on?
We put them in the duffel bag, and there was a stairwell there, and we put them down the stairwell.
And after you put the clothes down the stairwell, what did you do next?
Started walking towards Pam's condo.
And when you were walking towards Pam's condo, did you see anybody?
Yeah, when we were on that road there that goes from the back of the plaza into the complex, 2 people passed us, and we started jogging, so it looked like we were just joggers or something.
And where did you jog to?
Well, we jogged past Pam's condo, all the way down that road, and went back around. Well, we didn't come back, but we went down that road and turned, and there was a trail in the field, and we walked up that trail into the back of Pam's house.
Now, when you jogged, did you jog past the condominium?
Yes, I did.
And what made you stop jogging? What was the route you took?
What was the route I took?
I mean, after you jogged past the condo, did you stop a few feet past?
No, we kept going until the road either turned left or right. And we went right and went down there a little bit, and then there's a trail in the field, and we walked up there and went around.
Now, when you say there was a trail in the field, what kind of field is it? Small field, fairly big field?
Fairly big field.
So you're walking through the field. What was on your right and what was on your left? Do you remember?
All right, on my right-hand side were the condos, and on my left-hand side there was a junior high, I think it was.
Were there any lights on in this field?
In this field? No, I don't think there were.
And was it light out, dark out?
It was getting dark.
Then what happened?
Well, we went around to the back of Pam's house. There's like a shed there. And we were sitting there, and these people had came out of their condo behind, on the opposite side of the shed.
Now, when you say shed, are we talking about a small shed, a really large shed?
A small shed.
And when you said someone came out of the condominium, where was that condominium in relationship to the defendants?
Behind it.
And what were these people doing?
Saying goodbye to some friends or something like that, because they were getting into a car and they were talking. And then the car drove off and they went back into the house.
Now, what were you and Pete doing at this time?
Just waiting for them to leave.
How long did you have to wait for?
5 minutes.
What happened then?
Well, we went over to the bulkhead and I pulled it up and I was trying to be quiet and it didn't go up. So, I pulled it again and I think I twisted the handle and then pulled it up and it went up. And we went down the bulkhead doors.
How long did it take you to get down the bulkhead doors? And once you got over to the bulkhead and started
20, 30 seconds.
And what about the gloves? What had you done with the gloves?
Well, we put them on before we went down the bulkhead door.
Where were you when you put them on?
By the shed behind Pam's house.
So now you have the tape on your fingers and the gloves over the tape.
Yes.
And where was the gun at this point?
It was still in my jacket pocket.
Now, once you got into the basement, what happened next?
All right. We were in the basement, and the stairs lead upstairs, and we went up the stairs, and the door that goes into the house doesn't have a lock on it. So we opened the door and went in the house.
Now, you said the gun was in your jacket pocket. Earlier you said it was in your waistband. Did you move it?
Yes, because I was wearing my normal clothes when it was in my waistband. And when I changed into the sweatpants and stuff, I put it in my jacket.
Now, you say the door that leads into the condo was unlocked.
Yes. It didn't have a lock on it.
Okay. Are you talking about the door that leads into the basement?
Yes.
And you just walked through that door?
Yes.
Were there any lights on in the basement?
No.
What did you then do?
When we walked in the door,
Right. Once you were in the basement, where'd you go next?
we got in the basement and we went upstairs to the door. Went through the door.
Is that door locked? Any problems getting through it?
No.
What's the next thing you did?
Well, Haley started barking and growling, so I walked over to Haley and picked him up, and I put him inside the door and shut the door.
Which door did you put him inside and which door did you shut?
The cellar door.
Haley tried to bite you?
No.
Was it hard to get Haley?
No. I just walked over. Well, yeah, he wasn't running or anything, but he was moving away from me as I moved towards him. But I just picked him up.
Were any lights on the first floor of the apartment?
First floor apartment? No, I don't think there was any lights on anywhere in the house.
Were you able to see inside?
After a minute, my eyes adjusted.
What'd you do next?
Well, we went upstairs, Pete and I, and right into Pam's room, and we started dumping out the drawers and everything, so it would look like a burglary.
And besides dumping out the drawers, what else happened?
We got a pillowcase off the pillows on Pam's bed, and then we went to the bathroom. And when we were in the bathroom, we shut the doors because there's no outside window in the bathroom, and turned the lights on in there.
Why did you turn the lights on in there?
So you can see better. And it's like a sliding door closet in the bathroom, and that's where Pam's jewelry box is. So we dumped that in the pillow, and there was a small TV, like a portable TV type of thing. Took that down, and And I think that's all we did in the bathroom.
How did you know where the jewelry box was?
Because I'd been to Pam's house before and she showed me.
Do you recall what kind of jewelry was in the jewelry box?
Yeah, bracelets, rings, necklaces, earrings. But she had worn a lot of jewelry that day, all the best jewelry, so it wouldn't be in there when we took it.
How do you know that?
Because I saw her at first and she told me, she showed me, she had like a ring on every finger.
And where was it when she showed this to you?
Media Center, it was the first time she mentioned it, I think.
So you saw the media center on May 1st before you went home after school?
Yes.
After you in the bathroom, you emptied the jewelry box and took the TV. How big was this TV you're talking about?
It was pretty small, it was about 12 inches long and 5 inches wide.
How high was it? Is that what you mean by 5 inches wide?
Yeah.
What else did you do upstairs?
We went to the guest bedroom, but I already knew there wasn't anything in there. And we were going to throw the stuff around, but we just decided not to. Went downstairs.
What did you do when you got downstairs?
Well, when we got downstairs, Pete was trying to unhook the stereo in the VCR, but he couldn't.
Why couldn't he?
I don't remember. I don't think he can get to the. I didn't think he can get to the plugs. They plug everything in the wall socket.
So did he unplug anything?
I don't think so.
What happened to the VCR?
Well, I remember he took that off the shelf and it was out, and the cord had gotten. So the cord was stuck, the plug, and he couldn't reach the plug. I don't think.
What about the speakers?
I unhooked the speakers and put them by the back door.
Now, why were the speakers put by the back door?
So it would look like a burglary. We were going to take them afterwards, so things would be missing from the house.
How many sets of speakers were there in the living room?
Well, there was 2 Fisher House speakers, and we weren't going to take those because they were too big. And there was
You said you were or you weren't going to take them?
we're not. And
Why not?
They were too big. And there was a pair of Bose speakers, house speakers, but they were smaller. We put those by the door.
What else did you do downstairs on this first floor?
Well, we went to the kitchen and there's a butcher block there. And Pete took a knife out of the butcher's block.
Why did Pete take a knife out of the butcher block?
Because he was gonna, instead of using the gun, he was gonna cut Greg's, he was gonna kill Greg with a knife.
You started saying he was going to cut. What was he going to cut?
He was gonna cut Greg's throat.
When did you discuss with Pete about cutting Greg's throat?
I don't remember.
Why was it that Pete was going to cut Greg's throat instead of using the gun?
Because it wouldn't make any noise, and we thought that when we fired the gun, then all the neighbors would hear it.
What kind of knife did Pete grab?
Like a carving knife type
Can you
of,
hold up your hands and show us about how long it was?
including the handle is about that long.
The record reflects the witness held up his hand about 8 inches or so. Now, what did you do in the kitchen besides grab this knife?
Well, we opened the drawers. We were looking for a flashlight, and we couldn't find a flashlight.
Why did you want a flashlight?
So we could see better without turning the lights on.
Now, what happened to the pillowcase you got from upstairs?
Well, we still had it at that point, but at that point I was in the kitchen on the counter, sitting on the counter, looking out the window, waiting for Greg's truck to come. And Pete was in the living room. I think. I didn't see him because it was dark, but that's the general area his voice came from. So
And how are you looking for Pete? I'm sorry, how are you looking for Greg Smart?
there's a window in the kitchen has blinds on it. I was looking through the blinds.
And what was Pete doing in the living room?
Well, he had there was a black pillow on the sofa. And Pam had about 6 small pillows in her living room, and Pete cut open a black one with a knife, and he put the stuff that was in the other pillowcase into that one.
Now, let me rephrase this. How long did it take to ransack the first floor?
First floor? I don't know, 15 minutes, approximately 15 minutes.
What happened after that?
After the first floor,
Right.
I was sitting in the kitchen, and Pete went into the living room.
Did you have any conversations with Pete as to what was going to happen when Greg came home?
Yes.
What conversations did you have?
Well, we were deciding what we were going to do when he came home.
But what did you talk about?
Well, Pam had said that it would be a good idea to hide in the coat closet that's right by the door, because he always comes in, takes off his jacket, puts it in the closet. But I don't know. I can't remember why, but we decided against that.
Where is this coat closet that you were going to hide?
As you walk in the door, it's on your left-hand side.
Is it right on the left-hand side, or do you have to walk in?
Well, you walk in. You walk in the door, and the stairs are on the left-hand side, and they go up like that. And if you came directly down the stairs and didn't turn like to go to the door, you'd walk into the closet.
So it's right at the base of the stair.
Yes.
And besides rejecting that idea, what else did you discuss?
Well, what we said. Oh, all right. There was Pam has 2 brass candlestick holders on a dining room table, and we had discussed whether we should take one of those off the table and hit him with it when he came in.
Hit him where when he came in?
In the head, knock him unconscious.
I'd like to show you what's been introduced as Defendants Exhibit C. Does that look familiar to you?
Yeah, that's one of the candlesticks.
What did you do with this candlestick, if anything?
Well, when we were talking about that, I took it off the table, and I had it in my hand, and then we thought about taking the light out of the. There's a light right above the door. We're going to take the light bulb out of that so he couldn't turn that light on when he came in.
Why did you want to take... You wanted to take the light bulb out of the light so he couldn't turn on the light?
Yes.
Did you?
No, it didn't.
Why not?
Because we thought it would show premeditation.
What do you mean by show premeditation?
That it wasn't just a botched robbery. It was that's why we were there the whole time.
And when you decided to take the light bulb out of the socket, what happened to the candlestick holder?
I put it on the floor and I never picked it up after that.
Where did you put it on the floor?
It would be right by the cellar door that goes down, probably a little closer to the door on the tile.
On the tile?
I believe so, yes.
What else, if anything, did you and Pete discuss?
Well, what we had come up with is, this is what we were going to do. I was going to stand in front of the closet, and Pete was going to stand behind the door. And Pete was going to grab him when he came in the door and pull him in. And I was going to shut the lights off and shut the door.
And had you had a plan of what to do after you pulled him in?
Well, that was, we hadn't, and that was before, we knew about that beforehand.
You mean just to kill him?
Yes.
So what happened after you had all these discussions? What was the final one you decided on?
All right. I was going to stand in front of the closet door because when he walks in the door, he wouldn't be able to see me from there. Pete was going to stand behind the entrance door when it swung open, so he'd be behind it there. And then Pete was going to grab Greg when he opened the door and pull him in.
So what happened after you decided on this plan?
All right. Well, I was sitting in the kitchen.
Where were you sitting in the kitchen?
On the counter.
And when you were sitting on the counter, what were you doing?
I was just sitting there watching out the window.
How many windows were in the kitchen?
One.
And were the blinds up or down?
They were down.
How were you able to see?
Well, I'd pull them down a little bit with my hand and look out every so often.
And when you looked out that window, what area could you look at?
Outside the front door area in the parking lot.
How long had you been in the defendant's apartment at this point? From the moment you walked in the bulkhead to now?
I don't really know.
While you were sitting on the counter looking out the window, was all the ransacking done at this point?
Yes.
What was Pete doing?
In the living room. He was sitting in the living room.
What happened next?
All right. Well, I saw Greg pull up in the truck, and I ran out of the kitchen, and I was saying, "Jesus, Pete, he's here, he's here." So, all right, Pete said, "Calm down, now let's go." And so we went over.
How did you know this was Greg?
Because I'd seen pictures of him, and I knew what his truck looked like from before.
What kind of truck had he pulled up?
A gray mini truck, Toyota, I believe it is.
Did you see him get out of that truck?
I just saw him pull up.
So you went over to Pete, and after you said he was here, what happened next?
Well, we went over, we ran over by the door, to get ready, but when we went over to the door, I don't know why, but I got behind where the door would open and Pete got by the closet. So, everything was messed up.
When you were over behind the door, did you have anything in your hands?
I don't believe so, no.
Where was the gun?
In my jacket pocket, still.
Did Pete have anything with him?
The knife.
What happened next?
All right, I heard Greg walking up towards the door, and I could hear the keys jingling outside the door. So he unlocked the door, and he opened the door.
After he opened the door, what else, if anything, did he do?
He turned the lights on, and he called for Haley.
Now, how far open was the door at this point?
It was enough for me to be behind it and it not touching me.
How far into the apartment was Greg?
Like one step.
Was he moving at this time, standing still? What was he doing?
He was standing there.
Could you see him at this point?
No.
And what exactly did he call when he called Haley?
Called Haley. Oh, he called on the dog, yeah. This Haley the dog.
And what happened next?
Well, he just stood there, and I just stood there, and Pete just stood there. And,
How long was it that you were all frozen like that?
I have no idea.
How long did it take?
Only quite a while.
Then what happened?
And then I jumped out from behind the door, and I grabbed him by his shoulders on his suit jacket, and I was trying to pull him in the condo.
I'm going to ask you to still speak into the microphone. When you grabbed him by his jacket at the shoulders, what, if anything, was he doing?
Well, he started yelling, and he was trying to back out of the house.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
He started yelling, and he was trying to back out of the house.
What was he yelling?
I don't remember.
When you grabbed him by the shoulders, started to pull him in, what happened next?
Pete jumped out from where he was, and pushed him in. He shut out the lights, and I shut the door, but the mat got caught in the door. And then he took the mat out of the doorway and shut the door.
After he shut the door, while he was shutting the door, what were you doing?
Well, Greg was saying, what's going on, what's going on? And I was telling him to be quiet. And then Pete shut the door, and he came over, and we told him to get we told him to get down on his knees.
How did you tell him to get down on his knees?
That's what we said. We said, get down on your knees.
You said it? Pete said it? Who said it?
I think we both said it.
Now, where were you just while you were telling Greg to get down on his knees?
Inside the door. Well, like right by the cellar door on the tile.
So when you say by the cellar door near the tile, had you moved into the apartment at all?
Yeah.
Which way were you facing? Which way was Greg facing before he's on his knees?
Greg had his back to the stairwell.
When you say his back was against the stairwell, up against the wall or up against the open space?
Well, that's just the way his back was facing. He wasn't up against.
And then what happened?
All right. Pete was talking to him.
What was Pete? Was he on his knees yet?
Yes.
How did he get to his knees?
I think we pushed him down to his knees.
Now, as Pete was talking to him, was anybody touching Greg?
Pete had put his Pete grabbed him by the hair.
And was Pete still holding him by the hair?
Yes, he was.
Can you show us how Pete was holding him?
He had his hand like that.
Now, what was Pete saying to him?
I don't remember.
What position was Greg in at this time?
He was on his knees, and I think his hands were in his lap. And Pete was in front of him, and I was to his left and a little behind him.
Can you come down in front of the jury and show us how Greg Smart was kneeling at that time?
Yes.
The court's permission for the witness get off the stand, Your Honor?
All right.
Facing the jury, why don't you show us how Greg Smart was kneeling? Why don't you back up a little bit? Right there.
You want me to kneel down?
I want you to kneel down and show us how Greg Smart was kneeling at that time. No, I'm going to ask you to face the jury.
He was on his knees.
Talk loud so we can hear you.
He was on his knees like this. He had his hand in his hand, and sit down, and then leave his hand in his lap.
Now you had your head down. Show us how his head was.
Like down, yes.
And Pete's hand was in his hair at that time?
Yes, it was.
Where were you standing in relationship to Greg Smart?
He was kneeling down like that. And if he was facing the jury, I would have been right here.
Why don't you kneel down and put me where you were standing?
I was right here.
I'm asking you to speak up.
Greg was right here.
Everyone hear it? Place me where you were standing. Tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Right here. The record reflects I'm standing to the left and the witness slightly behind. His head was in a downward fashion like that. Now place me where Pete was standing.
Directly in front of me.
Tell me when to stop.
Directly in front of me.
Directly? What was directly behind Greg Smart?
The wall where the stairs are.
You can return to your seat. Prior to Greg getting to the floor, did you struck him at all?
I don't believe so, no.
How was it that you overpowered?
Pardon me?
How was it that you overpowered?
Well, after he got into the house, thank you. He wasn't struggling very much. He was just asking.
What was he asking?
Just what was going on?
What'd you tell him?
I just told him to shut up.
Pete say anything to him?
Once he was down on his knees, but I don't remember what that was.
How long? You don't remember what Pete said to him?
No.
What happened next?
Well, he was kneeling there, and it was obvious that we weren't going to be able to cut his throat.
Why weren't you going to be able to cut his throat?
We just wouldn't be able to, bring ourselves to do it.
Why do you say that?
Well, he was kneeling down, in front of us. He just couldn't do it.
Where was the knife in relationship to Greg Smart at this time?
Pete had him by the hair with one hand and had the knife by his face. Thank you.
I'd like to show you what's State's Exhibit number 39. Does this look like the knife?
Yes.
Was this the knife that Pete Randall had in front of Greg Smart's face?
Yes, it was.
Well, when you felt you couldn't cut his throat, what happened next?
I motioned to Pete, like this, because that's where I had the gun.
Can you stand up and show the members of the jury how you motioned to Pete?
I just went like this, because that's what the gun was.
Sit down. When you motioned, let the record reflect, the witness took his right hand and pointed to his left breast, indicating the motion he did at that time. What happened after that? What did Pete do?
Pete, nodded his head yes.
What was Greg doing or saying at this time?
Well, he was still kneeling there, but I don't know what he was saying.
After Pete nodded his head yes, what did you do?
I took the gun out of my pocket.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 40. Is this the gun you had at that time?
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize it?
I just remember it.
After you took the gun out, what did you then do with the gun?
All right. I took the gun out of my pocket and I cocked the hammer back.
After you cocked the hammer back, did Pete or Gregory Smart say anything?
Pete and Greg were still talking, but I don't remember what they were saying.
You weren't paying attention to what they were saying?
No.
Then what happened?
I cocked the hammer back and I pointed the gun at his head.
After you pointed the gun at his head, what did you do?
I just stood there.
How long was it?
100 years, it seemed like. And I said, God forgive me.
After you said, God forgive me, what happened?
I pulled the trigger.
Good morning, recess.
All right. Can I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
How long has it been out before you shot Gregory Smart?
I don't know.
What part of his body were you aiming at?
His head.
How far from his head was the gun when you pulled the trigger?
It was close, I don't know.
Why did you say God forgive?
Because it's not something that I didn't want to kill Greg. You know, I wanted to be with Pam, and that's what I had to do to be with Pam. But I didn't want to kill Greg.
What happened after you shot Gregory Smart?
I ran
Where did you run?
out the back door.
Who made it out the back door first?
Me.
Now, when you got to the back door, what did you have to do to get out?
Just opened the door and I don't remember it. I just ran.
Was it locked, unlocked?
Unlocked.
When you got on the back porch, what happened next?
Well, there's a rail there, so I jumped over it. So I just ran.
How long after you fired the shot was it before you ran?
Roughly a half a second.
Now, where was the gun at this time?
In my hand.
After you jumped over the railing, where did you go?
Through the field. We were gonna run back to the back of the plaza, change into our clothes, and then go meet JR in the car. But JR was driving by as we ran out.
Now, as you were running through the field, what if anything happened?
Well, I was running too fast and I fell.
And what about Pete? Where was he when you fell?
Behind me.
What happened after that?
Well, I got up and I was still running. JR stopped the car and I fell again. And Pete passed me that time. We got into the car.
Now, when you got to the car, what did you have in your hand?
The gun.
Anything else?
No.
What about Pete?
The black bag of stuff.
Where was the knife?
He had dropped it.
Did you drop anything?
Yeah, well, when I got in the car, one of my gloves was gone. So I dropped one of my gloves.
Do you know how this glove got off your hand?
No.
Just when you got in the car, one was missing?
Yes.
You don't have any recollection of that?
No.
What was going through your mind as you were running across that field?
Well, I don't really remember what was going through my mind. I know I was really scared.
Now, when you got to the car, which way was JR facing? Towards the back of the plaza or away from the back of the plaza?
Towards the back of the plaza.
When you got to the car, where was Raymond Fowler?
Front passenger seat.
JR was in the driver's seat?
Yes.
Where did you go in the car?
Back seat behind JR. Pete got in back seat behind Raymond.
When you first got in the car, what happened next?
All right. Pete was telling him to get going, and they was sitting there asking, did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it? And Pete was telling him to go, and they just kept asking. So then I screamed at him to go, and we started going. We got the clothes from down the stairwell.
How did you get the clothes from the stairwell?
Got out of the car, grabbed the duffel bag.
Who grabbed it?
I think I did.
You know?
I don't remember, no.
After you got the clothes, or the clothes were gone, what happened next?
Well, we started driving away.
And as you were driving away, where were you going?
Back to Seabrook.
And did anything happen on the way back to Seabrook?
We got out of those clothes because we wanted to get rid of them now. Put our normal clothes back on, pulled over on the side of the road somewhere, and threw all the black clothes out. And the shoes.
Was everything thrown out at once?
Yes.
And was there any conversation in the car this time?
Conversation? Well, JR and Raymond was singing some stupid song to try to calm me down.
You sing?
Was I singing? No.
After you, where did you change on your clothes? In the car or at the dumpster?
The back seat of the car.
And after you got rid of your clothes, what happened next?
Well, we got back into the car and we drove back to Seabrook.
Do you know how you drove back to Seabrook? Which route you took?
Oh, which route? No.
Now, where were you in the car?
Back seat behind JR.
Where was Pete?
Back seat behind Raymond.
And where was the gun at this point?
I think I put it back in my jacket pocket. Oh no, because we threw that out. So in the duffel bag, I think.
Are you guessing?
I'm pretty sure that's where it was.
Now, when you got back to Seabrook, what happened there?
Well, I was the first one to get dropped off. So they dropped me off at my house. And then I wasn't there, but what I understand was...
Well, you weren't there. You can't testify about it.
Well, it's what I was told, yeah.
By who?
JR the next day at school.
What they did after they dropped you off?
Yeah, because I asked them. And they just said I dropped Pete off, and then I dropped Raymond off, and I went home.
Did you go anywhere else that night?
No, I did not.
Do you have any contact with the defendant that night?
Pam? No. Well...
After the shooting?
After the shooting, not at the wake, but...
No, I'm just talking about that night, May 1st.
Well, she had drove by us. She said she saw our car, and she flashed the headlights on and off, but we didn't see it.
She told you that later?
Yes.
Okay, what I'm asking you is that night after you got home, do you have any contact with the defendant?
No, I didn't.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit number 5. It's a candlestick by the foot, Gregory Smart. Is that the candlestick you had in your hand?
Yes.
Can you tell us how it got there?
I put it on the floor.
Take a minute. How about the wall between his legs?
I don't know how that got there.
Do you have any recollection of any conversation about the wall?
I don't have any recollection of any conversation. I just know that there was.
What about the towel by his head?
No.
You don't know how it got there?
No.
Any conversation about the towel?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you want to testify here today?
Did I want to? No.
Why not?
Well, you know, I didn't want to testify against Pam.
Why did you want to testify against Pam?
Well, for one thing, you know, I told her I'd never tell on her. I loved her.
When did you have these conversations with her? You said you'd never tell on her.
The day before Pete, J, and myself got arrested.
Are you testifying today as part of an agreement with the state?
Yes, I am.
Do you know when you entered into that agreement?
The date?
What month?
February, I believe.
This year? Last year?
This year.
Now, prior to entering into that agreement, had you ever spoken with any member of the Attorney General's office?
No.
Any police officer?
No.
Where were you at the time you entered into that agreement?
Rockingham County House of Corrections.
How long had you been at Rockingham County House of Corrections?
About a month and a half.
And where had you been prior to that?
ADC, Juvenile Pretrial Facility.
What is your understanding of the cooperation agreement with the state? What are your obligations?
Well, I have to tell them the complete truth. I have to testify against anybody you want me to. In exchange for that, I can plead guilty to second-degree murder with a sentence of 40 years to life with 12 deferred.
What does 12 deferred mean to you?
It means if I don't screw up in prison and I don't get in any trouble or anything, I get 12 years taken off. But if I do screw up or anything, then those 12 years can be put back on or left on.
And what is the maximum amount of time you can serve in this sentence?
Life.
Now, are you aware of a statute in New Hampshire which allows you to apply for a sentence reduction?
Yes.
How are you so aware of such a statute?
How did I become aware?
Right.
My lawyer, Mr. Murberg, had told me.
Do you have any understanding with the state regards your attempts to try and get a sentence reduction?
Yes, it'll be against me. Against it.
The time that you killed Gregory Smart, how old were you?
Just turned 16.
When you say you just turned 16, what was your birthday?
March 12th, today.
Today you're 17?
Yeah.
How is it that you could break this cooperation agreement with the state?
By lying, by refusing to testify against somebody.
And what happens if you break this cooperation agreement?
I go to trial. Everything I've told you can be used against me if I get on the stand. And I've already pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. But you can indict me for first degree.
You know what the punishment is for first degree?
Life in prison.
Without parole?
I believe so, yes.
You have these agreements marked as full exhibits. No objection. Not sure what ever was. me 2 agreements. I'd like to show you State's Exhibit number 59. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you to speak into the microphone so the juries can hear you.
Yes, I do.
Is this the agreement that you signed before speaking with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize it?
My signature.
And this is an agreement you signed before you've been talking to us, is that correct?
Yes.
Now I'd like to show you what's State's Exhibit number 60. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My signature.
Now besides your signature, is the signature of your attorney?
Yes, Mr. Milberg, yes.
And myself and Ms. Nicolosi?
Yes.
And is that also true for State's Exhibit number 59?
Yes.
And can you tell us the date that you signed these agreements?
1/22/91.
Is that true for both agreements?
Yes, it is.
Now, were you aware that Pete Randall and JR were entering into agreements at the time that you did?
Yes, I was.
How did that affect your decision whether or not to enter into this agreement?
Well, I refused to enter an agreement unless JR and Pete were going to have it,
Why is that?
because I wasn't going to testify against them.
Why didn't you want to testify against them?
Because I feel I got them into this.
Why do you feel like you got them into this?
Because that's what happened. I got them into this.
What happens if JR and Pete break their agreement?
Then I'm supposed to testify against them.
Did anyone ever inform you you could only plead if you had damaging testimony against the defendant?
No.
Now, I want to take you back to the relationship you had with the defendant. Besides being alone with her at her condominium or her apartment, where else would you have the opportunity before the murder to be alone with Pamela Smart?
Before May 1st, her office, her car, my house.
Did you ever have sexual relationships in her office?
No, not in her office.
Was there anywhere else you were able to have physical relationships besides her
Yes.
apartment? Where was that?
My house and in a car.
And where would you go in her car?
There's a few places. Salisbury Reservation.
What is Salisbury Reservation?
Yeah, it's like in the summer you can go and like I don't know, camp there I guess. But in the winter it's just open and there's no one there.
How many times did you go there?
Salisbury Reservation 4 or 5 times.
Where else?
There's this place in Salisbury, Rapid Road, I believe it is. It's like a factory, and in the back of it there's a parking lot, and there's no one there at night.
How many times did you go there?
I went there once.
How many times were you at your house?
Once.
Anywhere else?
There's a ballpark in Seabrook on South Main Street. And there's a parking lot that goes back towards the woods there and there.
And what time of day would these rendezvous normally take place?
Well, there wasn't any set time or anything. It just
Mostly at night, mostly after school?
mostly after school.
Were you ever out drinking with the defendant?
Yes.
How often did you do that?
with Pam out drinking before May 1st, only a couple times.
Cecilia Pierce ever with you?
Yes.
Where would you go drink?
Well, the one time that sticks out in my memory best is we went to, she'd come down on a weekend, Friday night or Saturday, and picked me up at JR's house. And we went down to, there's a liquor store by Ames.
When the defendant came down, who was she with?
Cecilia.
Okay.
So we went to the liquor store down by Ames on Route 1 in Seabrook. And she went to the liquor store and bought a bottle of Southern Comfort. And then she went into Ames and bought like 2 4-packs of wine coolers.
Why was Southern Comfort bought?
That's what I asked her to buy.
You asked her to buy it? And who were the wine coolers for?
Pam and Cecilia.
After the alcohol was bought, what happened next?
Well, we went down, there's a place in Seabrook by the little school. It's called Spherex. It's a factory, and there's no one there at night. So we went down there, parked, and we were just talking and drinking.
And it's you, the defendant, who else?
Cecilia Pierce.
How long were you there for?
45 minutes, an hour.
And you were drinking Southern Comfort?
Yes, I was.
Did you ever drink at Southern Comfort before?
Once before, and it was at least 5 months prior to.
So what happened after that?
Well, we were sitting in the car, and if you've ever had Southern Comfort, you know it's a rather, I don't know, sweet tasting alcohol. So it's, I don't know, it tastes like a, I don't know, it's like a Kool-Aid alcohol type of thing. It doesn't, it's really easy to drink. So I was drinking that, and we were just sitting in the car talking and stuff. So I didn't notice how drunk I was until I went outside to go to the bathroom, and then I noticed I was pretty drunk. So I got back in the car, and then I was sitting in the front passenger side seat. Pam was in my lap, and Cecilia was driving, and we went to Salisbury Beach, down where the arcades are and everything.
Anyone else that night?
Yeah, a friend of mine, Chris. I believe Danny Blake was with him. And that's all I remember who was with him.
Did you ever see J.R. Pete that night?
Yes, we did. That was after we came back from Salisbury Beach. We went to...
Salisbury Beach was first?
Yes, I believe so.
Why is it that you remember this?
Why do I remember this?
Right. Why is it this particular night you remember?
I was with Pam. And
Then, after you went to Salisbury Beach, where did you go?
JR's house. We went down to JR's house to see if there's any parties tonight. And I got out of the car and I walked over and I was talking to him. I still had the bottle of Southern Comfort. And, I gave them some. And I was asking him, are there any parties tonight or what are you guys doing tonight? And then Pam came over and she was talking to him.
So what did you do after that?
After we talked to him?
Yep.
We were going to get some more Southern Comfort for PJR, but we went to the liquor store and it was closed, so we couldn't get anything. And I think me and Pam and Cecilia took off somewhere, and Pete and Jad took off someplace else.
Besides your physical relationship, do you express your feelings for each other in any other way?
Yeah, we wrote, notes back and forth to each other.
And how many notes did you write to the defendant?
Around 12 to 15.
How many notes did she write you?
About 12 to 15.
How would you get these notes?
Well, I'd write them in school or at my house that night, and when I went to the media center, I'd give them to her, and then like later on, she'd have one for me, and she'd give it to me, and I'd read it later.
What was the content of these notes?
You know, just love letters.
Without being too specific, can you give us some idea of the substance?
Well, they would, like, you know, just telling her, you know, I loved her, and she'd, you know, tell me she loved me. It's like the same thing, just different words.
What else?
Just, you know, how she liked being with me, and how she always wanted to be with me. Like that.
Sorry?
Like that.
Is it embarrassing for you to talk about these letters?
No, it's not embarrassing. Some of them were sexually explicit. That would be embarrassing.
How many sexually explicit letters did you get?
Well, some were, you know, some weren't, like something just put in, but there was 3 in particular. I think it was a 3-page note, is what it was.
Did anyone else see these letters?
Yes. Sarah Thomas, Frank Daly, Pete and JR.
How did Pete and JR see these letters?
Well, I showed Pete and JR, and, you know.
How did Sarah Thomas see these letters?
Well, Sarah and Pam went down JR's house one day, and I was changing the oil for them on the cars.
Whose car was oil being changed on?
Both of them. I changed Pam's oil, and I believe it was Ralph changed Sarah's oil.
So why don't you tell us, I'm not sure whether you told us this yesterday, who Sarah Thomas was?
She's a good friend of mine.
How long have you known Sarah Thomas?
I met her in Seabrook Junior High, so 3 or 4 years.
And can you tell us about this day when Sarah Thomas and Pam Smart were at JR's house?
All right, well, they came down to change the oil, you know, to get the oil changed, and I was doing that, and I took my leather jacket off, and I put it on Pam's car, you know, so it wouldn't get dirty when I was under her car, and Sarah asked me if she could wear it, and I said, yeah, and I forgot the notes were in there. So,
What happened after that?
well, she was wearing it, and I guess she found the notes, and she was reading them, and Frank saw her reading them. And Frank came up to her and he said, you know, you shouldn't be reading those, you know, Bill's gonna be pissed, you know, you're not supposed to see those. And Frank came home and told me, you know, Sarah read the note. Yeah, there was only one note in my pocket that time. And she came over to me and she said, you know, I can't believe it. She said, I knew there was something going on between you two. So why didn't you tell me before? And all that. And after that, I had showed her 2 other notes.
You showed Sarah 2 other notes?
Yeah.
Where did you show Sarah these other notes?
Library and school.
Why did you show Sarah these notes?
Well, she asked to see them, and I don't know. She said, I don't know. It was just, you know, I liked. You know, I wouldn't go around and show them to everybody or anything like that, but you know, I just liked showing them to people.
And how did JR and Pete see them? Show it to them? Frank Daly, you know about your relationship with the defendant?
Yes, he did.
I'd like to show you base exhibits. Very small bag. check. I'd like to show you what's State's Exhibit 54 for identification. I'll ask you to take a look at that. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
Half of a letter Pam had given me.
How do you recognize this half the letter Pam had given you?
I remember the paper, and I know that there was more than this, because these are song lyrics to a song that she said reminded her of me.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
I recognize her S's, yes.
When was the last time how did you get this letter?
She handed it to me.
Where were you when she handed it to you?
Most likely the media center.
Why do you say most likely? Not sure?
Well, sometimes she'd come up to my locker and give me the notes, but most of the time it was in the media center.
When was the last time you saw this note?
The last time I saw this was like 3-4 days ago.
When you saw it before testifying today, correct?
Yes.
What did you do with this note after you'd gotten it from Pam?
I kept it
Where'd you keep it?
in my room.
What happened to all the other notes you had gotten from Pam?
Well, when I had found out I was I was probably going to be arrested, I got home from Connecticut, and my mother was coming out of the door as I was walking in. She said, she asked me if I needed a lawyer, and she said she wanted me to go over and talk to Kenny. And she said, go in your room, get everything out of your room that has will link you to Pam. So I went in my room with a brown paper bag, and I went through it real quick, about 5 minutes, and I got everything in there I could find. Put it in the bag.
And what did you do with the stuff you put in the bag?
I gave it to my mother.
Do you remember seeing this letter that night when you grabbed the stuff in your room?
No, I don't. There was letters I grabbed, and there was passes from Pam, and there was a round metal medallion type of thing that I got at Salisbury Beach.
This time, Your Honor, the state would offer this letter as a full exhibit and ask that it be shown to the jury.
That's without objection. All right? Any matches for the
Okay. Let me just clarify the record. I refer to this as 54. It appears I misspoke. It's actually State's Exhibit number 55. Do you want me to continue, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
What was this medallion thing you were talking about that you threw out?
This Salisbury Beach, they have a few of these machines that put a quarter in, and there's letters around, and there's a dial in the middle, and you turn the dial, and point out what letter you want, and there's two levers. One lever you pull down, and it stamps that letter onto the medallion, and the other one is you pull down when you're all finished.
And what did you do with this medallion?
What did I do with it?
I guess, let me rephrase that. What letters did you put on this medallion? Or who put any letters on this medallion?
The medallion said, Bill and Pam forever.
Who made this medallion?
Well, I had made one, and Pam had made one. I believe this is the one I made.
You know what Pam's medallion said?
I think it said the same thing, Pam and Bill forever.
And you were with her when she made this?
Yes, it was.
Who else was present?
Cecilia Pierce.
Now, besides this medallion, passes and notes, or anything else in your room?
I know I had the directions that she had given me to memorize in there, and I probably grabbed those too.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 54,
Yeah, pictures.
thank you, A through I. Ask you to take a look at these. Tell me if you recognize them.
Yeah. These are pictures I got from Pam.
Can you speak up? I didn't hear you.
These are pictures I got from Pam.
Now, when did you ever first see pictures of this nature?
Of this nature or these
Let me
pictures?
rephrase it. What I mean is, when did you first see these photographs?
Before February 5th.
How was it that you saw them?
Pam brought them to the media center. Well, she told me she had taken them, brought the roll of film to the media center because I told her Kenny Knight owns a photo place, and I said I can get maybe them done for free, but for at least 60% off or something. So she said, all right.
Yes, you speak just a little slower and a little closer to the mic. So then what happened? After you said you could get them developed cheaper.
Well, she gave me the roll, and I took it. I gave it to my mother to give to Kenny. And I told her, Pam wants these pictures developed. So she said, all right, gave it to Kenny. Kenny developed them. And,
After you developed, then what happened?
after we developed them, and Kenny told me they were ready because it's like a 1-hour photo place. But we went back the next day, Pam drove me up, and we got the pictures back from Kenny. And I remember we were looking through the pictures in the car, and I remember Pam was laughing. She thought she didn't think they came out good. And when she brought him to show Tracy, brought him back the next day, and she said she didn't want him, she's just going to throw him out. And if I wanted him, I could have him. I said, all right. Cecilia Pierce had a couple too.
How many pictures did she give you?
I don't know, 15.
What did you do with those pictures?
I kept them.
Sorry?
I kept them.
Then, after you kept them, where are they now?
I'm pretty sure I put them in the bag and gave it to my mom, and she got rid of the bag.
So these pictures here are not, as far as you know, the actual pictures you had.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. There's no foundation for that.
Can I approach you? Mr. Senator, these poses and photographs that I've shown you is 54A through I. Have you seen these poses of the defendant before?
I've seen those photographs before, yes.
And the photographs you've seen before, are they exactly the same as these photographs I have in my hand?
Yes, sir.
Is that true for each photograph you've seen here?
Yes, it is.
Would you take a moment and go through each one? Now, the photographs that the defendant gave you and asked you if you wanted them, how many did she give you in total?
Let's say there's about between 12 and 15.
Now, there's 9 photographs here. Besides these 9 photographs, you saw an additional 3 to 6?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would move these in as a full exhibit at this time.
Without objection.
All right.
Sir? Sure. the defendant. Why was Cecilia Pierce with you?
Well, Pam said it'd be less suspicious if somebody saw us together if Cecilia was there. Because if they saw us together alone, it'd be more suspicious.
Now, besides the time when Cecilia Pierce was there, we spent time with the defendant when Cecilia wasn't there.
Before or after May 1st?
Well, I mean, the times with the Salisbury Reservation and the ballpark.
Yeah, Cecilia wasn't there then.
Now, when you were in front of Cecilia Pierce, did you do anything to hide your relationship with the defendant?
In front of Cecilia? No.
How about J.R. and Pete?
No.
How about Tracy?
Yes.
Who was Tracy?
Pam's friend.
And why did you hide the relationship in front of Tracy?
Because Pam didn't want Tracy to know.
Did she say why she didn't want Tracy to know?
Well, Tracy's friends with Greg, and, because if after May 1st, if Tracy knew that me and Pam were seeing each other, I could be brought up.
So the entire time up to your arrest, you never acted like a boyfriend or girlfriend in front of Tracy?
No.
What about any other friends of Pam?
After May 1st, when she moved down into Hampton, one of her friends came over. Don't remember her name, but we couldn't act boyfriend and girlfriend in front of her. And before May 1st, another time, another one of her friends had come down with Tracy, and I don't remember her name either.
Now, did you ever receive any presents from the defendant?
And on my birthday, she got me a subscription to a guitar magazine.
How did you get a subscription to Guitar Magazine?
Well, I came over her office, and she said, guess what I got you and everything like that. And she showed me, she said she wanted to get me this bracelet, gold nugget bracelet, but, Greg would freak out if he saw $500 missing from the bank account. So, then she put this subscription in Cecilia's name so it couldn't be traced back to her.
How do you know she did that?
She told me.
But why was she afraid of it being traced back to her?
After May 1st, if the police found out that, she was giving presents to some kid named Bill Flynn, they'd probably want to go question Bill Flynn.
Were there any other attempts by the defendant to cover up your relationship?
No, we just never did anything in front of people.
Any cover-up attempts in March?
I don't think.
Can't remember anything? No? Now, when did you first see the defendant? Well, let me back up. The day after the murder, what did you do?
The day after the murder, I went to school because I thought it'd be suspicious if I didn't. I was paranoid. I thought everything was suspicious.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Well, I went to school.
And why did you go to school?
Because I thought that if I wasn't there, then it would look suspicious, but it's probably more suspicious that I was there.
And what about JR? Did he go to school?
Yes, he did.
What about Pete?
Pete went to school too, I believe.
And what happened at school?
Well, in the morning, Frank Daly came up and he said, did you guys do it last night? And we said, yeah. We told him, yeah. Then second period science class, me and Jay were in there, and Frank's in there too. And Miss Kinsman came in and said, Bill, Vance, can I talk to you guys for a minute?
Who was Miss Kinsman?
Guidance counselor at Montclair High School.
And what happened then?
Well, me and Jay went with her, and Cecilia and Rachel were already with her. We went to the guidance office, into the conference room in the guidance office. And she said Greg's husband was, Pam's husband was killed last night.
Did she say how he was killed?
No, she said they didn't know.
What happened then?
We said, she said that, I think that we should go to the wake and, just support Pam. And, we said, yeah, so we didn't want to say, no, we're not going to the wake, and so we thought that would look suspicious.
Did you want to go to the wake?
No, I did not.
And what happened at school?
Well, in the morning, Frank Daly came up and he said, did you guys do it last night? And we said, yeah. We told him, yeah. Then second period science class, me and Jay were in there, and Frank's in there too. And Miss Kinsman came in and said, Bill, Vance, can I talk to you guys for a minute?
Who is Miss Kinsman?
Guidance counselor at Winnicott High School.
And what happened then?
Well, me and Jay went with her, and Cecilia and Rachel were already with her. We went to the guidance office, into the conference room in the guidance office. And she said Greg's husband was, Pam's husband was killed last night.
Did she say how he was killed?
No, she said they didn't know.
What happened then?
We said, she said that, I think that we should go to the wake and, just support Pam. And, we said, yeah, so we didn't want to say, no, we're not going to the wake, and so we thought that would look suspicious.
Did you want to go to the wake?
No, I did not.
Did you go to the wake?
Yes, I did.
Did you see the defendant at the wake?
Yeah, Pam was there.
Who'd you go to the wake with?
Miss Kinsman, Cecilia, Vance, and myself.
Now, how many days after the murder of Gregory Smart did you go to the wake?
It was either the day after or the day after that.
And before you had gotten to the wake, did you talk to the defendant at all?
Before I went to the wake? No, I did not.
Did you talk to him at the wake?
Briefly, yes.
Can you tell us what happened at that time?
Well, I walked up to Pam and Miss Kinsman, Cecilia, and J.I. and myself, and Miss Kinsman was saying, we're really sorry, Pam. And, that's what we were saying, and
You're starting to mumble a little bit, so I can't hear you.
all right, well, we just said, we're sorry about what happened and everything, and then kind of broke away, and then afterwards she came up to me and Jan, and she said, I can't believe you guys came to the wake when you walked in the door. I think she said she was shitting bricks.
And where was this conversation?
At the wake.
I know, but where in the wake was it?
Well,
outside, inside?
Inside.
Now, what was the plan after the murder of Gregory Smart between you and the defendant?
Well, Pam was going to get the insurance money, and she was going to buy a condo closer to me, so we could be together.
And what did you know about the insurance money?
At that time, my understanding was that there was one insurance policy for $90,000.
And did that understanding ever change?
Yeah, like a week after May 1st, Pam had came into school and walked up to me and JR at my locker, and she said, hi, how's it going and everything like that. And she said, what she said was, don't worry about anything. Everything's going according to plan. People are telling me that I should move out of the house. So I'm gonna find a condo down here, just like we said.
What did she say about the insurance money?
She said she couldn't believe it, that there was 2 insurance policies, one for 90, one for 50, so it was $140,000.
Did there come a time the defendant moved closer to you?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
The date?
Time period, roughly?
It was around the end of May.
Do you have any discussions with the defendant of what she was supposed to do on the night of May 3rd after going to the meeting?
After going to the meeting?
Right, what was she supposed to do when she got home? Did you ever discuss that with her?
Oh, yeah. She had asked us how to react, and we told her, well, when you go in there and you see him, it's going to be a natural reaction. So I said, don't even think about it. Don't even, worry about it. I mean, she told me that night when she got home, she couldn't bring herself to cry.
When did she tell you that?
It wasn't at the wake, and I don't think it was at that time of the lockers. It was sometime after that. She said she just kept asking for Halen.
Did there come a time, let me rephrase that. What information, if any, did you have about what the police were doing?
Pam told me that, she couldn't get the insurance money until there was like an investigation done that shows she wasn't guilty. And she said the police don't have a clue. They think it was a messed up burglary, just like we said. They don't suspect her.
And when was this conversation?
It was either at the lockers that first time after May 1st or sometime very close after that when she came back to work.
Did the defendant ever discuss what she was going to do with the insurance money?
Yeah, she was going to use it to pay for the condo when she moved closer to me, and she was going to buy a new car.
What kind of car?
She wanted either Camaro or TA.
What's TA?
Trans Am.
Did you ever go looking for any of these cars with the defendant?
A few times.
Can you tell us about any of those times?
One time was at Traer Holloway where Jazz's mother works.
Who went with you on that time?
Well, we were in Greg's truck. Me, Pam, and Michelle Nichols were in the front. It's Jazz's girlfriend. And Jan and Pete were in the back.
And what happened to Drew Holloway?
Traer Holloway. Well, we went there and looking around for cars, and I remember that because they have a barrel there, and they've got all, lollipops in it. And we were in the showroom waiting for a salesman to come out that Jazz's mother has, requested, and Pam came over and asked me if, she said, go get me a lollipop, like that. And I didn't know if she just wanted me to get her one, or if she was like, I don't know, trying to, not act bossy, but, I don't know, just being like sarcastic in front of Pete.
Now, this was happening at the dealership?
Yeah.
Remember what time of year this was?
What time of year?
Was it after May 1st?
Yeah, it was after May 1st.
You know how long after May 1st it was?
Not that long. I think it was before she moved into the new condo.
And when she told you to get this lollipop, why did you resist?
Because I thought she was just, like saying, go do this for me.
Let me ask you this. Speak a little more clearly in the microphone. It's getting hard to hear some of the things you're saying. And then what happened?
Well, I said no. I said, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to, I don't know what I say. Show, you just want me to go do this for you in front of Pete, You know what I mean?
And what did she say to that?
She said, like, fine, be that way, like that. And I don't know, she's mad, but she wasn't that mad right then. But then when we got back to JR's house, Pete and JR and Mickey got out, and Pam went down to this one place we used to go in Seabrook. It's a dead-end road, and when the road ends, Springs, it goes out, like the marsh is right in front of you. So we should drive down there because no one ever goes down there.
And what happened when you got down to the marshy area?
Well, when we got down there, Pam brought up the lollipop thing again. She said, she was mad. She said, you don't love me. If you did, you would have got...
Bill, you should be moving a little bit when you're talking, and something's going, the mic's going, something still. So what did she say to you?
She said, you don't love me. If you did, you would have got that form. And I told her, I said, well, to me, it looked like you were just, this thing shocks me, trying to be sarcastic.
Sorry.
And,
Too close, I guess.
like that, so we got into a fight. And,
How did the fight end?
well, she dropped me off at JR's house, right, and she was still mad, and I was mad. So I went down to JR's house, they were in the driveway, and I was pretty mad. And, so then she drove up again, she beeped the horn. So I went back up there, and she said, I was this close to taking back my last month's rent at the condo, and just not moving down here anymore, and that would be it between us, like that. And she asked me if that's what I wanted, and I said no. And then I apologized for not getting her a lollipop.
Actually, I'm going to interrupt now. We're going to break for lunch until 1 o'clock.
All right.
All right. So that's brutal lighting. Hold on a sec. See if I can. Okay, let's try that. Even that out a little bit. Okay. That's going to be it. That's going to be it for today. We're going to be done for today because his next part is like an hour and a half, and I want to go hang out with my wife. So we'll save Billy for tomorrow. Sorry, guys. Oh my gosh, what am I trying to do? There we go. We'll save the rest for tomorrow. We'll save Billy for tomorrow. And then we have Cecilia. We have Cecilia Pierce. Oh, Cecilia, I'm down on my knees. We have Cecilia Pierce, and then the rest of Billy, and then Cecilia. And then we get to closings. And then I've got Where Are They Now? Because you guys are asking, what happened? Where are they? Where are they? Are they out? Are they still in? So I've got Where Are They Now? I've got Pamela Speaks. I've got 3 interviews with her. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So I got some good stuff for you guys tomorrow. So yes, Iodine. Thank you. I deserve a break. Yeah. Thank you, guys. All right. So with that, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Tomorrow's stream is going to be about 5 hours, five and a half hours. So I think we'll start maybe around 12:30ish or so Eastern. So we'll be done around 6ish. We'll do like a 12 to 5, 12:30 to 5:30, something like that. So thank you for joining us. Don't forget to thank our mods on the way out, and thank Aaron. And if you guys are interested, go check out our store. We've got some really fun merchandise from coffee mugs. We got a coffee mug. I'm still waiting on my shirt. I've got a shirt coming. Aaron's got a long sleeve shirt. I have a short sleeve shirt. We have all kinds of fun things there for you guys. I want to get a ledger too. I have to buy a ledger so I can take my trial notes. So, all right, guys. With that, thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And I always leave you with cats. We got some silliness going on back here, of course. So I'm gonna go play with the kitties. Riker's getting silly. All right, guys. Thanks for joining, and we will see you hopefully tomorrow. And if not, Monday we have Verdict Watch for Brian Walsh, and I think there's a new trial caught my eye, so I think we got a new trial. We got a new trial for you guys on Monday. So Brian Walsh, Verdict Watch still on Monday. And I think I have a new trial that I think we can watch. All right. Until then, have a great weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. And take care of yourselves. Bye.